the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. There'll be unscreened phone calls this hour as the kickoff hour is rolling for a brand new day, and we thank you for being with us. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us at the top of next hour. Without further ado, let's bring in the rest of the good time gang. To my left, it's Greg Burgess. To my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Boys.
What's happening?
Hey. Boys.
What's happening, Coach?
Coach
How are y'all?
Coach got some matches to deal with today.
Yes, you do,
How about that?
my friend.
So,
hey, so I keep thinking it's foggy outside or whatever, and it's not. It's the pollen falling. Yeah. It's the craziest thing. Terry even walked out yesterday at one point. She said, it just feels like there's a blanket of pollen falling. And I know every year I'm not going, it happens all. It's earlier this year because we've had a little bit of a heat wave, I guess, down in the south. It's not over, by the way. Be careful planting. But Spans even said we're going to have another cold front where we live in the southeast. But my gosh, it's falling. My car's yellow.
I took, I had kind of a light day yesterday for me, and I took Maddie to tennis. I usually pick her up from tennis, but I took her, and I thought, well, I'll hang out. There's some things I can do on my phone, kind of catch up with my world. And so I'll for once, I'll sit down on this picnic table, and I'll watch her and do my stuff. Kid you not. I'm sitting there and I'm watching film on the guys, and my phone, as I'm watching, is turning yellow, the top of it. And I'm thinking, this is pollen.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And of course, my allergies, they react well to that stuff.
Listen, we had reports, was it Sunday? Lisa was reading it. Around, not far from our Jacksonville area, this purple mist cloud. And people said it had a real ammonia smell about it. And they were saying it was causing them to like have sore throats and coughing and all that. It was moving. I'm just telling you what was on.
It was just moving?
Yeah, there was this like purple looking mist cloud for a lack of a better word. People sent pictures of it and everything.
By the way, I've turned my chair right to him.
I have too. What are you talking about?
I haven't seen anything about it. I'm telling you, it was on the social media because Lisa was reading it. was around Jacksonville and all these areas.
How do I search for that? Purple cloud going through Calhoun County?
I'm just telling you.
Greg.
It was making people sick?
That's what they said. It had a real big ammonia smell.
Hey, would you search that real quick?
I'm just telling you.
Purple cloud reported.
Don't say that I didn't see it. But Lisa was reading it to me.
Span clearly would have retweeted that. Did we?
Yeah, I don't know.
So making people sick, or just sick feeling,
like sore throat.
Yeah,
and it's a real ammonia smell. They all kept saying ammonia smell.
We have any kind of? Do we have a spillage or anything?
I don't know, y'all. I didn't see the purple cloud. I just saw Lisa brought it up.
I guess I'm.
Greg, you can't bring something up like this and not have more details.
Well, I haven't.
Speedy, I've Googled it. I can't. I can't.
I don't know.
I can't find anything.
I'm going. I haven't.
Social media.
I haven't.
It was on Facebook.
Must be true.
I haven't Googled purple cloud reported in Alabama. I can't find it.
Maybe not so much purple. How about ammonia smell?
Oh man, 1 month ago.
Smell in Calhoun County.
Yeah, smell. We just Googled.
Oh, I said smell in Calhoun County and actually put a picture of you, Greg.
There you go. That's right.
Thank you for that.
Speaking of cloud.
All right, look, I'm getting a text right here.
Oh, goodness.
Somebody that said Span did report it.
Span reported on this?
Okay, here we go. I got it. Says here,
I ain't gonna believe who sent me.
nauseating odors from chicken and sewer sludge make life unbearable for some landowners. It's from the that's Speedy. That's a week and a half old. I'm trying.
I am too. Greg, you have to have
it's in
more
Clay County
info than that.
That's a different one, Speedy.
Okay, I got one 3 weeks ago. When was this, Greg?
Sunday.
Oh, so well, you don't go high pinch, y'all. I just want to make sure. Well. I don't know.
I'm pulling up the same.
So we're just doing stuff off air. I mean, we should be doing off air, but that's okay.
Well, Greg, this is Greg's fault.
I'm just telling you.
Greg, you can't throw out. There's a cloud over Calhoun County that seems to be a little purple tintish and making people sick. You can't say that.
Somebody.
No, here's one from 2015.
Well, that ain't it. I'm just telling y'all.
So
wow.
what
by the way, there's been a lot of bad smells in Alabama.
Kate just texted me.
I
said
knew
that
that should
Span
be.
said it. Of course, you can't go.
All right,
by
well then
him.
I'm calling Span.
You
I'm calling Kate right
no,
now.
you can't. You can't.
Huh?
You can't go
Can
by
Kate-
what
can
he
Kate
said.
talk to us?
I don't know.
Say.
I have no idea.
You scared of Kate's, aren't you?
Yep.
I'm gonna have to get on Facebook. Is that where I'm gonna have to do? Right
I'm
out
just
the gate
telling you
this
about.
morning?
All I'm
Get on
telling you is
Facebook?
what Lisa told me, and people had taken pictures of it. She even showed that.
I just
Ammonia smell. Said gave him a headache and like a scratchy throat.
And
Numerous people said it. I think it was spotted around Jacksonville, around Ohatchee, out there on 431, Glencoe.
spotted. Is it like a UFO?
Yeah, it's a cloud. I don't know. I may have it wrong.
There's people here.
I may have half of it wrong. I don't know.
smelling.
Greg, you
All right, I'm
now you're not only confusing the heck out of us, you're concerning other citizens
telling
that
you.
didn't know they were going to wake up. To
here we
this
go.
morning.
Well,
James
obviously
Spann.
it's okay now.
getting many messages like this via social platforms this evening. There's a number of burns today, but
Yeah,
doesn't
some people are
explain-
blaming
There's
it
some
on
sort
controlled
of
burning.
fog between Gadsden and Anniston. Has
That's
a
it.
really bad ammonia smell. When we drove through it, gave us really bad
Yep,
headaches
that's
and
it.
bad taste in our mouth. But it was just Greg we saw at a convenience store. No, I made that part up. We just drove into
Yeah, they did
a
say there was
purplish fog
Told y'all.
between Glencoe and Anniston, Alabama. It smelled kind of like ammonia. Gave me a pounding headache. Left a bad taste in my husband's mouth.
Oh, wow.
That's just the
I don't
post.
hear that much.
And somebody took a picture of the
That's
cloud.
what I told you.
And James Spann says it looks like there are a number of prescribed burns today, but that doesn't explain the ammonia smell.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
By the
Well,
way,
Lisa saw it. She shared it.
All right,
With
so there we go.
all right, so prescribed burns, and this was not even in Alabama. When we were coming back,
it looked a little cloudy yesterday to me. Go ahead.
Greg. When we were coming back from Statesboro on Sunday,
I tell you.
I saw a big controlled burn off of I-16.
Ooh.
I think it's I-16, and it looked almost like it was out of hand. Like I
Really?
know they got those things under
Yeah,
control,
how much control do you
But-
have on a burn?
but I'm
really?
gonna tell you, it looked bad. Like it looked, hey,
Come
wow,
on.
y'all have got this thing out of hand.
Yeah.
And now I'll say this: the smoke did look like a different color a little
Yeah.
bit, but
Got a purple hue.
but
to
I
it.
didn't have any kind of wasn't driving in the smoke.
Did you get
so I
any
don't know
sore
about-
throat or a
No,
headache?
I didn't have the ammonia
There were
and
several
all
people that reported the ammonia smell. I'm
Now-
with
now it's to
James.
several.
I'm with James on. It'll get a little dingy when they're doing controlled burns.
Right.
I get that, but ammonia smell, huh? Who knows?
Something must have been burning that wasn't supposed to be.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Wow.
I didn't know we were
burning
going to
your
discuss
nose.
this.
I'm mad Kate's didn't call in.
Yeah,
Kate,
he's
you know
busy.
the number.
Wait, here comes somebody emailing me.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Didn't know we were going to be hit with this morning.
No, not at all. That's why, hey, Rick and Bubba, you never know. We'll be right back.
Yep, there it is.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We got you a free silver bar. Okay, we asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. There's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. For the next 14 days, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires in 14 days, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance, we personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link Terms and conditions apply. When inflation is this high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save on everyday items. That's why I have to tell you about Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you get cash back on every purchase. Now, to get started, download the free Upside app and use the promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of that first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Get cash back today with Upside. You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party. Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Would you do everything it took to protect your family? Of course you would. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security. They make it easy to protect every inch of your home or even your small business with advanced security tech powered by 24/7 professional monitoring. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Spring's almost here, and you can make mealtime easy with HelloFresh. Now, not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes right to the door, new dietitian win options under 700 calories and protein smart choices featuring 30 grams or more of protein make it easier than ever to stay on top of your wellness goals. Join in and save up today for 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're rolling back 22 minutes past the hour, and so thank y'all for all your email and information about the purple cloud over where Greg lives, and getting to the bottom of that. That was a real thing. Greg was not crazy. There were posts and information sent out. Plus, Kate's confirmed it, so that's all we needed. As we get back, ready for another day, fired up, and we thank you for being with us. It's just one of those things where I know in different parts of the country you got different weather. My gracious, the snow and the cold up north and some out west. It's just unbelievable. Some of the stuff we're seeing in the South, though. Hey, the heat has been around, and that's confused everything, even the trees. I mean, we got pollen falling. Everything's yellow, which will kill a fella. No, that's a snake. I'm sorry. What is that? What is the thing? Red and yellow?
Kill a fella.
Kill a fella.
Red,
yeah.
Yellow touching black, pat him on the back.
Yeah.
I'm not petting anything on the back.
No, I'm not
Something
either.
like- I don't know.
So we were just discussing all the pollen falling and stuff, which is not new to the South. It's just a little early this year. That's all. And that brought up the purple cloud over by where Craig lives.
Yeah, it's a phenomenon.
Good night. That's good stuff.
Just telling you what was happening.
So we got all kinds of things we could discuss. There's a lot of stories out today. This one here jumps out at me just because we've been talking a lot about alligators. That seems to be in the news. I don't know what's going on here. A Florida man. There you go again. There's another Google
tragedy
search.
Usually starts with Florida man.
Yeah. Investigating a noise outside his front door is bitten by an alligator.
That was the noise.
Scott Hollingsworth told an Orlando news source he thought his 17-year-old son was trying to sneak a friend into the house without permission when he heard a noise near the front door at around 9:42 p.m. on Saturday. So he said he jumped up and opened the door. As soon as he got outside, he felt something clamp down on his upper thigh. He told News Channel 2.
Oh.
Went outside and didn't turn the light on. Just got a step outside and something grabbed me on the leg. Picture this, man. Good night. He thought at one point he was at a large dog or something. He quickly realized it wasn't a dog at all. He estimated the alligator to be 6 to 7 feet long, but authorities who later captured it says it was almost 9 feet long. I really didn't get a good look at it. When I saw what it was, I stepped back into the house, closed the door, looked down, and had a large gash in the side of my leg. I was trying to put some pressure on it. He was taken to the hospital for treatment for his wound. The alligator was euthanized by a trapper, but he's okay. He's recovering. But he steps outside, and all of a sudden he hears a clamp down that leg, and it's an alligator.
How about that surprise?
Good night.
It's worse than getting bit by a dog, I tell you that.
He said, I worked on a farm growing up and have been out in the wildlife my entire life. I love seeing the animals, but not that close. Had no idea.
In their mouth, no.
Think about, though, you hear a noise and you think one of your teenagers or something is up to something, and they're trying to sneak in or sneak out or get somebody in, and you step outside, and daggum gator bites you. Good gracious alive. What is the? Have y'all ever been bitten by an animal that's just not like a common animal? No.
Thank goodness. I can't think of that. No.
Okay. You ever been bitten by a dog?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like that's not yours.
Yeah.
Like
at work.
The one at
Yeah, when at work.
Oh, for the power company.
Yeah, I've been bit.
They charge you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't like you in their yard.
All right.
I don't think I've ever been bit by a dog that's not mine.
Oh yeah.
I don't think so.
Not
I've had
many,
two
but
dogs
I've
bite
bit by
me,
them.
but they were my dogs.
Okay.
One of them I deserved it.
Was it playing? Hey, a little rough.
No,
and
one
you?
One of them was just crazy. The other one, I was messing around with it. I didn't like it, and I was, you know.
Oh,
abusing
of course, I didn't mess around with it anymore.
You were abusing it.
No,
So.
taught little Michael.
Kind of was.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have considered it abuse. I would have considered it like pestering.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But he or she, I don't remember, didn't like it at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Got me good.
One of my hunting dogs got me one time because he didn't want to go in the pen. Wasn't bad, but
Right.
he got me a little bit. He didn't like the thought of being put up.
Yeah.
He wanted to stay out.
So guys, we're
But he lost.
Picture this: we're at the point where now animals are knocking on the door to get us to come outside and ambush us.
I tell you, alligators are scary enough. They don't need to be knocking on the door.
No, they do not.
If they start ringing the doorbell, that's it.
Yeah.
I'm done with it. Well, that one went through that fence yesterday.
Yeah, boy, didn't it though? Just pushed himself through. I'm sitting here trying to think of if I've ever been attacked. The only thing was a planned attack by the canine up in Coleman when I went for the show.
The crowd was screaming. That was good.
Which that hurt.
Do you know what I was always nervous
I don't
of?
know that I've ever been
I'd
attacked.
like to have done that.
No.
Just like I said.
The big suit tackling you is good, but then when they put your arm sleeve on you and they go and you present your forearm to them, yeah.
Golly. Growing up on the river, we encountered snakes all the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Snakes.
And
Don't
so
like 'em.
don't necessarily like snakes, but I was more comfortable. You know, if I see a snake, I wouldn't run. I'd kind of study it, or I'd get close, or I'm not opposed to going and killing them. That's not a big deal to me. But when I was a kid, and I don't know when it changed, I'm probably a little older than I needed to be, but Dad gave me this line about a certain animal, and it always bothered me as a kid, and I wouldn't come like within feet of it.
What?
And that's a snapping turtle, because he'd give you that line that if
hold on till it thunders.
he would. Hey, I tell you what, I think bite you now. It ain't gonna let go till it thunders. And my first thought was it storming around? Because I
never knew what that meant.
I didn't either.
Didn't sound good.
But it bothered me as a kid. It did, like
snapper.
so much so that I would not. You get behind them and pick them up.
Grab their tail.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even want to do that, knowing I knew they couldn't get to me from holding the back of the shell, but I still was uncomfortable with that.
Yeah.
But grab a snake in a minute.
That's
what I didn't understand.
I used to pick them big.
Dad scared me.
Big snappers. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Them. You put your foot on their shell and then grab their tail and they start.
I know.
We had one come up in a ditch by the house when the kids were little, and I was holding it, and they thought it was a dinosaur. I mean, they couldn't believe it. And I took it down the road and put it in a pond. But now, when I worked for Creeper Jackson, if one of them came up, you was going to stop the job and catch it because he was going to cook it.
Oh,
He loved them.
What's the process? Do they boil it?
But taking them and skinning them, you grilled it. They got meat in them. You got to get all. It's a lot of work.
I bet.
It's a few. I think you even got to let them sit in water alive for a few days. He used to tell. But hey, if one of them was in the area, we had to get it.
I tell you what, it ain't gonna let go till it thunders.
I heard that my entire life.
That stayed with you, didn't it?
Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25, and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Spring is almost here. We're already digging into new flavors with HelloFresh. Not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes to the door, their new Dietitian Win options under 700 calories make it easier than ever to stay on track with wellness goals, or if you're looking to power up with protein, simply choose from the new Protein Smart recipes like one pot pork and bean chili or creamy Dijon dill chicken featuring 30 grams or more of protein per serving. We love to eat well, but hate the hassle. That's why HelloFresh delivers pre-portioned ingredients that cut down on prep time and food waste and save an extra trip to the grocery store. And since their produce travels from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days, I know what I'm eating and I know it's fresh. Why not taste it for yourself? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day with
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the old Rick and Bubba show. It's the Good Time Gang. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us about 30 minutes from now, actually, once the commercials clear and all that, right after top of the hour for the main show, and we thank all of you for tuning in. Speaking of tuning in, our tune-in channel is up and running. It was down for a couple of days because of a security update, and everything to this point seems to be running. We've been getting some correspondence from some of you saying it is. I can confirm, and we've checked as well. Yesterday that was a problem, but I think all the updates and all the X's and O's and all that's been done, and we're rolling. So welcome in. If that's the way that you listen to the show. At this point, it's working as I speak right now. So there you go. This one jumped out at me. I know we're not a bunch of radio goobs and do this day in history, but some of them jump out at me. This day in 1857. Do y'all want to know what happened?
Yes.
Well, is it what we were just talking about? Because I didn't want to. Oh, it's not. It has nothing to do with the flapjack.
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
I'm studying that.
It's not Eli
we're
Whitney
gonna go
and
to
the
that.
cotton gin. Let's see.
Just said cotton gin. What else happened?
I want to do the other, but this one just jumped out at me.
1857. I just
Well,
want
you
to
can't
type
cheat.
it. No, I'm typing in the year. I'm gonna see what other things happened that year.
Other things, you don't even know what this one is.
Well, I know, but I can figure it out.
Baseball adopted 9 players and 9 innings as the standard of competition.
What year?
And 1857.
Hmm.
What Abner Doubleday have it at?
I don't know.
Did he not have it at 9 and 9?
It said that they. It said it's been the same standard of baseball for 166 years, but that just jumped out at me that okay, they made it official, 9 players per team and 9 innings per game. That's today, March 7th, if you're listening live, 1857.
So to your point, Greg,
Wow.
Abner Doubleday was around. That was kind of the peak of his. He was young, but it's still kind of that area. So I wonder if he was the one.
Isn't he credited with coming up with baseball?
Well, there's some contradicting thoughts there. I have always heard Abner Doubleday.
Yeah, it's just a fun name to say.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, they've referenced Field of Dreams in this article. I'm not going to get Greg going there.
Sports movie.
Well, you said it's a. What did you say? Did you say it was a horror flick?
You know, yes, because it's like a fantasy movie. But you know, the old baseball history had all these. Do you realize, and we've talked about it, that Ty Cobb played in Oxford down the road? How about that?
How about in the mid 1800s, on down in the article, different cities had different versions of the game.
Oh, wow.
Like town ball was played in Philadelphia, and it was different than baseball in New York, for example. Baseball clubs played the game among themselves for several years, but it says if the club had 10 players that day, they'd play 5-on-5. It was a little different. But in 1857, it went 9 players per team, 9 innings per game.
All right, so
and it's held ever since.
Yeah.
Let's clear up the Abner Doubleday thing.
All right.
He's
not real.
I like saying that now.
Well, listen, when I was in high school and in college, people would always ask me about Abner Doubleday, and I didn't know who he was. And they would kind of look down at me because here I am, this baseball person, and I don't know who created baseball.
He's like Dr. Naismith who created basketball.
But when you read this, I'm at an article here from the History Channel that says, who was Abner Doubleday? Because there's always been some people go, no, he didn't invent baseball. Mm-hmm. It says that Abner was born to a prominent family in upstate New York in 1819. He went to West Point in 1839, and he never claimed to have anything to do with baseball.
No, that's weird.
Instead, he served as a Union major general in the American Civil War and later became a lawyer and writer.
They actually say he was a Civil War hero.
Well, why are they telling me he created baseball?
Well, and so then you go down to 1845, and a group of New York City men founded the New York Knickerbocker Baseball Club, and one of them, who was a volunteer firefighter and bank clerk, Alexander Joy Cartwright, he would codify a new set of rules that would form the basis for modern baseball, calling for a diamond-shaped infield, foul lines, 3-strike rule. And he also abolished the dangerous practice of tagging runners. Well, you know how we do that. So they were doing that before Cartwright came on board. And so he made many of the changes that we see today. I don't know who did this in 1857, but I'm sure Cartwright was alive. He was a part of it.
I think it was Abner Doubleday.
But you're right. The popular origin story of baseball is it was invented by Abner in Cooperstown, New York.
How in the world?
But it goes on here, Helms. It's really a pretty interesting read. I didn't even know we were going to stumble into this, but the it says here the Knickerbockers were not New York's first baseball club. They were an offshoot of the earlier Gotham Club, and Cartwright's role in baseball lore is largely overblown. This reporter says.
Good night.
He wrote down the rules to what you were talking about. Literally wrote them down, but he didn't invent them. Cartwright's actually left New York for the California Gold Rush a few years later. Eventually, ended up in Hawaii.
Well, good night.
And so it's just...
It honestly looks like Abner because this was going... When baseball was starting to really catch some steam, it honestly looks like he started some backyard league, and him and his boys, young kids, friends, teenagers, were out there playing. And then when it was time for him to go into the Army, he said, that's what I want to do, and kind of just stopped messing with it.
Whatever. It also says that baseball wasn't invented, and that might be our problem. It evolved from various sporting traditions, such as cricket and rounders, much like American football evolved from rugby and soccer. It says the forgotten titan of the game is Cartwright's fellow Knickerbocker, Daniel Doc Adams.
Oh, Daniel.
Doc.
Yeah.
Well, all right, then.
So, and Doc is considered to be the father of baseball.
I'm going to still say Abner Doubleday because I like saying that.
I like the name, too.
Yeah.
Next, we break down the creation of hockey.
There you go.
There it is.
But that was interesting.
How about that
in 1857 they adopted the 9 players and nine innings. But it's funny because if you start reading the history of baseball, maybe that's what it is maybe it just doesn't go into, hey, we invented it here. It just kind of transitioned into something.
Yeah.
We had rules in the beginning, but
have you ever noticed
maybe that's
how
why
many
there's so much
stories
controversy.
Start like this? Abner Doubleday. Well, we looked. He really didn't. There's so many of those. It's never. I don't believe anything.
I know.
They give him credit for it, but he really didn't do it. How many times have we heard that about all kinds of inventions?
Oh yeah,
all
you're
kinds
right.
of historical
You're right.
moments. Well, it really wasn't him. It was
Yeah.
good night.
Yeah.
You know. It's never right.
No,
It's
never right.
Never right. Speaking of, and I threw hockey out there, and the reason I chose that sport because last night I was scrolling through my feed and Miracle on Ice.
Yeah.
It was one of the speeches that Russell gives in that.
Yeah.
And all I could think about was, but there's several where he really gets on the run.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. And all I could think about was, we can't talk to players like that.
No.
I mean, we really can't.
No. Somebody would say they're being too mean, and
it's unbelievable.
There was a time when you could say anything.
They'd entered the transfer portal like within a month.
And I'm going to tell you this, I think it was a better world then.
Of course.
100%.
Big deal. You know, so what? Call me a steaming pilot.
When he walks in and asks who they're playing, and he says, and one of the players says Sweden, and he has some colorful language there, and he says, yeah, Sweden. He said, y'all are acting like we're playing some team in Rochester, and then he goes and starts pinpointing several, calling them out in front of everybody, and they get mad, and he turns around and he goes, that ought to stir them up, get them going. Yeah. And I'm thinking, you can't do that anymore. Yeah. Like you can, but then you're possibly going to be in trouble.
Oh yeah.
Somebody's going to record it and post it out on social media.
I don't know what's going on with the Texas Tech coach. I don't know if he's a turd or not, but some of that's ridiculous that's going on.
It really
Basketball.
is. It's really to the point where
he yelling at people and they're mad.
Pretty much. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, and now there's some claim. Well, and there was even he claimed. Now he may
Thank
be.
goodness Bobby Knight's not coaching.
Well, he may be. He may not be as. He may need to get in trouble. I don't know. Okay, so put that over here. But what started all of it was he quoted some scripture. To a player, kind of explaining who was in charge, and it had something to do with master and slavery, but he was actually quoting the Bible. And so now we've turned that into much bigger than it was. Yeah. Now there's a player claiming that he spit on him at one point, whatever. Again, throw that aside, but these words that we just use
scared to death words.
We are. And hey, Chris Rock will talk to you about it.
Yeah,
in his
he will.
special.
Yeah. In all kinds of ways.
Yes.
Good night.
We just can't. You can't coach like that. You can't talk to people like that.
Yep.
I will say this, and I'll handle this with care. There's a way to coach women, and there's a way to coach men.
Of course.
And we're starting to have to coach men like we coach the women.
That's true.
And I'll leave it at that.
That's a good point.
And that is Helmsy at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
You know, it's true. Difficult times have a way of focusing us. We have to think about what matters most when it comes to our spending, our health care. No doubt. This is why so many people are joining Medi-Share right now. Medi-Share is a trusted way to save up to 50% on your monthly healthcare costs. More than 400,000 people have already made the switch. It's pretty obvious why, too, especially now during this challenging season with healthcare costs and out-of-pocket expenses going up. Medi-Share can save you a lot of money. The typical family saves $500 a month. And Medi-Share is a Christian healthcare sharing ministry that's worked beautifully for 27 years. There are different options to choose from to fit your budget. I'll give you the number here in a second, and if you call, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Maybe now is the perfect time to make the switch and start saving. Here you go. Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Breaking news. Tax refund shock is everywhere, but what is it?
My tax refund shrank.
Mine too. The culprit? Pandemic-related stimulus payments and tax credits expiring. In this reporter's opinion, you need a tax expert.
Hey guys, Jackson Hewitt guarantees your biggest refund.
And tax prep is 50% off? Going there now.
50% off is a limited time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel vPro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code Bubba25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code Bubba25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code Bubba25.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very far.
We are back. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's 9 minutes until top of the hour, and this hour of the Rick and Bubba Show is made possible by LinkedIn.com/Bubba. These days, every new potential hire has a feeling like, hey, man, this is a high-stakes wager for your small business. So if you are the one that's hiring and firing, you need to listen up. LinkedIn.com/Bubba is the way to go. LinkedIn Jobs has helped find the right person for your team, for many teams, I should say, and they can find it for your team faster and for free. Add your job at the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience, so you can basically prioritize the person that you want to interview and not waste a lot of time. That's why small businesses have rated LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. They help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 50 million job seekers visit the site each week? Join us and post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. You can find a link at rickbubba.com under the sponsors button. That's free, folks. Your first job posting is free, and maybe they can help you find the right employee or future employee like they have for so many others. All right, so we're rolling back. We're just kind of hopping around, looking at some different things. This one jumped out at me, and then we ain't got to land here. This is just headline jumped out at me. Meet Aberclam Lincoln.
Aberclam Lincoln. Is he kin to Abraham Lincoln?
A 214-year-old clam.
Oh my goodness!
Scientists in Florida have found.
That was going to be. I was waiting. That's why I didn't
was here?
speak. I was waiting on
did
that.
they like fish it out 114 years ago, and it's been here ever since?
Well, I'll tell you. I guess it's like a tree. They have layers of on their shells. They can count, I guess. Scientists in Florida have found a 214-year-old clam.
Aberclam Lincoln.
Aberclam Lincoln.
Okay.
Based on the layers of its shell. It's been alive since 1809. So they named it Aberclam Lincoln after President Abraham Lincoln, who was born the same year.
Think about this. This is a living a creature.
Right.
And it just sits there.
Yeah.
So it's just sat there for all these years.
Yep.
It don't do nothing. Just sits there. Right? Am I wrong? I'm
well,
not a clam expert.
They do things, I think, in their mind.
Do they?
I don't even know that they have a mind.
What is a clam?
You know
I don't even know what a
mean.
clam is. I mean, is it like an oyster?
Yeah.
But what do they do for 100 and something years?
200.
Here I am.
Count the rings.
How
Greg.
about this? Gulf Specimen Marine Laboratory said AmeriCorps member named Bland found it while walking with his family.
Wow.
Good night. They it says it's the type of clam that can live more than 200 years, and this one has, according to the layers on its shell that they can count. And it is 214 years old.
Greg, clams clean the water by filter feeding.
So they sit there and just suck water through them all day. Well, that's good.
Gotta have it.
It was born in 1809, same year as President Abraham Lincoln. That's why it's named Aberclam Lincoln. Y'all, it was born in 1809. I'm going to say that again.
Clams are shellfish that make up an important part of the web of life that keeps the seas functioning, both as filter feeders and as a food source for many different animals.
So mollusks.
Yeah.
He ain't no food source. Ain't nobody ate him in 200 years.
No.
Yeah, take that off his resume. He ain't a food source.
Well, I think he's thankful for that.
So you see the
if I could speak for the clam.
You see the little layers of the shell?
So he just sat there for 200.
That's how
I want to know.
They don't do nothing.
I want to know who
like
studied.
rings of a tree.
Where are clams? Are they like?
He's mad.
Didn't I see people like dig them up out of the beach sometimes?
Yeah,
or,
I want to know. Well,
I don't know anything about
Greg,
clams.
you look frustrated.
High pitch. Are you okay?
I've just never really sat down and
squinting.
Well, that's why this
it.
headline jumped out at me. That a clam's 214 years
Lincoln.
old. Yeah. Aberclam.
But again, on these tree rings and shell rings, I mean, who's the guy that got that right? Are we sure he's right?
I don't. Yeah, really. I mean, who knows that? I mean, that's
We're
true.
doing that now.
How do we know?
Well, I mean,
how do we know?
So 200 years ago, a guy, he wasn't able to study.
Yeah, well, guys, there's I don't know, marine biologists and things that kind of have an idea what's going on.
Most of their lives halfway buried in the sand of the seafloor or riverbeds. So he just buried in sand for 200 years. That's what he did. Good.
Mine, Speedy, I do get that. Okay, I don't want to downplay the work of people that can tell the age of a tree or marine biologists.
But
when you specifically give me a specific year when it was born, now you're getting out of hand. You're going too far with it.
It's not. I mean,
so we're supposed to believe that this clam was born the exact same year as Abraham Lincoln.
Well,
based off of the rings on the shell.
Yeah, I'm with you on
that. Okay.
Layers of the shell.
Straight. Let's just say it's an old clam, we think. It's got a thick shell.
Yeah, hey, I'm okay with you saying likely 200 years old. But don't be cute and say that it was born the same year as Abraham Lincoln.
They have two shells equal in size, connected by two adductor muscles.
I'm sorry, I've let Greg pull me in.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we got Greg already.
Powerful burrowing foot. They live in fresh water and salt water.
All right. Well, so y'all just poo-pooed all over this story.
It's
so y'all
not
don't
an
believe a
exact science. That's all I'm saying.
I agree.
It is. Well,
it's close.
I'm gonna say,
I'll give them that.
You know, there's a lot of stories that we just don't print and we don't even mention. This one jumped out at me,
guys.
This one, 214-year-old clam, it jumped out at me.
We got thousands of people that think Abner Doubleday created baseball.
Yes.
And we're supposed to believe that this clam was born the same exact time Abraham Lincoln.
Well, it's just a cool.
You ever eaten the clams?
I don't think I have.
I don't think I have either.
I mean, I'm an oyster guy. If you put oysters in front of me, I'll eat them. I don't necessarily if I saw them on the menu, I wouldn't order them. But if somebody's got oysters laying around, a couple crackers and some hot sauce, I'll go, yeah, I'll have one.
Yeah.
The only way I like to eat oysters is if they're baked and they put like a jalapeno on them.
Yeah.
Raw oysters, I don't see the point. There's no taste. All you taste is the hot sauce.
That's why I don't order them.
It says
It's
people
like a
in
big
the
snot ball.
Yeah.
Greg,
Yeah.
you just ruined it for everybody.
Yeah.
Well, that's what it. Yeah. It says people in the Northeast, up around Maine, Massachusetts. Okay, There we go. In that area, they eat clams just like in the South they eat oysters. And my dad said my Uncle Bob loved clams. You know, it says everybody eats
They're
clams
a mollusk
in that area.
It's a mollusk.
Yep.
We used to get mussels out of the river. We didn't eat them though. We fish with them.
No.
Fish for brim with them. See there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm like you, Hams. I mean, you want to say it's an old clam. I get it, but you can't zero in that it's the same year Abraham Lincoln was born.
Well, according to its layers, I guess they just
Did Abraham Lincoln?
I guess it had 214 layers.
Did he stop clam slavery too?
If you subtract 214, it gets you to 1809.
Did he abolish clam slavery?
If you believe that, fine.
I'm going by what
you
the
believe
story says.
anything, won't you?
They probably have a little bit better idea than we do.
Nah, probably not.
Let's take a
We
break.
can't figure out who invented baseball.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The smallest changes to your routine can make the biggest impact. And you don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase. Even the smallest things can be a part of a big change if it's something you use every day, like Raycons. Raycon is premium audio at the perfect price point so you can build great habits without breaking the bank. Whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds or low latency gaming headphones or a speaker with a battery that will last. Okay, so Speedy, do you have a tally on the procedures
I do.
and the current state of the health?
I do.
Yeah.
And I tried to take notes, so please correct me if I'm wrong.
Right.
Helmsy has had wisdom teeth surgery, 2 blocks, an appendix surgery, and gallbladder.
Correct.
Okay. Adler has had a wrist injury that required stitches because of a fall, stitches to the face, nose surgery, and has discovered he has high cholesterol.
Right.
Okay. Greg has had multiple skin cancer surgeries, Mohs treatment, that kind of thing. Some blood work he's working through, and liposuction for the show.
That don't count.
Yeah, okay.
I've had a vasectomy, 2 hernia surgeries, and skin cancer removed.
Now, you didn't write my vasectomy down. Was that
that's
just
okay.
because I wasn't put under, or
No, I can do that.
It's
Hold
a
on.
procedure.
Forgot about that one.
All right.
If they give you a Valium, it's on there.
Yeah,
Bubba
I took
has.
that,
Let's
sure.
see here. Bubba has had sinus surgery, 4 knee surgeries, 2 foot surgeries, heart stents coming up, multiple medications for blood work, lower back block, and veneers.
Veneers.
Wait, if we're going that route,
Are we
I've got a
gonna
couple
count
crowns.
You were probably put under for the veneers because you get put under for the.
No, I didn't get put under. I just had the gas.
Bubba, I have a question from a friend of ours
Yes.
that I would say is shaped similar.
Yes.
Says,
Hey, Jordy.
how much does a heart cath cost? What's the CT deal, and where do you go? My chest hurts, and I can no longer feel my arms or legs.
The CT scan, I don't know.
I'll tell you about
there's
that.
different places.
I know how to get that. I'll get that hand.
Quest Imaging, I know, has one at 119. I mean, just check with your general practitioner. They can tell you where you can get
I
that.
can handle him
It
on
costs $50.
Yeah, but you
Not
can't-
covered
just
by
like it
insurance.
said.
Depending on insurance, or that's just.
No, that's without. It's just $50. I don't think insurance covers it.
I don't think he can just request a heart cath, though, can he?
No. That's
not like-
you'd have to have something that's pointing you that you need something more to
So
do.
if your doctor recommends the scan and sends you there, does it cover it?
No,
it doesn't cover it. No matter. Okay,
you've brought up financial in front of us.
No. I'm just asking.
It's only $50.
I want to
Speedy,
clarify.
really, it's worth knowing for $50.
Well, I've had two of them.
They have some days, and I know when some of these places
for free, though.
Right.
When some of these places open, they roll you through there, and you get one for $50-$75. So,
Speedy, if you would like to get another free one, let me know, and we'll send you.
Okay.
But I mean,
that wasn't from me. Right. I mean, that was just to answer his question.
But what spooked
what was the other
what has spooked a lot of people is when I gave the example of the guy that all those tests looked good for him and he still had problems.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah. Rick has had a blood
was
clot.
there another question there I missed? What was it?
No.
Okay.
He asked about the heart cath. And I said, you can't just. I don't think you can just request.
No, you can't just.
And I can take veneers off yours. I didn't know.
I'm good with whatever the crew wants. If they feel like that's important.
All right, Rick, you've had a blood clot from TV falling on your leg.
But I had a sty on my eye too. Don't forget.
A sty?
You had a bicep tear surgery where you tried to throw a what was it?
Don't need to give all the details.
Over? Okay.
Yeah. Wait a minute. He went to the hospital. He got that moth in his ear.
Yes, he did.
That required an emergency room visit.
I took him.
Had to have a moth removed from your ear.
Moth removed.
How do you? What is there a name for that?
Moth removal.
Moth removal.
No, you know how medical they always have some name.
I know
for
it.
Removing an obstruction.
Actodectomy or something.
Removing an obstruction from your eardrum.
Cochlear moth.
Yeah, that's good.
Alive.
So that I mean, he went to the hospital for that.
I got it
in the
down.
show.
I got it down.
I dropped veneers, but I had the moth.
Thank you, Dr. Ledbetter.
I got back before the show even started.
Right.
You got to admit that's a pretty quick trip.
Right.
But a rush to the emergency room involving the show does count.
We had to go because here in the studio we didn't have the tools to pull that off.
We did not.
No, we tried.
All right, so we got blood clot from TV falling, bicep tear surgery, cyst removed, staff twice requiring hospital visit once, right? You stayed
twice now.
Twice,
Everybody
okay.
a couple times. They'll keep you with staff, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
currently,
at the level I had it.
And currently on cholesterol meds to lower that level.
Just started, and,
Okay.
and that was a big age moment when my doctor said, "Whatever side effect from this, well, you're so old now,
you ain't gonna outlive it.
It'll never come in play."
Well, I'm gonna add that to my list because that's where I'm gonna get that.
Speedy,
You don't know
that's a very good. I think this is valid for you and I because we're not at that stage yet where we're taking medication for these things, and I do think in the next couple of weeks as we go through these physical exams, we're going to be put on some kind of medication.
Right. We'll get our numbers back.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I'm fully expecting some kind of high blood pressure, cholesterol, something's going to be out of whack where I'm going to have to be put on medication. Are there side effects that you guys are noticing from taking these meds?
No. I mean, I the first time they tried to put me on them, I got cramps at night so bad I couldn't sleep, and they put me on a different one and it hadn't done that.
Well, that sounds nice, Rick.
Well, I said they had to switch.
Yeah, that is a side effect.
Yeah, they had to switch.
What's next? You want me to take some almonds and try them out?
Well, they It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. How are you? Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour starts now with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We'll unpack another one. Your phone calls will be part of it at the number I just gave you. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler are all here and ready to go. Tune in should be back up. And had to do a little change over there to make that experience better for you and easier to access, and we think that is up and running again today. But you get us there. You can get us on America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. You can also watch us on our YouTube channel. Eddie Van Adler has settled in for that. Watch it live and or archived, or catch that best of hour to see anything you may have missed on the live show. That's available to you. Also, podcast archives on your own time, audio only. They're also available for you. Some of our affiliates also give you the iHeart Radio option. You can listen to us on their app as well. So there's no reason you shouldn't be able to get all the Rick and Bubba you can stand. And as Bubba says, and humbly I agree with him, all we are asking for is 5 hours of your time a day. So let's get him in here, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Yes, sometimes we say what you're thinking, but you dare not say it out loud.
Yeah.
Most of the time it's Greg. But...
I lost and found and lost again to the honeysuckle blue. There they are, driving and crying.
Driving and crying. How many times have I done that? You know, I really should have joined the band Driving and Hungry.
Right.
Well, I hate to be hungry when I'm driving.
Oh,
you know,
boy,
and then you
sure.
can't find anything. You know,
no, don't have pizza in the cup.
I know it. I know it. You got to find something.
You got all kinds of issues.
Got to make it work.
I usually drive and cry on April 15th.
Oh, Rick.
Yeah.
You know, I'm still working on that. It's one of those things that's so depressing. It's kind of hard to make yourself do it.
Well, it's
like going to get a physical or something.
Yeah.
You know.
The price of everything right now, you're just like you can't even. I mean, you hear prices now, you're just like what, and then you turn around. The president talks about how great the economy is, and that this administration has done the best job anybody ever in the whole wide world.
Yeah, shocking.
Well, I think we've lived long enough, and we've digressed far enough. Honestly, I think no one has any issue on saying out loud anything. I mean, the truth is not even. Yeah, there was a time where there was some responsibility to tell the truth. I mean, and we all kind of shared it.
You remember,
and then when we started drifting, we said, "We don't drift too far." Now it's you can say anything. Yeah. I could literally sit here. We are living a time right now. I can literally get away with telling you I'm a dog.
You identify as one. Yeah.
And then everybody has to say, "Well, that's his truth." No, I don't know. You can't just declare that.
Yeah, you're right. You remember Bill O'Reilly used to have. He called his program the No Spin Zone, which I always thought was funny. And but after they have these big political speeches, and then they have the opposing view, and they have the spin room, where everybody's down there doing their thing. And, it's marketing and highlighting the good points is one thing, but it's got to a ridiculous state now that you just can't trust anything. And we've had to deal with a pandemic in the middle of all that. So
it's
what do you do?
Well, the whole
What do you
world.
do, Greg?
There was a time. There was a time when you strolled on over and you could see P.T. Barnum. He had it like he liked it.
Yep.
He had his ringmaster suit on, and you knew that when you rolled that way, that P.T. was having some fun at your expense, and he was trying to make you believe things that weren't true, and everything was over the top. I mean, it probably was never the greatest show on earth, but
Rick, he marketed it as the greatest show on
But you
earth.
knew
So-
that this was all. You were just going to be entertained, and so you didn't really care about stories and make believe and all that. But now the whole world's turned into P.T. Barnum. I mean, on things that are extremely serious. And by the way, I started thinking about that. I started thinking about the things that wokeness has destroyed, and as Dennis Prager said, everything the far left touches, they ruin. So they successfully defeated the circus. Didn't they? Beat Ringling Brothers.
Put them
didn't
out of business.
Yep.
Had been in business
Aren't
for
they?
over
Aren't
100
they
years.
no longer in business? There is
They're
no.
out. They're done.
So our grandchildren that have not been born yet, and yours they're tiny right now, and the little ones, Adler, your kids, they'll be the first generation that will not see Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey circus.
You remember we were kids, how
hundreds-
stoked we were. to go.
Hundreds of thousands of people will never see the circus because of libos and a few elephants.
Am I right on that? Ringling Brothers is over, right?
It is. Remember, they tried to run without the elephants, and it
just
didn't
didn't
go.
work.
Remember, Helms went representing the show. That y'all got to see the new and
Up into Chicago, I think.
Yeah, that's right. It was
Yeah.
Chicago.
and it just didn't take.
Well, go back to
Now
this.
we got a bunch of elephants at a refuge somewhere.
I will now
standing on their head.
I will now move forward and fill in the blank on what it is. Okay, I will use football as an example and some of the other things like that. We need to learn what we will now call the Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey lesson. Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey had to finally bend to the demands of all the change. And they thought, well, everybody will still come to the circus without certain elements, and they found out they won't.
Incorrect.
That's incorrect.
You took a good product and ruined it.
So if you
I
take a
don't
product
know.
and change it so much, people say, well, it's no longer the product that I enjoy. You can't just declare there's a football game and then I go watch it and it looks nothing like football.
Yeah.
Well-
I mean, eventually you can get the law of diminishing return where we won't come anymore.
Let me ask you this about the circus. Was it just the elephants, or did they have some of the other things taken out too?
Well,
I know
because
it started with
I can't
elephants.
believe the elephants was the only thing.
Well-
but once you cave to elephants, then
tigers.
they're going to
Tigers
go
are
down
next.
the list,
Then lions.
and then this, and then you can't do that. And the only one,
No
is it
animals.
Circus. Was it Cirque du Soleil?
Cirque du
Cirque
Soleil.
du Soleil. Now that's kind of like an acrobat show.
Yeah.
I tell you
it's
what,
not-
They have no animals.
that's Pink Floyd circus.
Yeah,
That's
it's
weird.
If you remember
It's
my
amazing some of the stuff they do. I will give them that, but it's not a circus.
Too weird to me. I
But
feel
you
like
hear
I'm-
me?
yeah.
It's not a circus.
Is there any
No, it's
circuses
not.
out there now?
You remember the one that used to come to Oxford Stadium
Yeah.
at King Brothers?
Some of those still exist. Something Brothers.
My clash with PETA that day when y'all sent me out and that lady was dressed like a tiger, it was because the circus was coming.
That's
town.
right. That's right.
I mean, that's why they were there.
Well, I think the bigger lesson
I love
is
the circus when I
something
was a
that's an icon like that. I would say this to Disney. I would say this
Mm-hmm.
to football. I would say it to whatever. You can take that product and woke it to the point that no one wants to see it anymore. You lose your fan base.
Well, how do we? They do that just by relentless attack.
Oh yeah.
Not even the numbers, but just the relentless. But normal people won't do that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not going to go out and protest something because I'm too busy working.
Yeah.
And they don't have anything else to do, I guess. How do they earn a living? Are they on some kind of government check or
Well,
something?
you have paid protesters too, so there's money in that. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
One more time, make sure.
They switch.
Oh, really?
What is it?
What happened?
You can't whisper, Bubba.
No,
was talking about
I was
side
asking
effect.
Greg about the side effects or something.
Oh, you
Have
talking
ever
about
seen it
the
happen?
blood pressure medicine?
Yeah,
Oh,
'cause
I know.
sometimes it'll make you feel a little
I know that side.
Pressure gets too low.
listless.
But I think that problem's gonna be resolved when they unleash that blood flow, though. Coming up next Friday.
I currently have good blood pressure for some reason.
People are saying I should add Bell's palsy to mine, but that's when I got hit by the door. I hit and my face got kind of jacked
Was
up.
it a problem?
Did
or
it have
not?
to be treated?
No, I never. No. I just had funny
It
face, and
wasn't-
y'all thought it was funny.
It was hilarious.
Yeah, and y'all claimed I had Bell's palsy, but they said I didn't.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's a Rick and Bubba. Let me set it up for you here.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
In 2015,
Yeah, that's it.
Fox and Friends co-host Pete, I'm like you, Bubba, Hegseth,
Yeah.
Hegseth, I don't know who that is. Went out to throw an axe during a Flag Day segment.
Mm-hmm.
He missed and hit a military drummer.
Boy, did he.
Who was behind the target.
Oh, home arm.
And this drummer, Sean, we're watching it right now. This drummer has now filed a lawsuit against Fox and Friends and this host, saying that Fox showed negligence. He has suffered pain, disability, and disfigurement from the injury. Do we agree with that? Let me see it again.
I don't know about all that.
Let me see it again.
Not a good setup. Not a good setup.
No, you shouldn't be behind.
I don't know what they were thinking.
Who's got people behind
the axe throwing board?
Who sets up the drum corps behind the axe throwing board? That doesn't even. Who does that?
Rick, he said that the producers told them to stand there. He also, if I understand this right, he said that he had been ensured that there would be no axe throwing where they were, and was asked to stand there. And he was hit. He was hit pretty hard. I know when you look at it, you think, well, is that hard to hit or not? But an axe coming end over end. Now, this is a big one with a long handle with double edges on it. Hit him in the arm. He said it messed up a lot of things. Disfigurement, loss of use in some cases, and left him unable to work. And I think he was a fireman, right? Is that what he was?
Do y'all think it really caused all that?
I don't know.
Much stuff. I mean, it's bad.
He's a former West Point. He's a West Point drummer. He went to West Point and has
drum.
It looks like to me, but I mean, he wasn't sliced by the axe. It looked like that the blunt part of the axe hit him.
Now here's the deal: very dumb setup.
No
Whoever
doubt.
thought that was a
No
good
doubt.
idea does not have a very well thought out process to look around and see what can go bad.
This is what he had said in one of his social posts. He said, "I am thankful to God that the double-sided blade only hit broadside on the outer elbow with significant impact, and I had a couple of cuts as it fell along my wrist. Could have been much worse or fatal, focusing on full physical and emotional recovery."
No, that thing could have went end over end and hit him right in the chest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Look,
I feel like he's exaggerating.
Yeah,
I mean, I think he got hurt, and I think it was a dumb thing
but
to
it,
do.
it didn't look like nothing wasn't healed up in a week.
Yeah, it sounds like to me he's exaggerating.
He suck it up a little bit.
I could be wrong, but I mean, it just to me it'd be like me saying because he didn't get sliced by it. Seems like to me it'd be
can't work. Is that what he says now? He can't work.
If a hammer hit me in the arm, it would hurt me, and I might be hurt for several days.
But permanently,
he just said it forced him to take time out from work and other activities because of the injuries.
Well,
and may force him to miss more time in the future.
Pay him for what he missed.
I think he thinks that he can get some money out of Fox News.
You need to pay him for what he missed on work if he missed pay. If you want to give him a little pain, whatever.
Yeah, he's one of the lead drummers too, as we talked about in the Hellcats.
I think we're exaggerating.
Big candy. You talking about a big candy?
I think he's a big candy, and he thinks he can get money out of Fox News.
Yeah, probably a Democrat.
Now, was it stupid? Was it stupid of Fox to put the drum corps there and throw axes toward a board they're standing behind? It is.
And I'm sure we had a meeting. Right. Whoever was in charge, who thought this was a good idea.
Yeah, I see.
Let's discuss why.
It's one of my favorite. I love to always think about the conference room setup, and everybody's in there. And I said, okay, now we had yesterday a guy in the military drum corps hit by a double-sided axe, and this happened because we had a guest on the show talking about axe throwing at a piece of wood with a target on it, and we put the drum corps behind the piece of wood we were. 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us. The old Rick and Bubba show. All right. So let's talk about the hilarity of what we've been talking about. And Greg, I promise you I'm not going to go on a monologue on this, okay? Because I felt more freedom the day you weren't here on Friday.
Oh, I know. I know where you're going.
But anyway, so we know that do I have it right? Is this weekend we're going forward an hour?
Mm-hmm.
We're going back to daylight savings time this weekend. Is that correct?
We're springing forward.
Do I have that right?
Yeah. Overnight into Sunday. Yep.
Listen to the hilarity of this. Gosh, this is so funny. So, the Sherry Burgess, my lovely wife. So she has an automobile that none of us can figure out how to reset the clock.
Oh boy!
Now, also, and we had this happen yesterday when I had a fork of food coming to my mouth at a lunch that I was going to and meeting a friend for us to discuss something we needed to discuss, and I get the call that happens a lot with this car. Is for some reason my wife, and I love her so much, and yesterday I think I heard her finally maybe giving into this. I don't know why she will not set her in-car lights to the auto position. I don't know why. I don't know why there's such resistance to that. I don't know what she thinks will happen.
Now, what light are you talking about?
You know, when you open the doors and you have the lights inside.
Oh, okay. And they come on.
You know, there's an auto setting.
Yeah,
so if you shut the door, no matter what, they go off.
Right. Yeah.
Well, she will never set it to that, and she'll push the lights because they're the kind you push and they come on.
Okay.
And she leaves them on all the time, runs her battery
This
down.
is a woman thing.
It happens
because it happens to Amanda too.
It happens all the time, and I'm like, baby, I'm a forgetful person. I have no credibility getting on anybody for being forgetful. But if you'll set that to the auto position, that won't happen. And when you open your door and you're looking for stuff, your lights will come on, and even when you shut it, they'll stay on for a little while, then they'll go off. When you're manually turning them on and off, you're just setting yourself up for this. Have you had the same speech?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What is it with
I've had to
are
charge
women
batteries
resistant?
and jump people off because of this.
Well, it happened yesterday. Hey, my battery's dead. I went in and I guess I don't know what she was looking at in the car in the day that she needed her lights on.
Did she use a garage?
Yes.
Sometimes they pull in a dark garage and that's.
Of course, this time she was trapped in a place that big lift couldn't get anywhere near.
Oh yeah.
To jump off. I mean, it couldn't have been. It's almost like if somebody said, "Hey, I'm in a really big truck and it's kind of lifted off the ground and it's really hard to make sharp turns with it. Would you put my wife's car and her dead battery somewhere there so it would be impossible for me to get to it? So it would literally be like me trying to take an 18-wheeler to a Starbucks. Could you please set that up for me?
I had to buy one of the portable deals that you could charge you can charge a battery or jump it off, but based off of what you're describing.
That's right. Yeah.
Then I thought I was going to be able to, and I thought this has been around for a while too. And I'm certainly not a mechanic, but I do know this. Then finally I get oh, wait a minute, there's some ladies here that are also here. They have a car, and it's close to mine. I think I can just use theirs. Oh, no, go ahead and come on because we don't know which one to use. We're afraid we're going to blow the battery up. I said, yeah, nobody knows red's positive? And then the black
is
a
quick Google anyway.
I said it's the ground, or put it on the negative. Silence. No, just come on.
You got to be careful.
We're not comfortable with this. Okay, fine. I'm coming. All right, so we get that done. We get the car jumped off. She said, well, it's good because I need to get my car serviced anyway. Now, here's what I love.
It's good.
Yeah,
it's good.
It's
glad
good.
it happened.
I'm so thankful it happened because I'm
the attitude.
Well, you now just follow me to the dealership where I can drop it for its service and then take me home and then, of course, take me back. So anyway, so I'm sure let's ride around together. Let's go cruising. So here's what was hilarious, and I love this because we get this a lot. Anytime I complain about how ridiculous it's become to set a clock in an automobile now, and I don't know, it's like we've catered to people to the point now that people who could just read something are not allowed to just have something written. Yeah. It's got to be symbols and all this kind of stuff. And so anyway, so I love this. The person with the car's brand logo on his shirt, okay? She pulls in, she goes, and please, for the love of all that's good and kind, you see where this is going, will you please set my clock? And the guy says, let me show you how to do that real quick. It's really quite simple. He couldn't do it. Oh. He sat down and started trying to figure it out, and he's like, well, you know what? You're right. I have no idea. I mean, just leave it with us. We'll figure it out. So as soon as we get out and we get into traffic, of course, it has to be located in a place where it's almost impossible to get out and go left.
Yeah.
So I get out in all the traffic, again, big lift kit and all this kind of stuff. And about the time we get turned, she goes, well, I told them to go ahead and set that clock. And I said, you talking about today?
Oh,
and she said, yeah. And I said, baby, this weekend that clock will be wrong.
Oh, my.
And she goes, you know what she said? I've never heard her say it. You can't have nothing. You can't even have a set clock. So now I said, and I know this didn't happen. I know it didn't happen. She goes, well, I'll call them back and tell them, go ahead and set it for daylight savings time. And I said, well, why don't you just call them now? No, I got to do this. I'm over here doing this. I'm returning this text, and I'm doing this. You think she ever called him back?
No.
Anybody think it happened?
No.
Get a hand up if you think it happened. There's not a hand in here. And so what's going to happen is
You got to figure it out again.
right now, sitting in the garage, that clock is going to be wrong as of Sunday morning.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then we're going to be right back in that same situation again.
You can't.
It's just
You really can't write anything that good.
No, isn't that great?
What I love is chasing clocks that some auto set and then some don't, and you're trying to remember which ones you got to go do manually.
Yeah. And it's
That'd be fun.
Yeah, in this one, of course, it doesn't auto set, and I've never successfully found where the clock is. She hasn't either, and apparently the guy with the logo on his shirt couldn't find it.
Oh,
I love when he was going to give us a lecture on how simple it was, and then he couldn't do it. That moment made my day. I mean, that's one of those where I was glad I was allowed to see that.
Yeah,
and
kind of made you feel better that
you thought when I was driving around, they were still keeping around with it, trying to find out down to the clock. So
I wish I could have seen Big Lift Kit trying to get in and out of there.
If you could have seen Lift Kit trying to jump that car off, it was the most unbelievable. Seriously, let's go back to Ringling Brothers again, because for some reason today we're going to do a tribute to them. It would be like there was something that was available for a border collie, and somebody said, "Well, all I got's an elephant." And you're like, we don't have room for an elephant here. We need a border collie. Right. Now a border collie can get right to this. And then you got some elephant out there trying to push sheep, out of a barn.
Yeah,
I mean that's what it felt like.
Did you have to stand up on your front tires, or did you need a step ladder to get into there?
It never happened. I used that other woman's car and jumped Sherry's car off, but I showed them how to put the jumper cable, which I thought she knew.
Yeah.
Apparently, I failed as a husband. I didn't know my wife didn't know how to jump the car off.
Okay.
Well, if you don't do it a lot, it's kind of scary. You got the hood up and everything going on.
Well, you've heard the horror stories about people being blinded and all this kind of stuff.
They can. A battery can.
Yeah, it can. Of course it can. Yeah. But you think to yourself, well, why would I chance that if my husband's almost here?
Yeah. Let him be blind.
Then it dawns on you, I'm your husband. You're like, we're still not safe. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. Anybody think that clock's set for daylight savings time? Anybody? No. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The accent. Yes, sir, that's what happened.
And don't envision a giant target.
No.
I mean, you could look at that and go, hey, you could miss that.
Now, it was a very bad throw.
It was.
And we mentioned this.
And if he'd used Brooks Burgess's form, this would not have happened.
He didn't follow through. The follow-through killed him.
No. He did say, and we did mention this, but he said that leadership told him they weren't going to be throwing axes, and we did mention that. He thinks that the anchor kind of went rogue and decided to throw it live.
Probably. We would do that.
And that's why the producer said it would be okay for them to stand back.
That makes more sense.
We would do it.
Yeah. So I don't know.
No, go ahead and throw it.
Throw it.
So
Greg,
does he have a case?
Hit the target.
Does he have a case or not?
He has a case
He'll
that,
get a
that they got
settlement.
him hit. I don't think he's as injured as bad as he's acting like he is.
His lawyer knows a number that they'll settle.
Yeah.
And he's going to shoot for that.
But you know what? Whatever happened to the day of my bad?
I just don't think he's that hurt. I'm sorry. I don't think he's that hurt. I just don't.
I do not think.
My bad.
I do not think he's hurt as bad as he's acting. Should somebody say he should have? It's reasonable for him to think he shouldn't have been hit with anything. That's reasonable. I don't know if there's a check with that though. I mean, don't you just want to? I think he's exaggerating the damage because he's trying to look reasonable asking for a check.
Yeah.
I think he thinks Fox News has got money and he'll give him some to go away. That's what I think. It just doesn't look like. I mean, he was hit and it hurt, but he's not the rest of his life affected by it.
I don't think so either. I don't know.
I mean, I've been hit and fell down, things run over. I mean, that's Greg's been hit by a truck.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, Bubba, we have a wacky world.
How bizarre.
Start the hour.
How bizarre. How bizarre.
The headline says it all, Bubba. The headline says it all.
Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. It's making me crazy.
To stick her head into one of the truck's tailpipes, couldn't get her head back out. We have a package full of
No, it's just we just looping video of the firefighters going to cut her out.
It's a country song made in heaven. You got girls, trucks, and beer here.
There it is. And her head is stuck in the tailpipe and cannot get it out.
I can only imagine she's probably going to be cited for underage drinking. Also, I would imagine.
No, that's already in.
Yeah, that's already happened.
That's a go, my friend.
Yeah.
What other things did Caitlin Strom do before she got to that point? I don't think she started out with this. She probably did a few. Hey, watch this.
I'm telling you.
I think I can do that. Come here, big guy. The whole run through things before she got to this. Don't you imagine?
One thing that I don't think any of us ever want to see, the girl later posted a photo of herself holding the dismantled tailpipe on Facebook. And, Bubba, I'm reading directly from her Facebook here. Yeah, I'm the tailpipe girl.
Oh, wow.
That's me.
What you know about it? So,
I don't know if you want to go by that.
Nope.
Probably not.
I don't think. I just want to tell all the young women out there listening.
Probably not.
Do not adopt the nickname tailpipe girl.
No.
No.
If you hadn't seen this story, you just don't know what to do with it.
Right. Just stay away from that. Not. But only the times we're living in. Think about the times we're living in, with social media and narcissism run them up. You would think that one of the things that could defeat narcissistic behavior would be everybody's looking at you be an idiot.
Yeah.
But I guess I have to be looked at even if I'm an idiot.
It doesn't matter.
You would think if you ever got drunk at a country music festival and was stupid enough and drunk enough to stick your head in the truck tailpipe and get it stuck to where the jaws of life have to free you, you would think that you would want the fewest amount of people to know about this, and you would do everything you could to keep anyone else who wasn't there to know about it. She posted on Facebook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There it is.
Here I am.
Yep, I'm the tailpipe girl. What you know about it? What you put on it. That is, that is.
Proud of it.
Yep.
All right. So at what point does it get so bad that firefighters are there? All right, the firemen there cutting you out, because there was a time I would think, and I don't know how long, I would think maybe 30 minutes where they try to get it out on their own.
What's a long time?
And she's hurting, and at some point somebody's pulling on. She's like, wait a minute. And it's pulling on something. I don't know what's going on, because it looks like she's almost like she's stuck from the ears up. So it may be
try to grease it up?
I got to go back to Bubba's original comment. What in the world? What was going on in this scenario?
I know.
That led to.
Oh, I know.
I'm now going in. I'm now sticking my head in the tailpipe. Was this some sort of was the truck running? I mean,
hopefully not.
Because hopefully not. I
I don't think you could get your head in it.
I got to ask a question.
Hey, 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Teaming up with the show, and we are thankful to have them with us. MyPillow.com/Bubba, and they've done it again. They're known for providing you, of course, all-night comfort. Now they've expanded their success to also provide us with all-day comfort, too. How about men's athletic T-shirts, Greg, as low as $9.99?
$9.99.
Bubba, men's Pima. Is it Pima? P-I-M-A? Is it Pima? Is that how you say that? Pima?
Pima?
I'm not.
Speedy probably knows.
I'm not familiar with this term, Pima cotton.
But it's got to be good cotton, Rick.
Mm-hmm. Right. But I don't know any other
stuff.
How else do you spell P-I-M-A? Pima? Pima? Anyway,
it's really good cotton.
Yeah, the cotton cargo pants are just. Really sometimes I notice the folks at MyPillow will go over our heads, telling us things about the products, and we're like, we just don't know if they're comfortable cargo pants, are they?
Really good cotton.
Yeah. What is it?
It's Pima. I think you're right. Pima.
Okay. All right. So the Pima cotton cargo pants are just $26.99. Men's athletic shorts $17.99. Ladies, listen up. They got you covered head to toe too. They've got the Pima cotton pants for you, $17.49. A women's button-down long-sleeve shirts are just $13.99. Two-piece rib tank set, just $29.99. And also their new MyPillow smooth toe socks. Loving those. I don't like for my toe to feel trapped. And if you want the no-show, the low-cut, or if you're like us, you're bringing back the knee-high, they've got them. Also quarter and crew socks, too. Seamless toe, fitted, durable construction that won't bunch up like ordinary socks. You will love these, and they're all 30% off at MyPillow.com/Bubba. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find it all, including the new MyPillow 2.0, buy one, get one free, under the sponsors button. All right, so Bubba, we love this kind of stuff.
Rick, you can't make this up.
Just
I assume this is accurate. It's from PragerU. They usually do a good job on this stuff. When you start looking into your DNA, and you start looking into your genealogy, you got to be careful.
Yeah,
because there may be things in your past that you're not aware of that may not be. You just need to be mentally prepared when you go fishing in that pond. What could come to the top? Okay?
Yeah, and I don't think any of us can be held accountable for people that are our ancestors. We had no control over that.
No,
I think
I don't think so either.
I tell you who said this, and his name was Martin Luther King Jr.
Right.
I think we all want to just be judged on our current character, don't we?
And I've always said too, and I do believe this. It's fine to remember your history or your past, but don't let it limit your future by getting too far into that and trying to make that part of your future, because sometimes that doesn't. That's not a good road to be on.
No,
you know. Right. So we have Angela Davis here, and according to the description here, she's anti-white reparations advocate, and
she is anti-white and a reparations.
Correct,
she's not
yes.
anti-reparations, right?
She's anti-white /
got it.
reparations advocate, and she learned something about her past. Here.
Okay, here we go.
Any idea what you're looking at? That is a list of the passengers on the Mayflower.
No, I can't believe this. No, my ancestors did not come here on the Mayflower.
Your ancestors came on the Mayflower.
No.
You are descended
No.
from one of the 101 people who sailed on the Mayflower.
Oof. That's a little bit too much to deal with.
For those of you who don't know her, that's Angela Davis, one of the leading evangelists for anti-white racism in America, and a professor who also has endorsed the idea of reparations. And as you can see in that clip, she's quite taken aback when she discovers that not only is she the descendant of someone who was a passenger on the Mayflower, but she finds out later in the episode that she's also the descendant of a slave owner. It really makes you wonder, all of these people hooping and hollering about the need for reparations might want to take an ancestry DNA test before staking their entire career around the issue.
And that was C.J. Pearson adding his commentary at the end.
Good night. She shows who she is. Wouldn't you almost be relieved that my ancestors didn't suffer? She acts like it's a bad thing that they didn't.
Well, Greg,
no.
It's going to knock the block out of her
But
soapbox.
I'm saying that shows you what she's really.
Wow, that's a great point,
thinks.
Greg.
It is a good point. She's not relieved that her ancestors did not suffer through slavery. Right. She's upset because now she may be writing a check to somebody.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow. Right. I love seeing it on the screen in the subtitles, but I loved hearing oof, OOF, oof.
Yeah.
That was her response. Oof. Yeah. So see. We've said this all along. Look, I appreciate the sentiment at the heart of it all. We all want to see justice done in our lifetime, but this attempt with presentism of going back and trying to make current people pay the price for people of the past, this is the kind of problem you have. Our past and the way people married and produced offspring, and it's a rocky road, a slippery slope. It's hard to be consistent.
How you're ever going to fix that? But the alternative is to see what we have that is positive and move forward with it.
And look, what I say next, I'm saying I don't have any opinion on this, but I don't know if I mentioned it on the air or not, but it ties into this again. I remember talking to the missionaries, actually pastor and church planter John and Avril Thomas from South Africa, and of course, just think about it. their whole deal with apartheid, that was in the 90s before all that got resolved, okay? So it's really new to them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're dealing with the how do you make good on those who were mistreated by apartheid, and it's a mess even when it wasn't that long ago. And she asked a legitimate question, and I was talking to her about the new movement of reparations here, and she said, well, didn't the people who were affected by it, weren't they given 40 acres and a mule? And I said, yeah. And she goes, well, whatever happened to the 40 acres? Did they not pass it down through their families? Weren't they given reparations? And I honestly, it threw me because I really hadn't thought about that. I was like, because since it's new to them and they see it going on where people's farms would be given to other people because, not because you did anything wrong, but people your color did things wrong.
Right.
And, keep in mind, it seems like you would always want the people who actually did something to pay a penalty for it, not people who may be the same color people who did something. Mm-hmm. And what we're trying to do, as it was pointed out by Dave Ramsey, was the first one I heard say it. I'm sure others have. You got a problem when you're trying to get people who never were slaves to get checks from people who never owned slaves. That is a really problematic mess, and you just saw that with Angela Davis here. Even she now does not qualify to say anything about it, because if we're talking about our ancestors, her ancestors owe people money, or reparations. But what I'm talking about, what was asked to me about,
she shouldn't have. You know what I'm saying?
But the South Africans, though, asked a question: weren't those slaves given reparations when they were freed? Weren't they? Didn't they receive something?
Yeah, that was my understanding. I don't know.
Yeah, and though, so I don't know. I'm not as well versed on that as I should be, but I could see if I was her why I would ask that question.
Right.
And but anyway, even if all that still wasn't enough, or it was still awful, and I'm sure it was, but you're going to have a hard time getting people who just have the same ethnicity in general. As we found out with Angela Davis, you may have more. You may not. Your ethnicity may not be what you think it is, and that happens a lot. By the way,
we're all mixed a lot more than what anybody wants to acknowledge.
Yeah, what's being attempted here is nothing but chaos, and it really can't be done, and it's going to be a mess. Yeah, because it can't be done, and that's unfortunate because I understand the sentiment, but the implementation in current day. This presentism just doesn't work. Mm-mm. It's just too complicated. It doesn't work.
Yeah. And then what will presentism? I can't say that word. Presentism. What will it be like 20 years from now?
Right, 20 years from now. Yeah.
What's it going to be in the future? Because once you start, it's going to continue.
Well, I'm going to tell you what it's going to be. I'll tell you one that I can see in the future. Down the road, all these children that have been mutilated over this transgender stuff, they're going to be some messed up adults, and they're going to be saying, who did this to us, and how could this have been done to us as children, and we want reparations. That's one bunch that's going to be down the road. I promise you that.
Yeah.
Well, they may need to sue somebody.
The people responsible
they may have a case.
Available to pay for that.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So, 15 minutes to the top of the hour. But the point of it all is, to us, we look at, rightfully so, at what happened to people of color in this country, and we think, how could anybody have ever thought that was okay?
Yeah.
We're going to feel the same way about what we're doing to these children in the future. We'll go, how did y'all ever think that was okay?
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Your ancestors came on the Mayflower.
No.
You are descended
No.
from one of the 101 people who sailed on the Mayflower.
Oof.
Guys, would you get your head out before you call firefighters?
Yes.
I'm getting my head out.
I would walk around for 3 days with a torn tailpipe to where I went raging bull.
Yeah.
Pulled the tailpipe off, walked around with it on my head. Everything would be exhausted.
Yes.
Before
Or
anyone, I would do whatever I had to do to get my head out of it.
Imagine tearing the hide off, pulling your head out of it.
Oh, yeah.
Your forehead just skin.
And that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that that might have been some edges to it, and it might have just been grabbing her skin, and she couldn't pull it out. But I'm pulling it out.
I'm like y'all, though. At what point are you looking at the truck and go, I think I can stick my head in that tailpipe?
I don't know. What finished second?
Yeah. It was between the tailpipe.
Yeah, or, I don't know, licking a chainsaw. I mean, what's next? I mean.
Good gracious. I mean, we got volunteer firefighters out there. Now, you know that your dad being a retired fireman, the calls that came in.
Seen it all.
Oh, yeah,
I can only imagine.
You wouldn't believe what
this one here, this one's talked about.
I guarantee you he didn't have to deal with this.
It has been viewed by 2.2 million people, or 2.2 million
Which
times.
says a lot about our society.
How much alcohol does it take to get your head stuck in a diesel pickup's exhaust pipe was the one written on Facebook by one person. 2.2 million views.
I bet you she exhausted everything before she called him.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, yeah, that's the last call.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's so.
I guess we're going to call the fireman.
What
gets to that?
You think somebody knew a buddy that was a volunteer fireman?
Probably. They called.
Hey, I called my buddy. He might.
On his personal line, said, "Hey,
She
let
does
me give
that.
you this scenario."
She does that and acts like it's stuck. And then what is the word that she gives her friends? Hey, I really can't get my head out.
Yeah.
But slurred.
Straight up.
Mm-hmm.
Straight up.
I can't. My head's stuck.
Straight up. I can't get my head out.
Ten minutes to the top of the hour. All righty, so the ongoing story out of Atlanta. So looking at this is what they call it on the street. They call it Cop City.
Yep.
This is a training facility for policemen outside of Atlanta. Is that correct? Now,
Yes, the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, and they are building this facility.
Building it.
They probably have used it to some degree in the past, but they're actually making it official now.
Yeah, I have no memory of talking about this on the show. I don't know if it was I wasn't here or it was a kickoff hour or whatever, but Speedy says it's already come under some sort of attack from environmentalists when they were building it, right? Because they were knocking down wooded areas or something?
It's a little area, and I think one of the protesters was either killed or injured, and that's what we had covered just briefly.
It's 85 acres in DeKalb County.
All right.
And they are going to spend about $90 million on it as a training facility.
Mm-hmm. And now the latest, which is the current story, 23 are now charged in the clash between protesters and police at Future, as you said, Bubba, Atlanta Public Safety Training Center site. So now who's burning it and bombing it? Is this Antifa now, you guys
I think
said?
they got some.
Are these the anarchists now?
I know the people, they detained 35. I think 23 have been charged, but of all of these that they're bringing in, Rick, only 2 of them are actually even from Georgia. So this is a lot of
this is their
folks
job.
coming in from somewhere else.
Look at that.
And they're we see 2, I guess, officers in training. Are these?
Well, they're guarding the gate, and they're
These are
being
guards.
bombed with
Talk about training.
fireworks.
Yeah, you have to admit this is good training.
It's a very good opportunity to train some police officers.
Yeah, they're calling them agitators or whatever you want to call them.
So
they
this is like
destroy
fireworks.
multiple pieces of construction equipment by fire and vandalism.
Oh, yeah, they hit them.
Multiple law enforcement agencies deployed to the area and detained several people committing the illegal activities. 35 have been detained so far. It says here the officers exercised restraint and non-lethal enforcement to conduct the arrest, but for some reason I had to put that in there.
I tell you, the guy whoever's trying to lock the gate's having trouble.
He's having a heck of a time.
Them bottle rockets are tearing him up.
Can I tell you what this is based on having a locked gate?
It's coming from across the street.
Yeah, it is. They're behind the there. You see them all over there. But the when you lock a gate, though, I've noticed since I have to lock gates, sometimes your lock. Oh no, now the guys come, they got to open it again. But sometimes your lock will get rusted and you can't get it to lock.
You got to use the key.
Yeah. And so it looks like they're having that problem.
That's exactly what it is.
But, a little oil on that thing.
Yeah. Trying to push it.
But I mean, I know that this would be the end of time, and like Speedy said, we have to put in the article. But honestly, when they're all gathered up like that behind the fence that has the green tarp on it, if you just lob something over there that was kind of explosive, it would solve the problem. If you just send one over there into that mob, I promise you, the rest of those who have their black mask out that are anarchists, that came all the way in, like you said, from somewhere else, they would go, that last bunch that went up there, they launched a bomb in the middle of them and blew them all up. I don't think I'm going to do this anymore.
Yeah, I'm not that worried about this facility.
I think I'm going to take a pass on this. Let's go protest something else.
So isn't it kind of funny, though, because this is an aerial footage of those that tried to disrupt the Antifa / agitators or whatever. This is, I guess, some footage of them coming
like
to the gate.
That's that's heat signature.
Yeah. How about this? Opponents of the training center have been protesting since 2001 by building platforms and surrounding trees and camping outside
get you a closer look.
at the site. They say that the project would be built by the Atlanta Police Foundation. It involves cutting down too many trees, that it would be environmentally damaging to
about
that
85 acres.
I'm confused. And are these still the environmentalists that have been trying this since 2001, or is this anti-police people? What are they mad about?
Well, I don't really know, Rick. I think a lot of it is just Soros
looking for anything
agitators
to hang their hat on.
That it started out as environmentally protesting and damaging of trees, and many activists also opposed spending so much money on a police facility that would be surrounded by poor majority black neighborhoods in a city. It's one of the nation's highest degrees of wealth.
If I
inequality.
Right. If I was,
that's what the article says.
I thought the whole goal was so we could train the police to be better.
Right.
And avoid these situations.
Right. Well, the thing is, though, but again, all this, what I'm trying to figure out, I understand all the things people get mad about. So is this current bunch, is this all just a montage of I'm mad about trees? I'm mad about is this that new?
I think it is.
I think so.
The new I don't like the police.
I think you're there.
Is that mixed in? I don't like. I want to save trees. And
It's
then
a buffet, Rick, of all of that.
And I showed up and says, well, you think you hate trees. I hate the police. Oh, so is it the police that's knocking your trees down? Let's all get together and let's all just be against this. And so at the end of it all, we have a bunch of anarchists, no matter what their motivation is. And they needed to be They need to be treated harshly, and it needs to be swift. It needs to be severe, and it needs to be consistent, and this crap will stop.
Correct.
And if you continue this, let's not make anybody mad on how we keep them from shooting fireworks and throwing, I can't say it either, these explosives at us. If
Greg.
If you want to
Molotov cocktail,
Molotov,
also known as gas in a beer bottle.
Right. So they keep throwing these things at us, and so we're to the point now we would rather have law enforcement get hurt than to look mean. And let me tell you this, if that's our plan, then no wonder this has drug on since 2001.
Right.
Because let me tell you, if I was in charge, this would be solved, and it would be solved quickly. And at the press conference, I would answer the questions directly. And if people listen, the people that don't like you, you can either have your new police uniform on fire and them not like you, or you can have this cold and them not like you. They're not going to like you either way. So do what has to be done to secure this facility and tell everybody to have a Coke and a smile.
You're all over that.
And until we're willing to do that, then let it drag on. And you get what you deserve.
They're destroying a lot of this equipment that's there working. I mean, these things are $200,000, $300,000 pieces
then
of equipment.
shut it down.
Well, I know. That's what I'm saying. I don't
y'all
know
have
why you don't round them up.
In y'all's article, you have the arrests being made, and 2 are from Georgia, but you've got Colorado, Indiana, Virginia, one from France, North Carolina, Arizona.
You have to break their
New
will.
York.
You have to break their will to continue. You have to break their motivation and their commitment to this cause. And until you do, they'll keep doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Once they start firebombing, all bets are off.
Yeah.
Okay, you've brought this on yourself. You're throwing explosives on top of police officers.
If they're holding up signs, then leave them alone.
Yeah.
But if they start throwing explosives, then it's over.
Don't the critics say police need more training? So, okay, we're going to build up a training facility.
You can't make them happy. You build a training facility so we'll have better trained police, and they burn that down. You can't have nothing.
You're right, Rick. I think it started with environmentalists, and now the other bunch has moved in, and now it's just a whole group.
Is this the bunch that the police shot one because he pulled a gun? Started shooting at
and
him?
that's the original story.
If I don't want to get shot, I don't pull a gun and shoot at police.
That's right.
Your chances of being shot by the police go way down.
Right.
If you don't point a gun at police, they go way down. The odds are just incredible.
If I don't want to be injured by law enforcement, then I shouldn't throw things or shoot things at law enforcement.
If government cannot provide law and order, it's no good at all. That's the first thing it has to provide.
Thank you. Top of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, you could have eaten better meat. You could have enjoyed it, and it could have been shipped right to your door, and you could have been helping local farmers all at the same time. And you're like, Rick, what did I miss? Well, let's resolve that today. You need to now start getting these delicious proteins from our friends at Moink, M-O-I-N-K, moinkbox.com/Bubba. That's the URL that we want you to use, because if you do that now, you're going to keep American farming going by signing up at moinkbox.com/Bubba, and we're going to get you free filet mignon in every order. You get free filet. No matter what you order, that's thrown in at no charge to you, and you get to do that for a year, and it's the best filet mignon you've ever tasted. But this is only for a limited time. You're going to have grass-fed, grass-finished beef, lamb, pastured pork and chicken, sustainable wild-caught Alaskan salmon, all shipped right to the door. And let me tell you, it is the best pork. If you're Gentiles like us, it is the best pork that you have ever eaten. You might remember when they were on Shark Tank. and Ken O'Leary said that it was the best bacon he'd ever tasted. And also the Ring Door founder, remember him, Jamie Siminoff? He was also there, and he invested in Moink. That's how delicious this is, and it's done the way that if you have grandparents or great-grandparents who were farmers, that's the way they did it, not we're getting stuff from the way China does it. Okay, so go right now to moinkbox.com/Bubba. Get that free filet mignon in every order for a year and taste some of the best meat you've ever tasted. At the same time, you're helping the American farmer. moinkbox.com/Bubba.
He actually finally responded to my text. I sent him. I'm like, Skeeter, really?
I know.
He was like, man, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, well, and I'm telling you, I think that's twice in a row. I think 2 years ago he did the same thing.
I believe you're right.
Calling you Skeeter, same thing.
So
does that ring a bell?
Is he doing it?
Yeah,
he did. Is he doing it again now because he did it then, or he just cannot remember speed?
He cannot remember it because when he first sent me the text about should I check with Skeeter, I thought, well, he's making fun of himself and he's having fun with the fact that he called Speedy Skeeter 2 years ago, only to discover that he was calling him Skeeter for real again.
That's funny.
And when I realized it was true is when he said, I've looked, I thought I had his number. I don't have Skeeter's number. And I sent him the contract. I sent him the contact that said Speedy Wilburn. And when he saw that, he's going, well, no wonder I couldn't find it. I was looking for Skeeter.
That is too funny.
Rick.
I know.
Speedy, I think I tell him get it right, or you're going to make him eat a grapefruit, peeling and all, from Andy Andrews.
Yeah, we got Andy Andrews coming by. Hey, Mr. Energy. And he'll be here. And this is the Traveler's Summit, the remarkable sequel to the Traveler's Gift.
He'll fire us up today, kids.
Look, I'm telling you, Andy will absolutely. All right, here it is. Dave Ramsey describes Andy Andrews as a life whisperer.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't want you to call him a motivational speaker. You do realize that.
I know.
So I never know what to call him. So
I think he's just glad we call him.
I am too. Yeah. So because he wants to, I know a noticer is also a title he will receive.
Right. If you have a traveler that notices or a noticer that likes to travel, you got you something there.
Well, because he does have books called The Noticer, right? And there's Noticer series,
right?
And then the traveler and the noticer though aren't the same thing, right?
Not unless they travel while they're noticing.
Does the traveler notice things? So
I'm not sure, Rick. Really, I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Look, he's been called into, and the results are in some of the biggest companies in the world.
Mickey,
I was gonna say motivate, but did you almost call him Mickey?
Yeah,
Andrews?
I did.
Yeah,
I did.
But because
Andy.
If I said that he motivates these businesses and motivates professional teams, he didn't want to be called a motivator, right?
Yeah, but look, all said and done, Andy is one of our favorite people.
Fantastic.
And I love getting to spend time with him.
Yeah,
he's a hoot always.
So what here? Maybe I think I may have it down.
I like when he's kind of talking about something. He'll just go, "Hey, here's the point in this."
Well, that you're gonna get that today, I promise you. so 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba in our 30th year, baby. Still here. Still here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba all in the mix. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It's the little party we call Rick and Bubba, where common sense takes root.
Yeah, update on the story that we just gave you, a little added information.
Yeah, Rick, one of the people detained or arrested in that was a lawyer for the Southern Poverty Law Center, the SPLC,
Okay.
and has been charged with domestic terrorism over the violence that broke out in Atlanta on Sunday in relation to the protest of a planned training facility for police officers in the city. And the Southern Poverty Law Center has confirmed that. This is a Fox News story. An employee at the SPLC was arrested while acting and identifying as a legal observer on behalf of the National Lawyers Guild, the NLG. The employee is an experienced legal observer, and their arrest is not evidence of a crime, but of heavy-handed law enforcement intervention against protesters, according to the Southern Poverty Law Center. Of course, we all know what they're about. And, Rick, it didn't look like that was being heavy-handed toward protesters when they are firebombing police officers.
Yeah, it's tough for law enforcement to look heavy-handed while you're firing.
Yeah,
upon
you're
them
gonna have to get up earlier, SPLC, to spin that one.
Yeah,
because you're domestic terrorist is all that was.
Right. Yeah. There you go.
Again,
Again,
I hope they're charged and prosecuted with the full extent of the law that they went after the January 6th protesters.
like I said, if they want to use the legal system, they want to stand there and protest, they want to hold signs, they want to chant, leave them alone. You start throwing fireworks and bombs and anything that is aggressive toward law enforcement, then they will be aggressive back. That's you got to know that going in. So there's the update. Someone was arrested, and they are tied to that, the Southern Poverty
Law Center.
Yeah. Also, a Vice President, Kamala Harris, update. Once again, the libs love to spin stories that you're kind of like, hey, well, before we hear this story from her, weren't most of those on the right just called Republicans when Kamala was little? Were they called conservatives? I don't remember when I was a little boy ever hearing the word conservative.
The Democrats were a lot more conservative.
I know,
too.
yeah. But here's our vice president wanting to take us back to her childhood today. The far left, they struggle with their fantasy stories, but we'll see. Everybody sing, everybody say, hey! Kamala, Vice President of the USA. Kamala. So here she comes. Bubba, she remembers as a little girl asking her mama about why we dislike conservatives. Here we go.
Yeah, I don't think that was probably the main title they were going by then.
I don't recall that.
I'm going to share with you a very simple story, which is that I went home one day and I said, well, why are conservatives bad, Mommy? Because I thought we were supposed to conserve things. I couldn't reconcile it. Now I can.
So good. Isn't that it?
What? They just make up anything.
That didn't happen.
No.
That did not happen.
Why are conservatives bad? Where are you learning this?
Mommy, why are conservatives bad? I thought we were supposed to get Now I understand. What are you?
Cackling? You talking about old Cackle?
That didn't happen. That didn't. When I was a little boy, I never heard the word conservative.
Didn't care, Rick.
How old is she? Is she our age?
I want to know when's the pop.
She's younger than us. I'm 5'8". How old is she? I'm 58. I don't know who she is. It doesn't matter. But I guess it doesn't matter because I want to know if we were little children around the same time. I don't remember even hearing I heard
She's
Democrat.
58, Rick.
Same age. I heard Democrat. I heard Republican. I never heard conservative.
And I didn't know what they were or cared.
Rush Limbaugh's first person taught me the word conservative.
I think the first time I heard conservative and liberal in any kind of context was probably about 1980. When Reagan ran, and he really brought back conservatism as a is more of an underpinning for Republican values.
You speak of Renardo Maximus?
Yeah.
Didn't you love when Rush would call him that? That is funny. Or Maximus, I can't remember how he said it, but it was in there. But yeah, I just got to tell you something, and Greg, you've taught me this, and it's ruined my life to some degree.
Sorry.
Is to look for cues when people aren't telling the truth, and she had every one of them.
Oh, Rick, she checked them all.
I mean, just that whole awkwardness.
Yeah, awkward laugh.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
we
God.
know
Overdoing laugh.
Calling saying mommy while you put yourself there as a little child.
Yes.
Yeah, we know she's a laugh ender. We know that, but she's gone to this hysterical, like, just it's not a laugh. It's a
cackle.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
maniacal.
It is. That's the word. All right. So next, we were wondering. We were wondering, and I think the View has set a record on the studio audience wearing masks the longest.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So here is Whoopi.
They probably wish they had cotton for their ears.
Right.
Amen.
Well, I think there were some. They said some of the men kept theirs on because they didn't want to be recognized as being there. But anyway, so here's Whoopi noticing that the audience doesn't have masks on anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
It's not always easy because people don't always accept it. Look at y'all sit up here with no masks on.
I know. It's the first day.
Wait a minute now. So I'm talking, and in my mind I'm going, what is different about this audience?
See people's
happening? And then it hits me. No mask because I saw your smile and I saw your teeth. I was like, great. Well, yeah, we're getting back to where we were. But in any case.
Y'all a little late to the party.
A little late to the party.
For a year.
I can't even remember the last time I've worn a mask.
Unbelievable.
I don't know where mine
I
are
was at the
anymore.
doctor's office
Thank
with my
goodness.
dad last week or whenever it was. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
They're still requiring
I told
them
you
now.
I guess
And not
whenever,
all doctors.
whenever
No,
Super
they're
Bowl
not.
Sunday was.
Cardiologist did, but
the 1st of February, or I guess it was the 10th, somewhere in there. Whenever Super Bowl was, I went to the hospital and they even had signs to wear them, and nobody had them on.
Yeah.
And no one told me to put one on.
Right.
And mainly because we have studies that now that doesn't do any good. But yeah.
Whoopi went on to say, I didn't feel superior to you audience members for some reason, and I couldn't figure it out.
That's funny.
I don't like it.
Well, let me ask you this. Why?
That's good, Adler.
It's just so strange that they've held on this long to it.
Oh my God.
And the fact that the audience has them on, but the hosts do not.
Didn't make any sense.
It's
None.
a class thing. It really is a class thing. You
We're
see
a
this.
little more important than you. We don't have to wear them.
Yes, you see that at these award shows all the time. People on the red carpet, no mask, and then all the people behind them with clipboards and stuff like that. They have their masks on. They like it. They like a stratified, structured society, and they pretend they don't, but they do.
You're right. So let's throw that. Yeah, as long as they're in charge, they love tyranny. Let me say this. I went to a restaurant last week, and I can't remember what day of the week it was. Maybe I can't remember. But anyway, so I noticed that this particular restaurant, and it's very well known. It's a chain, and they've got them all over the country. And they still had us not using the menus. However, if you were going to drink alcohol, I noticed the drink menus were still on the table, but the food menus were not. And you had to look. And I was okay. I thought to myself, well, maybe they just don't want as many menus on the table. And I was just about to be okay with it. And then when I looked, when it's instruction to me, if I wanted to see the food menu, they said, "Are you ready? For the safety of our employees, safety." So they're in danger if I use a food menu as opposed to doing the QR code. That puts them in danger. Is that something they just left and forgot to take off the instructions?
Yeah, probably so.
I mean, because I thought, who am I putting in danger?
They would have reprinted them, Rick, but they can't get anybody to come to work.
Right. Yeah. For the safety, and people all over the place I look, we're going, where's the menu? Well, we're still doing this. Yeah, unless of course I want to get tanked, and I guess y'all are. Is this putting y'all at danger? Oh, the drink menu over here. I mean, what do you mean danger? Well, who's putting you in danger? A menu puts you in danger. Now, let me tell you, if I was at a restaurant, what I would never want to associate the two words, danger, in my menu. I wouldn't want those two to be associated.
Yeah.
So I just thought that was just really weird. And I also hear that there's in the entertainment news I heard last week, Whoopi's contract may not be renewed. That Whoopi and her agents basically saying, "Yeah, have a Coke and a smile. Y'all can't do this without her. Y'all gonna pay her when I say, and y'all know you are."
Wasn't Barbara Walters the original host on there?
Right. But there's some murmur that Whitney's not going to be. Whoopi's not going to be renewed. Phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba.
What I'm saying is, does he go into corporations, to businesses, and then write books for people to teach us how to notice things that need to be addressed? How you like that?
I like it.
I like that.
I like
that
it a
to
lot.
Me, I think that I may be.
Sometime
I may have it now.
Sometime Andy's messages are so deep that I can almost get lost in it. I have to really be careful.
Yes, I enjoyed them.
Yes,
there's never been a time I didn't enjoy them.
Right. I was saying that kind of it's on me.
Right. No doubt. So sometimes I think you and I, and I'm gonna say me. It's not fair for me to, make you.
I think you can lump me in. You're all right.
Is that sometimes maybe we lack the depth sometimes to fully get all the sustenance in something that maybe it's just too deep for us.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think that's
right.
I think that's.
I'm saying that.
I think that's a fair statement.
Right.
There's probably reasons for that, but I think it's a fair statement.
What I'm saying is, one thing that you is I've always said when and he's a great communicator, but I've tried to say about myself, not about others, but about myself, don't make me work real hard.
Yeah.
Go ahead and just point me to what I'm needing to take away.
Yeah, because I think it all goes back to what time you get up and how long you've done it and how it just shaves. It's just like a razor just shaving years off your life.
How about this? I love the beauty of a back road. Love the beauty of a back road. But I usually get on back roads when the destination is of no concern to me.
Right.
Meaning I don't have to be there at any certain time.
Got it.
Sometimes, like when somebody's trying to get me something I really need, I'd rather be on the highway, the interstate, because I know it's a straight shot to the destination. Does that make sense?
Yes, I got it.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong. I understand the beauty of a back road. And I can enjoy that if I'm in that mode, meaning I don't really care where I'm going. I know I'm going to get there, but I can enjoy the ride. But then there's times you just need to get there. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Sometimes it's about the trip,
Mm-hmm.
not the destination.
Right. And then other times it's totally about the destination.
Yeah.
Just trying to get there.
All it matters.
We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yep. Here come the people. And let's go. We got lines available for you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Make comments, ask questions, bring information to the table, not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. The buzzer rules the day. At the end of 30 seconds, your time on the program will close. Another person will get an opportunity. This is the opportunity for a lot of you to get in here. Here we go. We're popping away. We go. We're moving. Our tempo's up. Get your thoughts together. As soon as you hear hello, you're on the Rick and Bubba show. And if I say your name, something or close to what your name is, and then that's your time to go. And you want to give us a 30-second comment. No shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, nothing like that. This is questions, comments, information, and here we go. And because we're trolling, that allows you an opportunity to move through the line quicker. And because we've gone 10 lines ablazing here in Rick and Bubba land, it's also a bigger sample of people, thus easier to get in. So 866-WE-BE-BIG right now. Let's go to Eddie, Birmingham, Alabama. 30 seconds. Eddie, go ahead.
Hey, I got two things. I was going to see what your comments were on it, but talked about leaving your car interior light where you won't turn on and off automatically.
Yes.
The automatic air conditioners, when people don't use those, it's almost like adjusting your air conditioner in your house up and down. Drives me nuts.
Oh, yeah.
In other words, you like
And
for
then
you
the
to set it on a temperature and then let the car decide what it needs to do to get to that temperature.
Oh, yeah. Set it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm a yes on all that.
Except when I get in, it's real hot because I'm going to turn everything wide open and cold as I can get it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and then so you do have.
I
to,
just feel better when it's doing that.
In Alabama, that doesn't work that great because you can go 24 hours and the temperature swing.
The automatic. So what he's talking about
Yeah.
solves that because it'll put heat on or cold.
Right.
It's going to get it to the temperature you set it.
And he's just saying you got to be patient.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The problem is if you're on the sunny side driving, you're burning up, and if you're on the other side, the shady side, you can be freezing to death.
That's true. Yeah, I have found that this thing of two different people sitting in the front seat doing two different worlds, that does not work. I don't know who thought that would work. You're too close together, it doesn't work.
Well, it's a good try.
I end up having to put mine on
It does not work. It
then-
sounds good, it just doesn't do it.
You got sunny side, shady side. Then you got male and female to consider. Then you got people on blood thinners.
Right.
So you got the full. You got the
You gotta
full
take the
gambit.
sink off.
Yeah, I've learned just like the house I live in, my automobile temperature is whatever she wants. And it's we live in their houses and we ride in their cars. The only time the car is the temperature I want is when I'm in it by myself.
That's one reason we've been a big advocate for equal rights.
That's correct.
We'd like to have them.
I know. Blake in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Blake, go ahead. Blake?
Good morning, Biggins. How are you?
We're good, man. Go right ahead.
Otis?
Question of the name or?
Oh, sorry. Let's go to Shane in Georgia. Shane, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, so would you rather have listen to Beth Bowen call a football game?
No.
Or Kamala Harris for 30 minutes?
I got to go with Kamala Harris.
I'll take Kamala. I'll take the VP.
I got to go with Kamala Harris.
I would too.
Yeah, because at least
what about as far as the anarchist goes, Rick and Bubba, how do you think this compares to end times, and what would a civil war look like?
Look, I don't think you're near to that level. I think you have a very few people who are just criminals that want to act up, and they look for any justification to do so. And people seem to get in this thing. If they ever see one person break a window, they all think they can break a window.
Yeah.
And if you're, this has been my thing all along. If you're working, if you're providing for your family, if you're contributing to the population and society, you're too tired to go out and get in mischief like that.
Yeah. I think, to your point, the one thing, and again, we don't know the timeline, I know it's in Matthew 24, and I think Mark's covering of this is also maybe Mark 14, around there. But there's no doubt that Jesus is saying one of the markers for the birth pain to be looking for is he says lawlessness will increase. As we get closer to my return, lawlessness is one of the things he said to be looking for. It will be on the increase. Now, what does that mean on the timeline? Who knows?
Yeah, and to the scale you're talking about.
Right.
This is getting media coverage.
Right.
Like, say, 23 people arrested, 35, were detained. So you're still talking small scale here.
But
I agree with you, Rick. It will, but I think it'll be on a much grander schedule.
It's only going
scale.
Well, that increase means it'll get worse.
Yep.
Let's go to Kevin in Huntsville. Kevin, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. How's it going? I was wondering, Rick, how did you know you had staph? What caused you to go to the doctor?
Well, mine was pretty simple. I woke up on staph 1. I had almost like a rising on my face, and then when you'd push it, it was really, really sore. And as the day went on, it got larger and larger. The elbow was the same thing. I mean, after I got back, my elbow began to swell and be red.
You hurt your elbow?
Yeah, and so that's how. So soreness to the touch and really red.
Did it feel like there was a fever in it? Yeah,
kind of like a fever in it.
Yeah. Hot.
You can mistake a rising sometimes for staph infection, but so have it checked. If the rising doesn't get any better and it seems to be getting worse, it's probably staph. Sadly. We continue. Let's go to Anonymous in Columbus, Mississippi.
Oh, this ought to be good since they're anonymous.
96.1. Go ahead. Welcome.
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking my call. Just wondering if y'all have any personal experience or any friends, family, since y'all travel a lot, any trouble with Verbo or rentals through Verbo? I've heard of some scams.
I've never
vacation by owner.
Yeah, I've never used those, so I have no experience with that. Adler may, I don't. Bubba, do you? I don't.
No, I pretty much stay with the mainline stuff. I'm not really big on the Furbos and.
Yeah, I've never used VRBO before. I've heard good things about it, but I've also heard of bad things. Just like on Airbnb, you want to check the reviews, make sure there's lots and lots of consistent positive reviews that seem like they're typed by a human being, not by a robot.
Yeah.
Helms?
I've actually used it several times, and I've had no issues.
Okay, no problem.
Just
Okay.
like any other,
yeah,
rental, it's fine.
Yeah. Well, I just don't do the Airbnb because I don't want naked pictures of me to be on the internet.
Well, we had a we had a right, yeah, and nobody else does either. But no, the one, we had a story. We didn't do it, but we had the story yesterday. Sadly, that a child died of fentanyl poisoning staying at an Airbnb.
You believe that?
And it was on the sheets, or they don't know where it came. It was on something, and it killed the child. So that'll be a mark against Airbnbs there too.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Probe, and oh boy, it's a nasty, and it's one of those things as citizens of the country, we want to believe, and I know it's naive to believe that an agency like the FBI would be the closest thing to non-political and unbiased as we could find. Not so much. Now the president is responding, and we'll hit some of his tweets here.
I'm like you, Rick. I don't know. Maybe it's the way that I grew up. Maybe it's the way I look at being an American. I want to believe that the FBI and the CIA and the NSA and all of these groups that have initials that keep us safe are the good guys. They wear the white hat. They do the right thing. They don't take the shortcuts. They follow the law. They're proud to do that. It's harder to do it that way, but they do it because it's the right thing to do. That's the America I want to live in, and that's what I want to think. And I base that, as I told you and us both, we know people who work in these organizations, so I've always felt that way about them because I knew they were top-notch people. But when you see these kind of things and what's going on, it's just very, very disturbing. And
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What's Santa Claus bringing you this year?
I know. And
but anyway,
well, I was a good boy.
You're right.
And I think, and maybe this is going to happen, I don't know, but I think Jeff Sessions, who, through all this with Trump, I know, and I've told you, and I've defended Jeff Sessions because of our experience with him. He believes in the rule of law. He's just not, even though he might want to do something. Hey, Charlie, he may want to do something. He's going to do it the way the law says it has to be done, even if it delays doing the right thing, because there's a process. And I think he has an excellent opportunity here now to take this IG report, and he needs to gut several layers of the FBI, beginning at the top. And just like you have to take a skin cancer and cut it off till you get down to the good, he needs to do that. I hope he's going to do that and restore confidence in this organization that we have to have confidence in, because it is clear by this that at best they have lost their way. At worst, it could be criminal.
Right, and we'll see. But I agree with you completely. What I'm hoping, and again,
and it's just hope
that Jeff Sessions, all the scrutiny he's been under, all the pummeling he's taken from the president as well.
Yeah,
that he is going to show well. And I'm just talking about personalities, that Jeff Sessions will say, I realize I've been scrutinized, but I'm going to do things the way that I think they should be done, regardless of political fire I get, regardless of a president that will go off half-cocked on Twitter about me. And what I've actually done is showed some class, some level-headedness, and actually I'm going to operate the way the government's supposed to operate. And now that I do have everything that my department would need to prosecute people and to change things, I will now move in and show that I actually handle things the right way, not the wrong way, and here I go. Now, I have no idea what he's going to do. I'm with you. I'm just kind of thinking you may see that Jeff Sessions actually has just sat back, kept his mouth shut, even took criticism from the president himself.
Oh, yeah, harsh criticism.
But is actually doing things the way they ought to be done. "35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number. Thank you for being with us as we work our way back. So yesterday, we had stories from the weekend we were going to cover, and I was actually on my way home yesterday, and I thought to myself, you know what? We never covered Flagg Mountain. And that was a story, Bubba, you had. I don't understand what it is, but I would like to hear that today if I could.
Well, Rick, I had heard rumors of Flagg Mountain, but I had never been there until this past Sunday.
Okay.
And
beautiful day Sunday.
Boy, it was. It really was.
Mm-hmm. Where we live.
Flagg Mountain is in the Weguffka State Forest. And, I had been around Weguffka before, which is, a lot of people don't know, Rick, Indian for muddy water. And
of course, I knew that, but thank you for letting everybody know.
Because I know your heritage.
Right.
So, I've had some dealings there in beautiful Weguffka before.
You have?
Oh yeah.
I don't know that I ever have. Is there a casino there?
No. And
that's Wetumpka. I'm sorry, it's Wetumpka.
Yeah, it's a different thing. But I did not know Flagg Mountain was so close to Weguffka, and generally, and I'm using broad terms here, it's between Sylacauga and Clanton in our state. Okay.
Oh, okay.
But let me tell you, she's out in the woods. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing really close by.
Right.
And it is technically the last mountain in the Appalachian chain that is above 1,000 feet. It really falls off after that.
Done your Flagg Mountain.
Well, there's a lot of things to read about Flagg Mountain. It's FLAGG Mountain, two G's.
Mountain,
okay.
Mountain.
Mm-hmm.
So this thing was originally built back with one of the Works programs back in the 1930s, and it was going to be a state park and a big deal, and it was kind of centrally located, so they were really going to fix it up. And it got cut short because of World War II, and it stopped. And there's been 2 or 3 times that they wanted to build it back up and get it going, but it had been lying dormant like for 22 years
This
at one
thing?
point. That is the fire tower, or the tower on top of Flagg Mountain.
Mountain.
But it has recently been reopened, and they have built some cabins up there that you can rent. They're I think technically primitive cabins, which means no water, no electricity. But it's really a beautiful place. And the way I ended up there, you'll enjoy.
Well, you know
this.
that's my next question.
Yeah.
What
yeah.
in the world are you doing there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah, what happened?
ham radio operators.
There we go.
Have a thing. It's twice a year now, called Field Day, where they go out and they operate totally off the grid. They have to use battery, solar power, or generators, and they communicate for a 24-hour period. A lot of them, it's a competition. You know, they see how many contacts they can.
But I
get.
would also think training.
It is. That's exactly what it's for. It's training for the big one when the grid's down, the cell phones are down, and all that. And they've done this, since, probably Marconi first had a spark gap. So
right.
It's been going on a long time. But the local club at Lake Martin Lake Martin Amateur Radio Club was looking for a spot to hold Field Day, and usually they do it out at different locations, and they do different places, just for training, and they like for people to come by and see what they're doing and all that. So we were kind of just looking at this as a potential site for Field Day. And I wanted to go because I'd never been to Flagg Mountain. And you know how I love mountains, Rick. Anything with trees, I like going uphill and checking it out.
Right.
So we go up there, and it's amazing. I was kind of shocked how that was that close, and I didn't know that much about it. But there's several places. There's where the cabins are. There's a pavilion up there, and then you have the tower on the very top. Well, we were told you couldn't drive to the tower, but you can. There's a parking lot, and then you see the tower up the mountain.
Up the mountain.
Up the mountain, and I was guesstimating that it was maybe a mile up the mountain, maybe. And there was a trail that went up to.
You were guessing.
Yeah,
it was a mile.
It's strictly
hoping,
strictly a guesstimate on my part.
Mountains have an incline.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, there's a road that drives to the top of the mountain, but it was blocked off. It's chained
That's unfortunate.
off. Yeah, very unfortunate. But there's a parking lot down, and then this paved sidewalk that's going up. So I thought, well, we'll give it a go and see. And there's a couple of the members that maybe are not as physically ready to go as say some of the athletes in here.
Where would you?
And we're talking about me.
Yeah, I was about to say, where would you fit in this bunch?
I would be one of them that needs a chair to sit in every so often, like Jim.
Right.
But so we do have the president of the Lake Martin Amateur Radio Club is a doctor.
Of course he is.
So
he's from Lake Martin.
Well, no, I mean he's a local there, Alexander City. So,
sure.
But I thought this is a great time for me to walk up the mountain. I've got a doctor with me. I got my own physician walking with me.
Can I tell you what? That's
Don't
good
you think
thing.
that's a great idea?
That's fantastic.
Because if I go down, I know that he will know what to do.
That's the guy you want to walk with.
Yeah, as opposed to, maybe some of my friends that would just roll me down the mountain and go, well, he didn't make it.
Right, yeah. You don't want that.
So
and they were probably going up because they want to see that tower.
And when you're looking up a mountain, you can't see the trail.
No.
You know what I mean? Because it's flat.
Yeah.
Your angle to see it's not good. So we start up, and this trail goes over and back and over and back, and it's back and forth. Now, there is a part where you could just walk directly up through the woods, but being that it was 85 plus, I wasn't really wanting to go right out through the woods without my snake boots on.
Oh, here you go.
So I stayed on the sidewalk.
Because snakes don't get on those.
Well, at least you can see them.
Right.
You got a fighting chance.
And I'm sure they've got record of just numerous snake attacks up that trail.
Oh, yeah. You never know.
Greg, you of all people should know about safety.
Right.
So we're walking, and Rick, this sidewalk just keeps going back, and it's weaving its way up the mountain. And what I think should have been about a 1 mile hike ended up being at least 2. maybe more. I don't know. I didn't measure it. But just based on the amount of air I was trying to breathe when I got to the top of it, it was a lot further than I thought it was going to be.
Well, I will tell you that when you take the word mile and throw it around, it's further on a hike. A mile is more of a clip than you think it is, especially if you're going uphill.
I tell you what got to me too. This is the very beginning of the, what do you call it, Greg? What's the trail? Pinhoti Trail.
The Pinhoti Trail.
This is the trail head for this, and it goes all over the place. Mm-hmm. So there was all kind of people out there hiking. Oh, yeah. And they had these big backpacks on. I mean, I saw women, 2 of them walking up, and you think, well,
a couple of chicks.
See Varvatos?
Yeah. Well, you just all kind of folks.
Running up it.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, surely I can walk to the fire tower.
I know.
Surely.
Oh, I fall victim to that before. Don't ever look at other people and judge yourself by them if they don't look like you.
But we get up there; it's a beautiful view. Now, I didn't go up in the fire tower because I was completely winded by the time I got to the base.
Did you ever?
Did
you ever get in trouble a little bit and think, well?
No, I stopped once or twice. Just to.
Did you want to turn back?
Well, I didn't want. I didn't want to press Dr. Mike. I thought he might need a break.
Right.
Okay.
Thinking of others.
I wanted to stop.
Did you stop the group though? Like, hey, hold on, guys, hold on.
Well, there was actually, I guess, 3 of us walking up together, and
the key is find somebody else who wants to stop as much as you do.
Well, I did, and one of my friends is that way, and he had a chair and was stopping, and once or twice I told him once or twice. Well, he had like a folding chair. He was carrying with him on his back.
Okay,
and
just so he could stop and sit every now and then.
Yeah. And,
on this trail?
Yes, and I told him, I said at one point, I said, I'm about to sit in your lap.
Okay. Bubba made a note. Next time I go, I'm bringing a chair.
Yeah. You get to the top and you look down, and then you can see the trail.
Yeah.
And I mean, it is back and forth and back and forth. So, beautiful spot though. I was impressed with it. And then we start to come down, and we decide we're going to walk down the road that was blocked off.
Okay.
And no, it was like a sure enough photo.
Right, yeah.
And that was, to me, was a much easier walk down than that back and forth stuff.
Okay.
I wish I didn't know about that to begin with. But now I've been both ways, and I know what to do.
Yeah.
Next time I go up there, I'd prefer that chain be down and I drive up there.
Right.
That's what I'd really like,
yeah.
because there's a parking lot up there too.
If y'all have a field day, which I guess you're planning, you're going to make sure that chain's down?
The chain will have to be down.
Get you some good boat cutters, buddy.
But Bubba, this could be your new cardio routine.
They got a show enough chain. It's a cable across it. It's a show enough cable.
Yeah. This could be your new cardio routine.
Well, it was a good start. I'll say that.
It's called Lose Weight at Weagufka.
Weagufka weight loss.
So next time, he said he took notes. Snake boots and a chair.
Yeah,
well,
that's right.
It's
and a truck.
That's why you're there.
It's
and
really,
a helicopter.
It's really pretty when you get up
and
on
a chain
top.
that's easy to break.
Yeah. And even where the cabins and all that, it's really nice. I mean, I like being out in the woods, but I was surprised. I was pleasantly surprised about Flagg Mountain. I had no idea.
Right. Yeah.
Been by it probably a dozen times and didn't even know where to look. Didn't know it was up there.
That's so good, Adler.
What was it? What did he do?
I've never
got him on the trail.
I've never heard that even that location in my life.
Yeah. Well, I think they've upgraded a little bit, and they're trying to build it up.
When you first said I went to Flagg Mountain, I thought, gosh, I hope he didn't go to a gay bar. Well, and then I realized it was Flagg. And no, when I first heard it, I was like, he's been to Atlanta. And I didn't. And
I didn't know if it was you or Greg would go there on that. I knew one of you.
Yeah.
would.
Well, that's been in my mind for about since yesterday and through the bit today, and I was like, I'm not going to go to that joke unless I get one more shot at it. And doggone it, you gave me a shot.
The Pinhoti hiking trail also goes down the side of some major highways, which I was shocked. Mm-hmm. I'm like, that doesn't seem like where I'd want to hike next to a highway.
No.
Rick and Bubba.
I know he believes in the law, and I hope that something will be done. I think the confidence in that branch there's going to have to be something major done to restore that to average Americans.
So
what did Trump say?
The president will go with the one that pretty much sums it up. That first one you were throwing up there. The IG report is a total disaster for Comey, his minions, and sadly the FBI. Comey will now officially go down as the worst leader by far. There's that little Trump ad in the history of the FBI. I did a great service to the people firing him. Good instincts. He's calling good instincts on himself.
I know it.
And he says the guy that he's got in there now will bring it back.
Ray.
Yeah. So Christopher Wray will bring it proudly back. We'll see if that's true or not. But so you hear what he said? He said,
"Well, he's right.
He was worst by far in history." And what I did by firing was showing good instincts.
And see, some of the heat that has come out of this Mueller investigation has been because he fired Comey and the way he did it and all that. But it really looks to be justified now. And even some of the other people who are being chewed up in this thing, like McCabe, they were the ones saying that Comey needed to be fired. They based it off one of McCabe's emails that he sent going, hey, this guy's protocol is shot here.
And Trump also taking on our FBI lovers, saying that headed into the Clinton and Russia investigation that he texted his lover, Lisa Page, in the IG report that will stop candidate Trump from becoming president. Doesn't get any lower than that.
Really, I know
what a terrible text.
We all have our opinions. We're all entitled to our vote, but FBI agent investigating that case don't need to be texting that. Sorry. Yeah, it don't wash, guys.
Yeah, the American people are supposed to pick presidents, not the FBI. And
Strzok, the
agent, we can't live in that country.
No, I mean it's not like he's pretty big, had a pretty big part. I mean his job was pretty important inside the FBI. It's not like it was just.
But see, here's the thing you got to look at, and we said this about you can say this about anybody when he's in this position of leadership. Regardless of what you think, see, people think people's character and their integrity, and even what we would say, even to the point their morality, it doesn't matter as long as I can get the job done. But the problem is, if I will compromise my marriage and I'll compromise this, you got to watch me because I've already established that there's certain stopgaps that I don't adhere to in my personal life. So it could be that will also affect my professional life.
Absolutely.
And I know some people think, and I know that, there's certainly examples of people you say, hey, just get the job done. But when you get into things about like this, if I know that I can look my wife or my husband in the eye and tell them one thing and live another, well, then when I'm at the FBI or at the corporate office or certainly at the church office, I'm probably in that position you put me in too. I've already established I don't have any problems doing sinister things and lying and saying one thing and living another, right? I mean, you're doing it in one part of your life, so you may do it in all parts of your life, or are certainly susceptible to doing it in another place of your life. So, so this person is very high-ranking and was dirty. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's just the American people cannot have these kinds of agencies trying to undermine the people's voice and trying to affect elections, but for their political or whatever gain.
Well, what is the big topic now? Russians tampering with our election. I'll submit to you guys, and it doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat in this. I think we can join hands. The FBI and the way that Comey acted in the press conferences he held affected our election more than any Russian did. So compare what we're doing with both sides of that.
Stop.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes now to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Relief Factor. You know what? I love hearing from all of you out there that are benefiting from Relief Factor because I am too. I mean, let's see. All right, let me I'm looking here. It's always interesting to hear from all of you about how it's working. I was just talking with a friend of mine. I mean, I've got some Relief Factor ambassadors out there. If you just bring it up, Doug Travis is one of them. Yeah. Everybody's favorite landscape architect. I mean, he'll just run out screaming, "Quick, take a pack!" I mean, he loves it. He said it changed his life. And if you have not started on Relief Factor, there could be aches and pains that you're living with that you don't have to live with. It's all natural. You can take it every day, unlike the over-the-counter stuff. So Relief Factor, I take one before we start the show every day. Then I take another one when I go to bed at night. And then if I have something that I maybe overdid it, or down at the farm I got in a little over my head on some work, or maybe I was trying to do a little better, and I made a little move there, I got a little tweak, I'll put in a third pack in the middle of the day. These 4 botanicals, they've been researched for years, and we know that as individuals they help the natural inflammatory response that our body was made to have. But then together, they seem to be able to do even more. So hopefully, like the majority of the people that get the 3-week start pack, it'll work for you like it has for me. $19.95 gets you 3 weeks, and inside that 3 weeks, you'll know whether it works for you. So go to ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, a couple of sports stories today. Where do we start?
Rick, we have several. Let's start with baseball, then we'll move to football. Did you see Boston Red Sox infielder Justin Turner?
These things bother me.
He needs 16 stitches after he was hit in the face by a pitch during Monday's spring training game against the Tigers.
We have the footage. And, these things, man, they're hard to watch. Yeah, they really are hard to watch. Oh, my goodness.
Matter of fact,
oh, good night. Oh, man. I mean, we all know how hard those guys throw.
Wow.
And,
forehead.
And you wear the helmet, but there's still places that are not protected. And, buddy, it found one, didn't it? Mm-hmm. And they said 16 stitches.
Yeah. He's been released from the hospital.
Man,
of course, being looked at for concussion and all that, but 16, yeah.
Wow. Oh, man. And that's one of those things, like you said earlier about something we heard, it just makes you're nauseous. Yeah. As soon as you see it, it just makes you sick.
And nobody hates it more than that pitcher, too. You can see he quickly went to his fingertips to figure out, what happened there.
Just got away from him.
Of course, he has to act like he don't care. That's just part of it.
Yeah, he walked towards him, though. That was a little different, I think. But you're right. You can't run to him, but, boy.
I've been hit with a lot of pitches, but I've never been hit in the head or the face. I can only imagine it would be really tough getting back in there after that.
Mm-hmm. I was hit in the face one time, not by a pitcher, but by an infielder playing first base. I wasn't. He didn't know I wasn't looking, and it hit me. I mean, it hit me right here on the bone. And I'm talking about when it hits you. And again, I wasn't hit as hard as this guy was just hit, right? Because nobody could throw that I played with that could throw that hard.
Sure.
But immediately your eye begins to swell shut. You feel like there's stuff running off of you. I thought I was bleeding because all the water and stuff that was flowing out of my eye and everything. I mean, you don't know what's wrong. You're like, am I bleeding? Am I broken? I mean, it's a terrible feeling.
Well, somebody tell me something.
Yeah. We grew up in an age where you were taught that's how you got on base. That's how your batting average got up. I mean, your on base percentage got up a little bit as you leaned into them. You wore them, and of course you can't do that anymore. And so I would use that as an advantage as a hitter.
I know,
but this is a whole different deal. I had no issue after getting hit in the back or the leg of getting back in there and going, hit me again.
That's different.
But this is different.
That's a lot different.
Totally different.
Yeah. Man, that's just. I mean, because when you get hit in the face, even with a basketball, just a chest pass. It just the way you're just it's almost that you become so disoriented. You're like, wow, what happened?
Your nose feels so big.
It
you know.
Yeah.
If can you see? Did y'all see the blood?
Yeah, I sure did.
Streaming down.
Sure did.
16 stitches.
Yeah, 16.
Ex-Raider quarterback Derek Carr has signed a new deal with the Saints. Oh, do you have something else?
No, it's just another baseball one. I just wanted you to see. It's 5B. Grayson Griner is the tallest catcher in MLB history. He's 6'6". And he's crouched down, and they call timeout. Watch him stand up. He leaves the camera. Wow! He leaves the camera.
The batter's even laughing.
Yeah. For those of you who cannot see, when he stands up, you lose his head. I mean,
watch the batter start laughing. Go, man, that guy's tall.
That's a huge
He's 6'6".
Wow.
All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's good. That's good. I didn't see that in the baseball stuff.
Oh my gosh.
So Derek Carr is now a New Orleans Saint. Financial terms were not officially disclosed, but a source close to the deal said that Carr's arrangement could be potentially up to $150 million, which includes $100 million in guarantees. He'll receive $60 million fully guaranteed at signing, and another $10 million once he starts year 3 of the deal.
Well, I hope he's going to be all right.
I think he's going to land on his feet.
Well, again, but if it didn't work out at the Raiders, why don't we start writing these big checks thinking it's going to work out here? I mean, it's one thing to go after a quarterback that's winning championships, and you're writing big checks.
Can I just? I love this guy.
The Saints
But,
here.
is he the answer?
I like him too, but I'm strictly talking about football.
I know.
Somebody made a comment as one of the talking heads. He's been in the league 9 years.
Yeah.
He's never played in one playoff game or won one ever.
I just feel like there's
And you gonna
guys
give him
out
that
there
kind of
that
money?
have been that you could go after.
Now, I'm not talking about the human being. I'm
Love the
strictly
guy.
talking about the football
Love the
player.
guy. Yeah.
I guess I do. I don't know him real well from our interviews with him and what others have said about him as a man of God. I really respect him, but as a quarterback, does he garner this kind of money now?
No.
Part of the problem too, the Saints 7-10 last year, so there's some desperation there.
Well, I hope he has a good
get somebody.
because I like. I hope that's
Phillip
a win.
Rivers may be seeking an NFL comeback. He was apparently he's been in talk with a couple of teams.
I'll tell you what happened here.
Phillip.
He went home with all them kids, and he said, "I got to go back to work." He's got 9 kids, doesn't he?
Yeah,
something
He
like
does.
that.
High school coach.
But he was He was coaching in South Alabama, wasn't he? Where was he at?
Yeah,
Private
yeah,
school.
yeah, private school. And I think he reached out to some teams before the playoffs started last season. So I don't know where that'll go. That just got picked up and ran. So I don't know.
You know, we need to have him on the show more. I enjoyed when we had him on before,
Yeah.
and for some reason we haven't got him back on.
I know you think he'd be texting and asked us to come back. on.
You just
I
had
know
such
it.
a good
I know.
time.
Well, we did. I thought we bonded.
Yeah.
You know, he wore that Rick and Bubba University shirt on NFL Network.
That's when I
know.
thought. That's when I thought the bridge has been
I thought
crossed.
the friendship had
Right.
changed at that moment.
I did
Yeah.
too.
I gave one of my toothbrushes that hadn't been used. Brand new toothbrush and toothpaste. He needed to brush his teeth.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
So
I
then
didn't know- I
one-
didn't know
had-
that story.
We had one from Dr. Dudney still in the wrapper and everything.
Well, that's the
that
things
we
you
had.
learn, isn't it? That's the
Yeah.
things
How
you
about
learn. Still got a couple more out of the sports
He
world.
had eaten something and he wanted to brush his teeth.
That Derrick Henry story. That's interesting. See,
Yeah, he's been a real hoss for the Titans, but apparently the Titans are shopping him around for a potential trade.
Huh? Derrick Henry?
Yeah, they're facing some salary cap issues.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There he is.
Glad to be here, Rick, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba family.
We're listening to little Charles Billingsley here, or as we like to call him, Charlie B. Or as Speedy calls him, Carl Billingsley. Charles, welcome back, buddy.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
You fired up?
I am, man. You ready for this gridiron thing?
Well, let me tell you something. Gridiron Men's Conference is this weekend, and I am fired up, and I want to commend you.
Oh.
Helmsy came in, and he said, I really got some bad news. And I said, he said, I've seen Charles. He's in the kitchen, and he really doesn't have anything on that you can make fun of.
Well, I
think he said
had
dressed appropriately.
Well, I had a pink golf shirt on, and I thought, no, can't do that. And then I had a white belt on.
Uh-oh.
And to be honest with you, I still have a white belt on. It's
What?
just reversible. Oh, yeah.
It's reversible.
belt,
But
yeah.
you've got it on the black side where
I did
it looks...
because I just didn't want to cause too many waves early in the morning and upset anybody.
Yeah.
But Rick, what
That's
is that?
not helping.
Rick, what is that he's drinking?
Well, this here is just it's a venti decaf.
Oh my God.
Blonde, iced.
Well, for a minute when I saw it, I thought, well,
cold
look at that.
foam cappuccino.
I said, look at that. He thinks my wife's coming. He's went and got her something to drink.
Now, what? Give us the name of that again. When you order that, what do you order?
I just say it's the blonde venti iced cold foam cappuccino.
Oh my gosh!
Is that?
Put that away.
Little fruit.
Well, what is that?
Somebody go get him a cup of coffee.
What is that? A milkshake? What is that?
Well, it's a cappuccino over ice with a little cold foam on top. And if I'm really in the mood, I'll get a little of those cascara sprinkles on top.
Oh my God!
Watch out!
But I have to have my white belt on for that.
Can somebody give me the
Viente? What does that mean?
Yeah, but
That's the size.
Oh, venti. Yeah, that's I think it's Italian for big.
Yeah. Can I tell you this?
Thank you,
Can
Charles.
somebody?
You can't just order a big one.
I go through this every time I order.
Yeah,
small, medium, or large.
One step forward, two steps back.
That's right. Yeah, they don't use that language at Starbucks.
Yeah, but that comedy bit that time, what's that? We're at comedian.
Yeah.
Is when he said that basically Starbucks is wrong in 3 languages because he talks about all the things the way they use it. None of it's right.
Have you seen that clip?
Yeah. So congratulations, you're wrong in 3 languages.
You're right. Well, I don't
One of
understand.
the greatest rants I've ever seen.
I don't understand the tall because tall to me means tall, and their tall is short.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that was
that's part of the problem.
right.
Yeah. Well. Okay.
When you get away from small, medium, large, you get that problem.
Well,
Yeah.
you're right.
Hey, the good news is though, now if you want to go back over today later, buy nothing, just hang out, you can.
That's
You want to go down and take a nap?
I got all day on this
You
one.
do.
See, that's the thing. That'll last me another 3 hours.
So you are obviously coming. I'm getting a lot of questions and in the break in an email concerning those of you that are coming, and they're saying that this weekend right now, if not one more ticket is sold, it is the second largest crowd that Gridiron has ever had.
Wow.
So they're very excited about it, and a lot. I think they're saying somewhere around 7,000 men are coming from all over the country, but a lot of people are now realizing, hey, it's working out. I think I'm going to be able to go. You can get tickets to Gridiron at the door. Now, I told a lot of folks, if you're already in the city, which is our home city is Birmingham, where it's being held, go ahead and go by and grab them like during your normal routine today, and you probably will have very little, there won't be much of a line. But now tonight coming in, there'll be a bigger line, but you can do it. Then other people are saying, I can't come tonight, but I can come tomorrow. That's all right. You can do that too.
Yeah, man.
So tonight, Charles Billingsley will be there the entire weekend. But tonight, it'll be Charlie Daniels will be speaking. Tony Evans, one of the finest communicators I've ever heard.
He's amazing.
And Lee Strobel, who wrote The Case for Christ, and also they did the movie about his life. They will all speak tonight. Then tomorrow, we'll have Phil Waldrop will be speaking. Steve Farrar will be speaking. And I'll be speaking.
Yeah.
But
You're
Charles is
closing the
there.
thing out.
This is that thing. What I think about this is I've tried to figure out why some of the things Phil has done. This is my 5th time to be there. So I've been coming every other year for 10 years. Mm-hmm. So I remember the first time that we ever did it together in Tuscaloosa. Did the men's conference. And I think that was probably I went after you the hardest the first time we ever met each other.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little scarred from all that.
Right. Yeah. That was, but it only got better.
It did
as the years went on.
Order another Viente. Right over.
And last year, and no,
that's the southern version.
The year before last, Charles thought he had me because every year he wonders, I'm gonna try to wear something. There's no way he can find a line about it. 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio on the cutting edge of technology. It is, we're moving off the bleeding, trying to get to the cutting. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. We welcome back Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Some of you know me as one of the best well-known hikers on the Pinhoti Trail.
Yes. Careful,
you know,
sir.
I went about a mile.
Yeah.
You know, we really knew how far it was. It wasn't that far.
I think
it felt long.
I think
quarter of a mile.
I think if you had actually kept it, I bet it's not near as far as you think it was. At one point, you had it somewhere around 3 miles. I don't know.
Well, when you're out of breath, it's hard to
all relative.
really.
Well, look, once you did the little snake trail all the way up, no pun intended, it probably was a mile.
Yeah.
But it was really only a
sure.
half mile. But once you do
I'm
all
going
that,
quarter of a mile.
I will say that Bubba walked 3/4 of a mile.
Okay.
I appreciate the email from the Forestry Commission,
Yeah.
John. See the new gate there. We're so happy to see that. And I'm anxious to try that baby out.
I bet you are.
Point of order.
And of course, I continue to pray that my wife heard none of what Bubba talked about.
Oh,
you think Sherry won't go up there and see it?
Oh, we'll be on that trail so fast.
Rick,
I
mean,
I hope it's a long ride. I hope it's a long ride.
The valleys around that are up and down. I mean,
we got plenty of trails near the house. Plenty of them.
I saw some billy goats who wouldn't even go up it.
We were like, we got plenty.
Can you stay at the cabins? Like
yeah,
you can,
but you're gonna rough it.
Yeah, it's rustic.
Yeah,
primitive. I think.
You know what Gary would call it? Oh, you talking about them trapper cabins? I can bid you if you want me to a little trapper cabin. So you can that way you can get out in the woods and have it's just a trapper cabin. And that means, like you said, no electricity, no water. You may have one of those wood burning stoves in there. That's it.
I'm looking at this picture here.
I'm anti-camp.
John, I appreciate you emailing me with this.
Thank you,
Forestry
John.
Commission. I tell you, he got a crew right there working on that gate.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to have that crew out at the hunting camp. I bet they could get something done.
They pull a mule out of a ditch. They pull a mule out of a ditch.
Oh yeah,
they got some show enough equipment there too. That's what you got to have. You got to have the right equipment for the job.
Well, you never know. You might have to pull Bubba out of a ditch.
That's right. That's right. I may need that lift.
Let me tell you something. If you're gonna pull that low center of gravity, you better have something.
You better hook
Ain't nothing to grab hold of.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah.
My hooks fell off.
All right, so we mentioned, and I guess we need to expand on it a little bit. So it's a pretty big deal if the Titans are going to trade Derrick Henry. I mean, that's pretty big. Mm-hmm. That's a big story. Yeah. You talking about franchise and all the highlight reels have him on it, stiff arming people.
Yeah, I mean, he's an incredible runner, Rick.
Yeah,
he's had in his 4 years every season more than 1,000 yards. 1 year, 2,000 yards. And
his high school stats, Greg brought that to my attention. His high school stats. I mean, they're rude.
It's like you made it up.
When you even talk about getting rid of him, you think, well, somebody obviously fell down the stairs and they're not thinking straight.
Right. Yeah.
But if you're a running team like the Titans are, there's not a better back to have. But of course, if they're facing salary cap issues, I mean, they could probably trade him for about 4 or 5 players, So
yeah, he's the exception. I remember. I don't know if I mentioned I played a little ball, but I remember I didn't like tackling the bowling ball guys.
Mm-hmm.
I really didn't like tall guys. Didn't bother me. They gave you a lot to hit. Of course, you could actually tackle in those days, which made it better. But he's the exception. He's tall and he runs up high, but it doesn't matter.
And he's fat. He's just so strong. His upper body.
Looking at his high school footage, you remember your head coach when you went out with the little kids and you ran through them and they were all kind of hanging on you?
Yeah.
That's what his high school footage looked like.
It does.
But he was their age.
Yeah, he was. It was.
But
It's
of course,
insane.
his size will help him, but they start declining. NFL backs now, they don't play that long if you're a running back.
No, you're right.
And everybody, you can get a lower draft picks, get a couple of them, rotate them in and out, which most teams do. Where they play 3-4 years and you just replace them. So he's been in the league how many years? He's probably getting close. He's coming down that back side.
By the way, sidebar, you don't realize how much the game has played until you watch old highlights.
Mm-hmm.
And yesterday, Dad and I were watching the highlights of the national championship Jacksonville State team, and there were a lot of highlights that are now out on YouTube. You can go watch it. Man, go watch those athletes run that wishbone. Good gracious! But when they showed the defensive highlights, I thought to myself, penalty, and they were all legal hits.
Yeah,
and
now
to watch the way people used to fly around in football, and you realize that's over now. And it looks like a completely different game. You almost can't believe what you're watching. You feel like somebody has sped the film up because of the way the defenses are hitting like they were shot out of cannons. and you
yeah.
realize you don't really see that anymore.
And they all got big shoulder pads.
Yeah,
It's pretty funny.
And I mean, some of the collisions. I mean, I watched one highlight where our free safety knocked a guy out, and there was no flag on the play whatsoever.
Yeah.
And
nowadays he's been ejected.
Oh yeah, you know what we did? Everybody was jumping up and down, high fiving him.
Yeah.
And now he'd be thrown out of the game, wouldn't play next week. So it's a different game now. But and I think when you're big, bad, and fast like Derrick Henry, the way they have to tackle you now, even though you would be good no matter what, don't misunderstand me, it's a great advantage for him.
Yeah. Could you imagine the teams that would want Derrick Henry?
Oh, whatever team I'm pulling for, I'll take him.
Wow.
If he wants to come to the Pack, I'll take him right now.
Boy, I just think about teams he traditionally, would fit in, the Steelers.
Oh, yeah.
Stuff.
Oh,
incredible.
And the black and yellow. Good gracious. But Tennessee for us is one of our secondary teams. It wasn't our childhood team because they didn't exist. But we worked with them and we love them. So I kind of hate to see the Titans lose them. I hope they don't.
Yeah.
But there you go.
He's a hoss.
Bubba, Minnesota Vikings.
We had a wide receiver, KJ Osborne, save a man's life by pulling him from a burning car after it crashed under a bridge in Texas with flames coming out from the hood of the car. Yeah, it's a shame he can't save the franchise.
Oh, Bubba, come on.
All right.
It's burning, too.
Bubba. Bill
Okay.
Bussey.
Wow.
Shouldn't you be walking up Flagg Mountain?
Mountain.
I mean, buddy, you don't be so mean to the Vikings.
Hey, Black.
I mean, don't.
What?
Greg, are you
Flag.
okay?
I'm singing Hey Flag Mountain. Hey Flag.
Well, you stopped and we didn't know.
Yeah.
Right.
It just hit me. That little song.
And then I looked, and
Are
I looked a minute ago when I saw you. I don't even think you knew you were on there.
I know.
I mean, were you singing that to yourself?
Greg, I know you were off Friday. Did you take your medicine?
No,
I mean, you're not behind.
He's missed
are you?
today. He's chasing.
You never know.
You know how it's just like pain medicine. You can't chase.
Yeah, you can't get behind. You get behind the curve, you're catching up. You got to get ahead.
Yeah.
By the time it finally hits you, it's going to be the weekend again, and we'll miss it. You know, that's
Look at that.
yeah. That how about that was a serious situation. I mean that's a really
Yeah,
bad
and that's so
crash.
dangerous because the potential for it exploding
Oh,
is very high.
yeah.
And for the passengers in it, but thank goodness he was there to get the guy out.
Yeah,
Or anything worse.
But you couldn't just enjoy that without making some kind of comment.
not.
about it?
Well, I'm just teasing. I mean, you think about something burning with no hope. You think of the Vikings.
Bubba,
so.
they're going to win it next year. look at his face.
They teased him this year.
That's what
Yeah.
kills me. They'll have a game or two they'll win during the season. They'll be, hey, Bubba. And I'm like, yeah, right. Just hang on.
Oh, I've seen it. You,
Hang on. Like how many games?
Hang
is
on.
that?
December's coming.
you communicate as clear as I've ever seen a fan communicate. That it will fall apart.
Yeah, I'm playing footsies with other teams, because I just can't put up with the constant disappointment. No, I still like them. I did from a kid. I
Love
can't help
Kirk
it.
Cousins.
Yeah.
So it's
Do you wish you got
I'm
David
enjoying
Carr?
watching the Chiefs play. They're fun to watch play.
Well, you are a bandwagon
You
fan.
are a bandwagon.
I am a bandwagon,
You're
absolutely.
open about it.
Well, I have some I'm not bandwagon about, and then I have some. I jump on some other bandwagons as they go by.
So there's some teams, even if they're good, you hate them so much you can't pull.
The Tide is one of them for him.
No,
Every-
not
every
necessarily.
tag,
Not
that's
necessarily.
Dax.
When I was a
Whatever.
kid, I was that way, but I'm not that way anymore. I don't care.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, I really was talking NFL. But I mean, is there some in the NFL you can't pull for, no matter how good they get?
Well, growing up, I didn't care for the Raiders, the Dolphins, or the Steelers because they all beat the
love the
Vikings in
Steelers.
Super Bowls when I was a kid.
Right.
And caused me to have nightmares for weeks on end.
Right.
But I got over that. I was ready to become a Steeler fan, and then they got bad all of a sudden.
Yeah,
So
right.
I couldn't.
And some
I couldn't
Steelers-
stay on that bandwagon.
And some Steelers blame
it was
you
on
for that.
fire.
Some
Well, I promise you, I don't have that kind of power. I really don't. Because if I did, we'd already have a gold brick sitting in here.
Yeah, right. Let me tell you what, I laughed so hard when I thought of you. There was a guy talking about his team, and his buddy had called him and said, "I'm worried y'all gonna beat us this time," and they were up by like 17. He said, "Don't worry." He said, "We will put both hands around our throat and give this back to you," and they did.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
So year before last, I will admit he threw me some curves because
Yeah.
it was somewhat masculine what he wore.
Yeah.
And so but this will tell you exactly what he had on. So I came out, and he thought he was safe. I even complimented him and had everybody give him an applause, which he always deserved. And I said, you know what? And I said, the only problem is, after seeing Charles tonight, I'm now missing Bahama Breeze again. I wish it was still out there on 280. And I said, I see Charles is upset too, since he's dressed like one of their waiters. And so that one. Then there was the year I brought him one of our hunting shirts, but I brought him one of the girl hunting shirts with the pink on the front.
I like that. I still wear it.
You can still rock that.
You can pull pink off.
Well, that's what they always tell me. Well, you could wear that, but I don't think I could.
Right. Yeah. And are you going to change the belt around to white
I
tonight?
might. I'm thinking about it, praying about it.
I'm praying about it. Yeah. Then there was the year that you said that your wife laid out your clothes for you, and I said, well, she didn't mean for you to wear her clothes. You know what I mean?
I remember that.
So I'm already
And
thinking
then
what
there
I can do
was,
tomorrow.
Well, and then there was that time y'all called me about rompers.
The one piece.
Yeah, the one piece. Yeah, never. I have to say, I never had one of those.
Right. You'd realize it's gotten.
Thank goodness.
It's gotten so.
Thank goodness.
This little relationship that you've established with the show, which I don't know why you want it, because it's nothing but misery for you.
Yeah, well, it's good for my ego.
Yeah, everywhere you go now, we get reports. Here's what Charles had on. Here's what he did. Yeah. And,
and now it's a thing. I have to wear something every time I'm with you that would cause you to make comment of some sort.
Right.
So,
well, I will say this.
I like that outfit today.
Yeah, you look very, very spiffy.
You like you could play 3 sets right quick.
That worries me. You use the phrase outfit.
Well, I use that term all the time.
He does. He says that
I
about
call for uniforms. I say outfit.
Right. Yeah. Well, I will say this, and this is true. This is absolutely true. Phil Waldrop Ministries, they do the Gridiron Men's Conference, but they also do the Women of Joy.
Yes, and I do way more Women of Joys than I do men's conferences.
Well, sure.
And so I'm in touch
He's the only worship leader that can do either conference.
Well,
Oh boy.
And I will say I love those women's conferences because we cry a lot.
Yeah, right.
It's really a wonderful time. Yeah.
That's
I enjoy it.
Yeah, my wife spoke last spring.
Yes, she was awesome.
And I asked her. I said, "Was that kind of weird for Charles?" She goes, "It didn't seem to be."
No, it's pretty. Yeah, I don't know why. It's pretty natural.
She goes, "You see him over at the table, talking with all the girls."
And you know what things we say? Girl, I love that outfit.
Oh yes. Right. Well, let's shift a little here for the Gridiron Men's Conference.
Come on,
Gridiron, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Gridiron. Yeah. So you'll be ready to go. We'll come back. I want to get an update on what you're doing now.
Okay, cool.
I want to know, does he still think that Speedy's name is Skeeter?
Yeah, we got to talk about this Skeeter thing.
Yeah, I want to talk to Skeeter.
That's twice you've done this.
I know. I can't believe it.
Is there a Skeeter that you talk to a lot?
Yes.
That's beginning to make sense.
Right. We'll be back. Charles Billingsley is our guest. Come in. .21 minutes now past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Somebody say, Mama, take this badge from me.
You may have to let this one run.
Well, I can't use it anymore. It's getting dark, too dark to see. You might say, feels like I'm knocking on heaven's door. Knocking on the heaven's door. If you thought it couldn't get any worse, alligators are now knocking on doors and trying to get you to answer.
Rick,
it's like the Saturday Night Live land shark skit.
It is.
I mean, it really
is. A Florida man was investigating a noise outside his home. He didn't know if somebody was knocking. At one point, he said he thought his 17-year-old son was trying to sneak a friend into the house without permission. And he went to the front door about 9:42 p.m. Saturday. And then the man says he jumped up, he opened the front door. As soon as he got outside, he felt something clamp on his upper thigh.
This is a foul.
He said he should have turned the light on.
Yeah. Yeah.
He said whatever it was that grabbed him started shaking violently.
Of course he does.
He initially thought it was a large dog, but then he quickly realized it wasn't a dog. He estimated the alligator that bit him to be 6 to 7 feet long.
Good night.
The authorities who captured it later said it was 9 foot.
9 feet long?
He said, I really didn't get a good look at it. When I saw what it was, I stepped back in the house, closed the door, locked down, and had a large gash in the side of my leg. I was trying to put pressure on it.
Good night.
He was taken to the hospital for treatment for the wound. The alligator was later killed by trappers.
Good night.
Look, if I'm
knocking on the door, hey, knocking on my cabin door. I mean, guys, we're talking about an alligator. I mean, they can't have that kind of foul.
Now
they
they're
can't be
knocking
coming
on
up
doors.
knocking. It's land sharks.
If I swim in the lake, that's on me, and he gets me.
Telegram.
But if I'm just answering my door, what am I
that's
supposed to
crazy.
do?
You mentioned
Plumber.
You mentioned land shark, and I remember that skit on Saturday Night Live, but vaguely.
Oh,
I'm trying to.
so good.
I don't remember it as good as Toots the Driving Cat.
No. It was fantastic.
But it was a land shark that kept, it wanted to eat people, and it kept trying to get them to open the door.
Correct.
And it was all the things that it was doing to try to open the door.
If he ever got
right?
you to open the door, you'd see this really bad costume.
He just swallow you whole.
Foam head. Just come get you. Yeah, foam
You're
head.
that shark, aren't you? No.
Yeah.
No. Plumber.
Cable guy.
Cable guy. Today, the alligators go, DoorDash.
Right. Yeah.
Knock, knock. Uber's here. FedEx. So yeah, that's a foul there.
Yeah, that's no way.
All right, so
Brown.
So now let's go to
Brown. I want to see a clip of that now.
Can we play that? Is it going to be
it's
Goodbye Archive? Yeah,
There
that was always good.
Boy, that's back when they were really funny.
There it is.
So
But it knocking, trying to get them to open the door
the
was
voice,
the funny
his
part.
voice he had was funny.
it was a fantastic movie.
God,
Pizza
that's
guy.
good stuff.
Pizza guy.
Package delivery.
Right. Need you to sign this.
Speaking of confused, here's the president.
Oh my goodness.
There he comes. Everybody. The Basement Joe. Is he talking about the? I mean, I don't want to make light of an aneurysm. We just lost actor Tom Sizemore, but what's happening? He's talking about his brain.
He's talking about his brain, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here,
But he tries to go into what they were doing, and he goes, and it's just unbelievable.
Between
I
his
just
suit,
I can't look at it again.
between his suit and the background, his hair's purple.
Yeah.
yeah, what do we got in the background?
Now his hair's
terrible
purple.
headaches, was diagnosed with having anyway, They had to take the top of my head off a couple times, see if I had a brain.
Wait a minute.
The guys, I forget about that. I forget that he had these
aneurysms,
major surgeries, where open brain surgeries,
Oh, I know that.
which is probably when they put the Manchurian device in there.
Right.
Had to guess.
And sometimes it looks like they didn't put it back.
No.
That's a little mean there.
That may be why they continue to look. He just said they
And
opened
I
his brain
had
up.
these terrible headaches. Was diagnosed with having anyway. They had to take the top of my head off a couple times, see if I had a brain.
He had his eyes closed for 4 seconds.
It's not good.
That's the longest.
May need a new battery.
Bubba.
That's good, Bubba.
Yeah,
That's
Bubba.
good.
Bubba.
Everything
Well
has to
done.
be changed.
When you're talking about your brain had to be worked on and you freeze up and you can't even remember what
Whatever.
they did, that's the timing of that is just really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate.
Some of these folks need to go take care of their health and get out of politics. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, seriously.
You know how you keep getting those alerts? There's a software update.
Yeah.
Somebody
Yeah.
needs to go ahead and do it.
Yeah. It's time for a firmware update on that one.
Right.
I see where Fetterman's actually been on camera, made an appearance.
Has he?
Bubba. He's out of. I mean, I think
So
he's
did
still
that remind you of Fetterman?
Yeah, of
It
course.
really does.
Because it made me start thinking that the left really doesn't care about your health. They just trying to push people through.
Oh no,
Yeah.
that doesn't
And it just made me think of him.
No, it just. I can't believe that when he's talking about his brain having issues and he freezes.
Yeah.
And that the
It says
timing-
never mind.
Never mind.
I mean,
yeah.
Anyway.
Can I have one more time?
Anyway. That's what he
Yes.
said. That's his go-to. Anyway.
Yeah.
I was just pulling up video of
No,
Fetterman, and
that's fine.
He's just a
Any of it
shocking
works.
looking guy, guys.
He
I'm
is.
sorry, he is a shocking looking man.
It's as if Shrek was elected.
It's wild.
Is that a fly on his head?
Guys,
I think so.
Yeah.
he really looks weird in that one.
It's Shrek.
Do not put that man in a suit. It's like when bodybuilders put suits on; it just does not look right.
Right.
That's kind of what's going on.
It's like somebody said, "There's an ogre here. We'll put him in a suit.
Put him in and get him out there.
All right.
I mean, all right.
By the way, that sounded hilarious on YouTube.
I bet it
with,
did.
Just the passion, Rick, with which you sang that.
Well, you have to, or don't sing it.
You got to.
Yeah,
Here's Biden again.
And I had these terrible headaches. Was diagnosed with having anyway. They had to take the top of my head off a couple times, see if I had a brain.
Okay.
Well said.
And
You know when you're watching a streaming movie and it starts to buffer and
Right.
it spins a little bit
Yeah.
and everybody's hung?
Yeah.
That's what it's like. It's like he's buffering.
All right, here we go. Phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. Whatever's on your mind, we'll do a phone segment. You got time to get in now. And if you move, well, there's one. All right, got to get on move. 866-WE-BE-BIG lines are available. Chat with you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I was probably on the road at that time, but I was still living here.
Yeah, right. I remember, see, I didn't know that was you the first time I heard the song. And then when I got to know you and heard you, I went, wait a minute. That sounds like him on that Kevin
Holy
Devereaux
cow,
show.
man, you got a good ear, Rick. That's it.
Yeah.
Face to face, I'm stepping in faith.
Yeah, I remember this
Do you
song.
remember it?
Yeah,
Listen
man.
to Charles right here. Charles about to go right here.
Oh, this is exciting. Oh, this is so cool.
Young Charles, baby.
No
What year was that?
that?
I don't know. Oh, gosh, it's 20 years ago, easy.
That had me so fooled.
I even sound young.
Never did I
And no Cam comes in, but he just loved Jesus. I love him. Just love Jesus.
It could be
Rick, I love you and Bubba, but I love Jesus more. I love Charles, but not as much as I love Jesus. I love
get up every morning.
Go, Charles.
And get down on my knees and pray. Stepping in faith.
Sing it, Charles.
See, I can find stuff in the past.
I
I can
love
bring it
Kevin
up.
Derryberry.
But he just loved Jesus.
I love him.
I mean, I like Charles, but not as much as I love Jesus.
No. Jesus number one.
That's right. So do you remember that little project?
Yeah, I do.
So you remember that project?
I do, man. That was a good little song.
It really is a good song.
Kevin's a good dude, man.
He is.
Did any of y'all know that? You're too young,
I had
Hams.
no idea.
But you remember we were doing that. You never put that together. That was Charles Billsy, did you?
I did not.
You probably heard that song.
Now, what did you do on there, Rick? I missed that part.
We're not on the song. on that CD.
No, I was being serious. I really don't.
It did sound like you were taking a shot.
He's
No,
playing
I
the guitar.
promise I wasn't.
He was on acoustic guitar.
Now, let me tell you.
Hey, wow.
Greg, as a matter of fact, there's a part in there. If you listen, you can hear me. But no, what happened
listen
was
close.
it's all about to make a lot of sense. Kevin, being the ultimate marketer and also finding talent a lot of times before anybody else has, and bringing them in on projects, is he had Bubba and I come in the studio when he was doing this CD and do a little, hey, it's Rick and Bubba.
Oh, okay.
Even had the even had the intro on it, and then we promoted what the next song on the CD was.
Okay.
And then it was a real upbeat song.
It was a very small part that we had.
I missed it but I was just wondering. I was saying that because I knew you said there was a time. I was like, wait a minute. I didn't hear you in there.
No, here's the difference.
I did hear Bubba.
Hearing Charles sing 20 years ago is actually a wonderful thing. I bet you if we could find our bit of talking about.
Oh, I bet we sounded
Rick,
funny.
I bet y'all.
Because we were talking about how he
Did
likes.
we do that at Mark Phillips' place?
Yes,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
Kevin's actually in there with us, and we're talking about that. This was the time Kevin was going to do some songs that had a little more rock feel to them.
Yeah.
And it's almost like we're coming on to apologize on behalf of Kevin for the next two songs. It was something like that.
Really?
Yeah, it really was.
Well, yeah, we did that at Airwave Studio.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, absolutely.
Homewood. Yep.
Yeah. Also, I don't want to get into this, but the first and only CD from our band, Mr. Lucky, recorded you probably heard of it, the CD Fat Chance.
Yes.
Well, let's see.
Those classics. What it
I'm
is.
sure. I'm sure I bought a copy.
It was the world's greatest garage band. You've probably heard of it.
The world's greatest garage.
Now on iTunes.
Yeah, it is on iTunes.
It
wow,
is.
That's
Not
really
that you would
great.
go get it, but it is there.
Congratulations.
Please don't.
Let's go to Deidre. Deidre, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for your patience. You're on. Go ahead.
Hey,
Deidre?
thanks to Charles. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now. It was breaking up a little bit, but we got it.
Okay. I just wanted to say thanks to Charles. My husband, Jeremy Easley, sang with him in Liberty University, and he always talks about what a godly man he is, and he lived his life like he speaks, and y'all always say, actions speak more than words.
Always.
And I just want to thank him for that.
Wow,
That's kind of, and that is true.
Thank you.
Rick and Bubba's Show, to the people we go. You can join us. 866 We Be Big is our number. Let's start with Jacob out of Alabama. Jacob, welcome to Rick and Bubba, and thank you for your patience. You're on the show. Go ahead.
I was calling about that alligator biting accident in Florida.
Yep.
I actually saw that on television on Patrol Live on Reels Network.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yes, sir. It's that live TV on A&E channel.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I know everything you're talking about. I've seen those too. I just didn't know this particular story was on there.
Yes, sir, it was. I actually watched it, and that's what the dude said. He thought a teenager was sneaking a friend in and everything.
Yeah. We heard, we got that part out of the story. So that's so you saw when they actually went over there. We continue. Robin, also in Alabama. Robin, go ahead.
Yes, sir. How are you? Hey, had to pass this on, especially since you guys are giving the shout-outs to Fetterman. There was a Twilight Zone episode that was called To Serve Man. And they had a bunch of guys that came down from, they were aliens. And they're like 7 feet tall. They were called Canaanites. And again, the episode, Rod Serling was just crazily on top of this. To serve man. You guys need to just Google that. Take a look under images, and you're going to see Fetterman.
Yeah, we're looking at it right now.
Starring in that episode.
Yeah, Adler pulled it up. It's on the screen behind us if you're watching on YouTube.
Look, I don't want to make fun of him. I mean, he's obviously kind of
I think that ship is already
looking.
sailed. Yeah,
but no,
yeah,
what
right,
I'm saying
right,
is, and I don't change my mind on this. When your health is in that bad a condition,
right,
and to some degree Biden too,
right,
let go of the public trough. We can survive without you.
Yes.
If you're worried about another Democrat, have the governor appoint another Democrat. It ain't about politics.
Right.
Take care of yourself and your family.
Right.
Okay. You don't have to service to that degree to kill yourself. It ain't worth it.
Mm-mm.
You know.
No.
Come on. You're misplacing your devotion at that point.
Yeah, and as you said,
it's like malpractice of life.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. And if that bunch of people would rather be represented by a senator that's a Democrat, fine.
Plug another one in.
But at least have one that obviously is in the health to do the job. That has
I mean, you don't have to. The call to serve shouldn't require you to physically hurt yourself. You know, and you need to go home and be with your family. Come on.
Tony in Alabama. If you can find them in Canada. Tony, go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, you were talking about Flagg Mountain a little while ago.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And my grandfather was the very first forest ranger that was up there like in the early 40s, 41, 42, somewhere around there. And that's where my daddy grew up at, on the mountain.
How about that?
Him and all his brothers.
Mm-hmm. How far you think it is up there to it from the walk up?
Yeah, it's quite we don't go up that way. We go up the back way. It's almost a cliff. We go up the back way and we go up there. He's going to be up there this weekend. He's camping out up there.
Well, maybe Bubba can go by and say hello.
Bubba, go see him.
You know, Tony, this is what always amazes me, because you've been up there. You know what the terrain looks like. And, you know, we're all driving up there on a road. You know, it's a dirt road, but it's been cut in there with big bulldozers, and we're in trucks going up through there. The guys that first went over that mountain back in the DeSoto days, you know, you talking about men. Hey, those guys were men to get up that hill. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And they.
Oh yeah.
Somebody had to get up there and go, "This is a place we need a road." And however they got there, I'm impressed.
They didn't have a drone, did they?
No.
No.
Patrick in the great state of Texas. Patrick, go ahead.
The Republic of Texas.
There you go.
The Free Republic.
Yeah,
of Texas.
I bet y'all are considering that again strongly. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're going to put a border up at New Mexico to keep the Californians out.
Amen.
So that gator issue you were talking about in Volusia, it was Volusia County, Florida. That new show On Patrol Live used to be Live PD. They actually had a deputy following that guy. I'm sorry, they had a camera crew following that deputy that showed up on that scene. Adler could probably pull up some video of it.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what the other guy said. He said it actually appeared on that episode, so that it may be out there somewhere. Let's go to Shane in Alabama. Shane, go ahead.
Yeah, this morning on the kickoff hour, they were talking about Clam Lincoln, that 200-year-old clam. You know, if Bubba goes on vacation and wants clams, that son's going to be in trouble like Larry.
You like clams at all? You ever eat clams?
You know, I don't. That I know.
Would you
of.
eat Clam?
You know, I heard that story.
Yeah.
We got to do that again.
He would. No doubt he would.
That's an interesting story.
There's no doubt he would.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt.
Well, I don't even know if you eat a clam, what is it? I mean, what?
You can actually. I've seen it. I tell you when you would eat it. They deep fry sometimes in little strips. You'd eat that in a second.
Oh yeah,
In a
sure.
second.
Let's go.
Is it like oysters?
You ever had clam chowder?
Yeah, I have had.
See
that.
there you go. And has little clams in it.
Yeah. That thing's 214 years old.
But who knows? Did Greg go crazy on how it was aged?
Oh yeah. But now at
he
least
lost
they
it.
have a method, almost like the rings on a tree.
Yeah, but Greg
he
don't buy it.
He doesn't believe that.
He doesn't buy it method. No way. He doesn't. Look, he's shaking his head in there, taking phone calls. He don't want nothing to do with Clam.
He doesn't like that story.
I don't even know how Greg knows he's here.
Yeah. I'm telling you, I can't believe it.
John,
look,
welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
How y'all doing this morning?
We're
great.
Good.
I remember as a wee child crawling up in my grandpa's lap and saying, "Grandpa, I don't understand. Why don't we like liberals if we love liberty?"
Wash my mouth out with soap for using the same word.
Let's go to Andrew in Tucson. Go ahead, Andrew.
Morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I don't know if you guys remember that video of the kid breaking down and crying when he hit that other kid
Yeah.
a few months ago on the baseball field.
I do.
Yeah, I'm wondering how he would have handled hitting that guy right in the face.
Not well. I don't think. But he's a kid. These are grown men out there, and they handle a little bit different. There's a difference between kids and men. And we've lost sight of that. But let's go to Tammy in Alabama. Tammy, go ahead.
Hey, you were talking this morning about Sherry going to get her clock reset in the car.
Yes.
And how the guy was kind of like a little condescending about how simple it was.
Yep.
I took my cat to the vet, and I gave him a prescription of a liquid antibiotic that he was supposed to squirt down the back of his throat. I couldn't do it. I took him home, and he was biting. He was spitting it out all over, so I took him back to the vet and said, I can't give him the antibiotic. He said, oh, it's really quite simple. He said, just squirt it in the back of his mouth, hold his mouth open. I said, will you show me how?
Oh,
Guess
good.
what? Cat got a shot. They had to give him a shot because vet couldn't even give him the meds.
Yeah, see, it's easy, so they don't understand. You haven't tried to give this cat the liquid antibiotic. So yeah, show me how to do it, and then they, you don't have the your phone was bad. I would let you go on, but what he's basically saying is, you can do it once you sedate him. I could do it if we sedate him, but I can't sedate him at home. What you've asked me to do with this cat won't work.
All right.
That's one of my favorite segments on the show was the list of how to give a cat a bath.
Oh, yeah.
That's
a pill. You had it's a best of moment.
I thought it was a bath. Was it a pill?
Yeah,
it was a pill.
It was a pill.
Because you got to get to swallow it. Yeah, same difference.
Right.
It might as well be the same thing.
Sure. Try to get a cat to do anything.
Yeah.
I even wonder, aren't they real picky? Because I thought, the only way I end up giving dogs medicines, you have to put it in something they'll eat.
Oh, yeah.
But can you get a cat to do that?
You have to do the same thing.
Yeah.
And then lay it down and walk off so they think it's their idea to eat it.
Right.
Yeah.
So good. Bobby and
you try to feed it to them, they won't dare eat it.
No.
You put it down, act like you don't want them to have it. Oh, they're all over it.
Bobby in Alabama, go ahead.
Yeah, I was wanting to know if y'all heard about the Walker County incident where they put the prisoner in the freezer and ended up killing him.
Well, that story was out, but I saw where they said that was not actually the facts of the case.
Yeah,
that's a little different. I think that got out there ahead of the facts.
Might have been one of those stories that somebody threw out there and it picked up legs, but wasn't actually true or accurate.
Yeah, I may be wrong on that, but I think they've come back and said that did not happen like it was reported.
I've never even heard the story, so I don't even know what they said in the beginning. Sounds like they said they put somebody in the freezer and it killed them.
Yeah, I think so.
And now they've come back and said that's not how that went.
I saw a report that said that wasn't true. Now I really don't know what the truth is, but I saw a report that said that did not happen.
Okay. All right, we'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG, 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll continue to work through the stories of the day, find out everything you could possibly ever want to know at rickandbubba.com, including looking for Rick and Bubba's swag. You can get Rick and Bubba stuff galore at the Rick and Bubba store. Find that Rick and Bubba store at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And that's one of those things. Like one of the things that we've seen, it's a biblical truth, but a life truth that it's not what you may be able to say one thing and do another, but you can never say one thing and live another.
Yeah,
how you live is always the truth.
Mm-hmm.
That's,
very true.
That's the real deal.
And that guy she's talking about, Jeremy Easley, he's talking about a great singer.
Can he bring it?
Oh boy, he can throw it. He can throw it down. And a great songwriter.
Did he ever beat you in tennis?
Country. Well, no, but that's a rarity.
Right.
That rarely happens. Unless I've had soldiers.
Can I tell you this though? Big day for you today to get the call in from the mom who said her son played football with you.
Yeah,
that's a big moment.
Cool. Oh, it's huge.
Yeah.
And I can't believe that.
We didn't know you was a little wild.
My football career was pretty short-lived.
During the break.
3 years.
And you'll love this. Charles said that one of his most memorable plays, he broke a long run and got caught inside the 3-yard line by Lamar Thomas, who played for the Miami Hurricanes. You remember Lamar Thomas, the skinny leg receiver?
Yeah, little skinny legs.
So he caught
me from about 80 yards away. Mm-hmm.
He ran you down?
Yeah.
He ran
me down on the 3-yard line.
He made up that ground in between y'all?
Yes, he did. It was a lot of ground, too.
Memory. That is pretty good. Charles, how about this? I see you in a different light.
When he was talking about his offensive lineman, Rick, and how much they weighed, it really helped out the cause in the studio.
I remember we had a guy named Jason Dillberry. He went to FSU.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, and I remember one night, Jason went to church with me one Wednesday night, and we had to kneel in between the pews, and Jason got stuck.
I couldn't get him out.
I want to know more about this song you sung in the locker room.
The Lord's Prayer.
So you did that straight up a cappella?
Yeah. But, it's probably one of those impromptu things, because we always used to say it. You know how after every practice, our Father, our heaven, and you say it so fast. I never could actually get it out because they were going so fast.
And then nobody could breathe. I remember we used to do it running onto the field because we would do it publicly in the stadium. But they wouldn't do it till you would run on the field. And you're excited, you're hyped at the game. Everybody
goes, and then I never got to, and you never know if you're going to say debts or trespasses. So everybody's
This was before the ESV. We didn't know what to say.
No.
We always did trespasses on it.
And I always said debt. So by that time I was all screwed up and way behind everybody else, and it was just over.
Really, if we would have done forgive us our debts as we forgive
those who trespass against us.
Well, see, if we'd have done forgive our debts as we forgive our debtors, that one wouldn't require as much breath. Trespasses as long.
Well, trespasses takes a long time to say, and so you know what I would just amen. Right. It's kind of like singing "Rocket Man" by Elton John. Right. Rocket Man.
Now that we have Google, we now know it says burning out the fuse up here.
It does.
Yeah. So now you can
burning out the fuse.
For the first time in my life, I've heard what that line is.
Burning out
the fuse out here alone. Well, see now with Google, you can get the lyrics.
Well, that's true. I just never bothered to look it up.
Charles, see you this weekend, buddy.
Yes, sir. Tonight.
Charles Billings. That'll do it. Tell Skeeter goodbye.
Bye.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. Field of Greens is the sponsor, and you know how much we love this product. And you know what? And I've tried some of the others that basically tried to say the same thing, and honestly, I never really saw much impact, but there's a reason why. Field of Greens sets itself apart from some of the junk science that's out there. Some of these that may claim like they've got a supplement and, hey, we're going to do fruits and vegetables too, but if you look into it, they're watered down, they're freeze-dried, and see, when you're dealing with Field of Greens, it's backed by a Better Health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like blood pressure, metabolism, the immune system, all of that. Also hearts, lungs, kidneys. So the vital organs are supported, and the immune system, your blood pressure, your metabolism, and of course I've been losing weight. This certainly has helped as I continue to drop it and keep it off. But the main function, though, is that the body's receiving, and the reason why all these things are operating is Field of Greens provides the fuel that the body craves that has been recommended for the proper dosage of fresh vegetables and fruits. I have a hard time doing that without Field of Greens, but with Field of Greens, we get there. It's got prebiotics, very beneficial as well to the digestive system. So go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA. We'll get you 15% off. And the number one email I get is, Rick, which one are you using? The green one, the original, the green canister. So find the link also at rickandbubba.com there under the sponsors. Well, Tucker Carlson, this whole thing has been going on back when January the 6th happened. This was what the left, they were so excited about January the 6th. They pretend to be afraid, but they're not afraid. They were never in danger. But they love to look at this, what they call an insurrection, incorrectly based on the way it turned out. But they love to look at this as Trump and his supporters out of control. The right, they're out of control. They're insurrectionists and all of this. And there were some people thinking in the beginning, we talked about this as one of the theories, did these Trump supporters, and even to a degree Trump himself, simply fall into a trap that was set quite smoothly in great detail by the left so that this was likely to happen? So that's gone back and forth. Well, Tucker Carlson has shared a new January 6th some video footage showing Capitol cops escorting QAnon Shaman. I remember him to the Senate floor.
The guy with the horns on.
Yeah, and so we will look at this and we'll just let it speak for itself. So here's courtesy of Fox News and Tucker Carlson.
Dangerous conspiracy theorist dressed in outlandish costume who led the violent insurrection to overthrow American democracy. For these crimes, Chansley was sentenced to nearly 4 years in prison, far more time than many violent criminals now receive. What did Jacob Chansley do to receive this punishment? To this day, there is dispute over how Chansley got into the Capitol building. But according to our review of the internal surveillance video, it is very clear what happened once he got inside. Virtually every moment of his time inside the Capitol was caught on tape. The tapes show that Capitol Police never stopped Jacob Chansley. They helped him. They acted as his tour guides. Here's video of Chansley in the Senate chamber. Capitol Police officers take him to multiple entrances and even try to open locked doors for him. We counted at least 9 officers who were within touching distance of unarmed Jacob Chansley. Not one of them even tried to slow him down. Chansley understood that Capitol Police were his allies. Video shows him giving thanks for them in a prayer on the floor of the Senate. Watch.
Thank you, Heavenly Father, for giving the inspiration needed to these police officers to allow us in this building.
Contrast the reality of what Jacob Chansley did in the Capitol building on January 6th.
So the Capitol Police are the ones who let them in, and he's thanking God in prayer for the police allowing them inside the Senate.
Very strange. Very strange.
A man with horns on his head walking around, and of all people, you're leading around giving him a tour.
They wanted them in, guys. They wanted to let them in. They wanted it to happen, and then it happened, and then they keep pointing to it over and over and over again to show how bad conservatives and people on the right and white people and people that voted for Trump are. They wanted it to happen. We said that from the beginning, and I didn't realize there was so much footage that has not been released
I didn't
yet.
either.
And it just keeps coming out. No wonder they didn't want it out.
That's it.
I don't know how you can watch this footage and hear him thanking the police for their help of letting them in, and the police are around them the whole time.
Rick, 9 officers at one point standing, and there was
trying to find a door for them to get in that was open.
Yeah.
That's weird.
That's bizarre, guys.
And I mean, it is what it is. That's not a political statement. I mean, you can see the footage for yourself. It's there. And I don't know how anyone else would explain. It's obvious that these Capitol Police did not think these people were
At least him.
He's looking good.
Yeah.
Well, if you look when they get in there, there's a bunch of them in there. I mean, they all got in the same door.
So he walked in behind him. Why would he not grab
There's
him
a guy
and take
already
him out
sitting
of
in there. Look, he's got his cell phone out, and he's saying, "Thank you, I'm good." The police asked him if they're okay, and
a guy got hit by a plastic bullet that's sitting there on the phone, and then this officer's like, "Hey guys, I'm just making sure you're not disrespecting the place. This is like the most sacred place ever."
Yeah.
And that's what the police officer says to them.
How about, hey guys, let's get out of here. Y'all come on, let's don't be in here. Something like that.
Yeah. What about don't be in here?
Yeah.
And what they're saying is just behave in here.
And Speedy mentioned some footage that came out, I guess, a month or two ago, where there's a Capitol police officer saying they set us up. They set us up. This is a setup. There's not enough people here. There's not enough police here to stop these people from getting in. This is a obvious coordinated setup. Guys, I listen to, and I'm not proud of this, but I listen to NPR when I'm in my car sometimes.
I figured
we all have things we're not proud of, buddy. Don't be hard on yourself.
But in truth, I really want to see what is being said on the other side of things.
It's actually wise to do that.
And I'll never forget how they covered this January 6th thing. They called it the deadly insurrection at the Capitol. They're politicizing just the title, the deadly insurrection at the Capitol. That's what they called it over and over again. Just so you know, it was deadly and it was an insurrection. I mean, it's just such a joke how much they've blown this thing up. And look, I said right after it happened, it wasn't a good thing. I didn't support it. It's going to look terrible for a very, very, very long time. And we've seen that happen. But they let it happen, too.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm amazed. I mean, I thought that if you tried to get in the Capitol building, especially with senators in there conducting business, that you would be shot to pieces with machine guns. They have machine gunners there.
Well, we shot one person. And if I'm that person's family, I go, look, I mean, I get you going through a window, you're putting yourself at risk. But the rest of the officers giving people tours. Why did you shoot her? These other officers, they were giving people tours of the whole place.
It's very strange.
The whole gang that was with them was like, whoa, hey, somebody just got shot and stopped. It wasn't, it's crazy. It's crazy.
And didn't it show, was it Brian Sicknick, the officer that died of a heart attack after, or was natural causes or something like that? Right. There's also footage of him just walking around after the supposed interaction out front where they came through, and he seemed fine. He was walking around.
Is that the one that at first they claimed was hitting the head with a fire extinguisher?
Yeah. Come to find out, he actually went into cardiac arrest.
Right.
Yeah.
And Biden had that whole tribute to him, like as if Biden cares about police officers. Give me a break.
Well, if he does, they have a hard way of showing it. So there you go. I mean, that was one of those things you weren't allowed to say in the beginning. Now, do people have to take responsibility for falling for the trap?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
But was the trap set? It looks strongly that it was. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick, before we discuss Father's Day, President Trump has been out in kind of a ad hoc press conference, walking around the grounds in front of the White House for the past 30 minutes or so,
and just got a haircut. Apparently,
we can't hear the audio here. We're watching it though, and Rick, this must be gold because when he doesn't have the teleprompter, he's honest.
Yeah,
and that's the best Trump out there, especially if you're in our line of work.
Yeah.
I saw him tell one reporter to be quiet. He wasn't finished.
Yeah, he put his finger up on one guy and made him shut down. And this is about the third different angle we've seen him. But, Rick, don't you know for security people this is a nightmare? We have the president out walking around on the lawn, and we don't know where he's going.
We've actually stood in that very spot.
Yeah, right there. Right there is where we made pictures.
We stood there. But anyway, what was happening is he was coming through, as Bubba said, in the normal, I just roll by and everybody shouts things at me. And then he saw, the deuce is loose, Steve Ducey for Fox and Friends, and he's so, you can tell he's elated by the information that's come out on Comey, and he can't wait to talk about it. But what that's led to your point, is now everybody is stopped him, and he's doing interviews with everybody. It's been going on quite a while.
Yeah, which means the longer it goes on, the better it's going to be.
Yeah.
So I hate we're not hearing this. Look, please watch the hand
you can
motions.
GIF this if you want anytime.
And let's hear it. Let's see it. What do you say?
It should be
obligation on the floor.
no.
So there are some high profile court cases going on. You've got
all right, now it's Ducey's son. It's a family affair.
Peter now.
They're all dealing with legal troubles. Are you paying close attention?
I feel badly about a lot of them because I think a lot of it's very unfair. I mean, I look at some of them where they go back 12 years. Like Manafort has nothing to do with our campaign, but I feel I feel a little badly about it. They went back 12 years to get things that he did 12 years ago. You know, Paul Manafort worked for me for a very short period of time. He worked for Ronald Reagan. He worked for Bob Dole. He worked for John McCain, or his firm did. He worked for many other Republicans. He worked for me, for 49 days or something? A very short period of time. I feel badly for some people because they've gone back 12 years to find things about somebody, and I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right that they burst into a lawyer's office on a weekend and early in the morning. I'd never heard of that before. I mean, could you imagine if they burst into Barack Obama's lawyer's office? It would not be acceptable. It would not be acceptable. I mean, that's really a terrible thing. Now, I feel badly for a lot of those people. I feel badly for General Flynn. He's lost his house. He's lost his life. And some people say he lied, and some people say he didn't lie. I mean, really, it turned out maybe he didn't lie.
Lucy really wants to get to another question.
And since we're talking about
who can you do that because
they're all shouting at him.
Yeah.
But anyway,
he's going to be gold later today.
Yeah, so this one is ad hoc, and you can tell his handlers are like, and so now it's turned into a full-blown players conference. It's been going on. It's been going on 20 minutes probably.
Rick, this is the third segment of the show. It's been going on. We're getting close to 45, 50 minutes now at least.
Right. So anyway,
we were going to talk a little bit about Father's Day weekend coming up. You know, a lot of our holidays are uniquely American, but this is not one of them. This one is celebrated around the world. You know that?
I did not know that.
It actually used to be celebrated in March, but now most of the European and America, or the Americas, have adopted the U.S. date, which is the third Sunday of June, and is celebrated in various ways around the globe.
I didn't know.
How about that for dads?
Which came first, Mother's Day or Father's Day?
I don't know. Initially, let me just give you the history here. It's a celebration honoring fathers, celebrating fatherhood, parental bonds, and the influence of fathers in society. In Catholic Europe, it has been celebrated on March the 19th, St. Joseph's Day, since the Middle Ages. This celebration was brought by the Spanish and Portuguese to Latin America, where March the 19th is still used in some areas. And many countries in Europe and the Americas, as I said, have adopted the U.S. date of the third Sunday of June.
It wouldn't bother me if we'd move it out of summer. It's too hot. I mean, it wouldn't bother me as a father.
To your question, the first Father's Day was celebrated in 1910 in the state of Washington. It wasn't until 1972, 58 years later, after President Woodrow Wilson made Mother's Day official.
Well, see, that kind of, and I want everybody to hear what I'm saying here. We always have been very clear about, equal but not the same. And I will tell you this kind of goes back into some of the things I've heard some others who've gone back and done research. And this is how sad a lot of fatherhood has become in our country, sadly. There was a time when it was considered to be the biggest insult against the future of a child for that child to not have its father. And the courts, whenever, on the rarest occasion where there would be some sort of problem with the marriage that they separated the marriage, which was very rare, by the way, they would always give the children to the father because they felt like that a child had a better shot at life if the father remained in their life and they had to have limited access to their mother.
Really?
And then there was a turn in the thinking that somehow, and to me this is maybe another example of what we've been talking about, that somehow a child could just really do fine without a father but could not do well without a mother. From the No Name Studio, it is another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, Greg, Adler, all here for this hour. And welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
Do what we do. All right, so I'm looking at a couple of things that are still on the board we haven't talked about through any of the show that has happened prior to this. Bubba and I were talking about Video 10 Adler, this Amazon delivery driver, and you're saying that they don't like now that Amazon is got cameras installed in the trucks and they're tracking everything that they do. I will tell you guys, of all the things that have happened in my lifetime that makes me just go, wow, at the advancements of humanity.
Yeah.
Amazon, I know they get demonized and there's a lot of monopoly talk and they don't pay their fair share and all this kind of stuff. Of course, they're not as on them as they do other people because they tend to lean to the left, the people who run it. And, when Apple and Amazon do something, they're treated differently by the Democrats than, say, a company that's not even near as wealthy, but seems, like My Pillow that's conservative. But I'm going to tell you something, and it boggles my mind. I know there's a system. It's not magic. I got you. It absolutely boggles my mind that I can be at the farm on Thursday, okay, and I can get my
on your phone.
Yeah, I can get my shoes so messed up that I said these shoes are unsavable.
Yep.
They now will go into grass cutting or if I
muddy shoe
work in there.
Yep.
Right, I need these shoes again, and I need them by tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
That I can make that happen.
And you can punch just a couple of punches on your phone that fits in your pocket.
Bubba, I ordered
and
it.
it will be on your doorstep.
I'm looking at my wet shoes and ordered new shoes with the other hand while looking down and was wearing a new pair of shoes Saturday.
I tell you what, something else I'm amazed
it's
at.
mind-boggling. I mean, it blows my mind that I can run out of, a supplement that I'm taking for my immune system and say, wow, I should have ordered these. And all of a sudden it says, well, would you like to have it tomorrow?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I would.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden I look, and there it is on my porch. The next day, it is mind-boggling how they do that.
Yeah. Something else that's mind-boggling to me with the crazy success that Amazon has had, that there has not been a competitor come up and really pressure them.
Yeah,
I know Walmart does their version. They're doing more of the pickup in the parking lot, and they do kind of an online
Walmart Plus
now.
is good. They deliver the groceries.
But
so does Kroger.
But you don't. When you say you're going to get something, somebody will say, or we have a lot of the commercials available on Amazon. You don't hear anybody saying it's available on Walmart Plus or Walmart this or Tim's Quick Delivery or Stacy's House of anything you want to order. I'm amazed they've been able to hold that market share as long as they have.
Yeah.
And I'm not really sure how they're doing it, other than they're just doing it good enough that people don't want to change.
Yeah, and then you get down to the other side of the spectrum, kind of like it is with music now. Like, if you're a small operator, like there's been people we've been asked before, and eventually they get there. Hey, with the manchurch.com, I noticed that y'all's stuff is not available on Amazon. And the reason why is we're so small that what Amazon is going to give us back for having it on there is so tiny, we lose money.
Yep.
So it's convenient.
Right.
But if you're trying to make up their printing cost and you're trying to pay the people that put together the study guides and the people that work in the office every day, so little comes back to you. You're better off to say go to themanchurch.com and get it, because I know a lot of people would see it. But what we do when we get to the point that we've kind of at least recouped the expenses and it's been out there a while, then we'll go to Amazon. But we are not going to start there. Because if you do, it's convenient, but you just basically told the consumer, which is great, and Amazon, y'all have at it. But those of us that produce the product, we're just going to have to eat it, I guess.
Yeah, there's that fine line. It's like, and you see that in the oil industry too. Everybody wants low gas prices, but there's a point where it gets so low they start stopping wells up and laying off crews, and it's not good for the economy overall. So, and if it gets too high, we don't want to pay at the pump, and it costs more to get everything. So there's that happy medium that usually the capitalistic system will find of what the market will bear, and then you work around that.
What I like, though, is because this is why I love the free market, what Amazon has done, and I'm just going to use us as an example and use the store at Rick and Bubba as an example. If you don't want to go to their system because the margins are so tiny, you end up going backward, or you can't get it back. But what they force us to do is what? To be sure your store works as efficient as they do. Be sure people don't order stuff from you and it takes forever to get it. Be sure they can order it from you and get it so you can compete with them. Then people don't mind going to your store instead of them if you can be as good as them. So it forces us all to get better.
Right.
So I think that's great. But anyway, these drivers are saying that they don't like all this camera stuff. And think about if we had cameras that followed us around every day. Oh, wait a minute, we do during the show. But anyway, so here's one of the drivers saying they don't really like all this ability for them to watch their every move. Here we go.
You're tracked, right? That little guy is how we are tracked. It's probably recording me recording it, but it can't hear me, so that's nice. So it has one camera facing me, one camera facing forward, and then one camera on each side. The one camera in front tracks how close we are to other drivers, and if we stop at stop signs. So if we don't stop at a stop sign, like fully stop, then we get a violation for that. It tracks our speed, so we cannot go more than 6 miles per hour over the speed limit or we get a speeding violation. These vans also track our buckle count. So it'll count how many times we buckle our seatbelt, and if we don't buckle it enough, then, or we miss a buckle, then that is a seatbelt violation. But also, that camera is watching me while I drive, so I cannot do a lot. If I want to sip up my coffee, I have to pull over so that I can grab it and drink it, because if I do it while I'm driving, then that's a driver distracted, which is also a violation. I can't touch the center console, or else that is a driver distracted violation. One guy was itching his face, his beard, one time, and the camera picked it up that he was on the phone, and so he got a driver distracted violation for itching his face, but they disputed it. And I cannot unbuckle my seatbelt until I am in park. I also cannot get out of my seat until I'm in park, which is obvious. So yeah, everyone who works for Amazon pretty much hate those little things, but we have to remember it's just for safety. But I thought I would give y'all a little rundown of it because I feel like it's asked a lot, but there you go.
So
I didn't realize it had all that.
Even though the camera couldn't hear her, she puts it on YouTube, so we'll be sure and get it.
You're right.
And,
I'm sure I got news for her. They hear you now.
They hear you now.
And she's unemployed.
And I hope you're enjoying your new job.
If you run a fleet, I don't really have a problem with you keeping up with what everybody's doing for the most part. Now, you can't take a sip of drink, I think maybe a little much, because
Scratch your face.
That. I don't think that's...
Yeah. Well,
I don't think you're distracted driving to take a sip of something.
Well, the scratch your face, we have to be clear, which is a flaw. It read it as you're talking on your phone.
That's right.
It's not against you scratching your face, but you better be sure it can tell the difference because it thinks I'm on my phone.
She said they disputed.
And you dispute it. But I will say, if you're upset with that, you got to blame lawyers. Because that's Amazon saying we got to do everything we can do to be able to prove that our drivers were not at fault if something happens.
Yeah.
We have a strong commitment to our drivers following the rules of the road, not driving reckless and not being distracted. And then when you bring a lawsuit against them over something that happens that might have been out of their control, they can prove that it was.
That's right.
When you have lawyers advertising, if you've been in a wreck with a commercial vehicle, they didn't say whether it was your fault or not.
Correct.
Just a wreck.
That's right.
Give us a call.
I know trucking companies use these a lot. In a big way, helps them.
Well, you have to. You have to have it for proof to defend yourself.
It's sad that it's necessary, but it is. It is.
Yeah, some people are commenting that these rules are standard for a lot of trucking companies.
Oh, yeah.
And in all ambulances as well. But man, a buckle count?
Oh, wow.
I didn't realize they could do a buckle count.
Wow.
Well, they're just trying to make sure you're buckled while you're moving.
Yeah, I don't
have a problem with that.
I don't disagree with it. I just didn't know they were tracking all that.
I think you could do that, yeah. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
These days. obviously you need both.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna say they used to say if it got down to it was one or the other, that the everything that a father was with their child all the time. They were out in the fields learning how to do this. They were over here learning how to fix that. They were over here learning how to do that.
Right.
And the dad was the number one teacher of the children, alongside his wife. But then they said what happened was the industrial age that pulled the father out of the home and then sent them to a workplace that was away from the home. So they said then what happened was children were left in a home that was run by the mother, and the dad became a little more absent and a little less influential. But even there was still a run on when the dad came home, everything kind of changed. And then, right now, guys, and this is no exaggeration, somebody sent me a text yesterday, and we'll certainly be talking about this weekend. There is attack on masculinity right now that is wicked, and it's evil, and it's not hiding in the shadows anymore. I mean, there is we've gone from the father was the most influential, most powerful force in the home, in the church, in society, and all the studies still show that. Good and bad, by the way. And then it went to, well, the dad is still still here and still is an important role, but it's not as prominent as it once was. Then we went to, hey, things are bad. We need to bring the dads back because they're the solution. Now, the modern day time you're living in our country right now is all the problems that we have, it's because of the men. The men are not the solution. The men are the problem. We really were that was the right thing to do to remove them, not the wrong thing. And that's where we are right now. And there's attacks going on right now that's saying that this society would be a better place if men would step down from leadership, if men would turn against this masculinity, and they would be less masculine and have less authority. The world, the country, and the world would be a better place. That's where we are right now. That's 100% where we are right now. Yeah. And there's going to have to be, because and it's always, in my opinion, like we talked about, it's the church that changes society, not the government. Politics have a role, no doubt, and they're a necessary evil. But it's the church that's supposed to make change, and the church has just backed out of all this and said, well, let society kind of do their thing, and then we'll be reactive. Be on defense, but what we were told by Jesus was that the church is supposed to be on offense, and we've lost that mentality, and we've got to get it back.
Yeah, I want to make sure I read this right because I was in a hurry to read it. 1910 was the first Father's Day celebrated, but it wasn't until 1972 that it became a nationwide holiday. The first Mother's Day was 1914. I want to make sure I was correct in that.
And
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us. Bubba, I love going through the email every day. Always interesting comments and questions, and then of course some that boggle the mind. But we have someone who's reaching out to us for help. Do you think he's okay with us helping him on the air? I
think so.
I need somebody.
We'll change his name to protect the innocent. We'll say his name's Chad, okay?
All right, we'll say his name's Chad. Do you know what I thought about?
He's from Iowa.
I thought about, just because Greg started singing that probably would be a good theme song.
Yeah.
If we, like, somebody calls
somebody
us up.
help Daddy?
Yeah, if somebody calls up, because he's asking us to help Daddy again here. But if anybody calls up and in the email it just like says, hey, I need y'all's help, or something like that, advice, whatever it is, I could just,
I need somebody help.
Rick and Bubba, please.
Like that. I think that has potential. So this is what his email says. Guys, I need a ruling here. We've been gifted a trip to Hawaii coming up in May.
Mm-hmm.
I know that when we get there, pretty much everyone, including my wife, are going to want to spend some time swimming in the Pacific.
Mm-hmm.
But after listening to so many shows and knowing that the animal kingdom is definitely out to get us,
and they are,
how do I get out of it without losing my man card, or should I just risk it? Somebody help Daddy. Thanks, guys. Trust y'all will give me sound advice. And this comes from a man we're going to call Chad.
Yeah, okay.
From Iowa.
Mm-hmm. Somewhere in Iowa. That's a tough one, Chad.
We'll just make up a name like and Kenny.
Yeah, something like that, somewhere in Iowa. Well, that's a tough. I wish he did not specify what time of year he's going.
Well, here's the thing: the locals are who you go by, not us. I don't know when it's dangerous to be in the Pacific. I don't know when the sharks are around. I don't know when they're not around. I would do with whatever the locals say.
Yeah,
that's the key.
It is. Well,
because we went to. That was it called Paradise Island when we were on the Mexico trip, where we went out there with a guy. It was so funny. We liked so much. Remember him making the joke about the Mexican interstate?
I do.
It was a dirt road.
That was hilarious.
But we went to that island and he said, "There's nothing here will hurt you.
Right.
You swim out in that and stay out there long. There's no sharks. There's none of that.
Right.
It's fine.
Right.
You're not gonna have any issues.
Right.
So we got out there in it.
Yeah.
But other places, if they go, the undertow, you got stingrays, or, jellyfish. Well, I go, you know what? Pool's fine. I can see the ocean in the pool.
If you were going, say your name was Chad.
Yeah.
If you were going to Australia or South Africa, I would just declare out of the water. I would just declare get out of the water. But in I don't know what island he's going to. He doesn't specify that. You and I both went to Maui, and where we stayed, I don't know where you're staying. And this is what I prefer. I do not like to get on a boat and be carried somewhere to snorkel.
No.
I like when I can snorkel out behind the hotel, where it's close enough to the water. And where we were, you could go get in the water right behind the hotel, and there were plenty of people, plenty, like Bubba said, of locals and people there. And it was a very simple snorkeling experience right around there. I think I would try to, if I was going to get in the Pacific, I would get in it where it was near. I wouldn't, the more remote it feels, the less I would do it. I would stay where it's pretty much where tourists always get in.
Yeah, that's the local.
Yeah, that's back to what Bubba's saying. I wouldn't. If somebody says, why don't we go out to whatever, and you start looking around, you're the only people.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's First of all, snorkeling, it falls under that thing you said, looks fun to do, but it's really not.
You're right. It's on that list.
Yep. Too much work.
It's a lot of work.
I did it one time, nearly drowned.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
And just carry a blade with you.
What I do, and here's
Keep
what
a blade in your pocket.
Here's what I suggest. If you get talked into snorkeling, I don't care how good a swimmer you think you are, back to Greg's point, get something to float on.
Yeah.
Please.
You don't feel like you're wimping out when they offer you that float.
Take the float. Yeah. Always take the float. And just kind of look around, but
nothing wrong with wading out a little bit, I guess.
No,
but,
wading's
hands,
fine.
Really.
Yeah. Just don't get out there in there. And
Again, what the locals are doing.
Yeah, go to them once you land and you get there. Go to them and go. All right, let's talk real quick.
Yeah, do not go with the local who's wearing a shark tooth. Not him.
No.
Or he's got a big
and
star on his
maybe
leg.
missing an eye or a finger.
You don't want to talk to him.
Or carrying a surfboard.
Anyone who says this phrase, worth the risk, it's not.
No.
It's so beautiful, it's worth the risk. No, it's not. There's all of Hawaii is beautiful, and the degree of beauty, it's not that big a difference. Okay, what you're looking at outside your hotel, it is just as beautiful as anything they can carry you off to be killed.
If you want to swim in the pool.
Right,
for real.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to get in it a little bit. Say your name was Chad. You're gonna have to get in the water a little bit. I don't think there's any way out. of it.
Yeah, but just
go to
step
where
lightly.
Talk to the locals. Stay where all the other people where you're staying seem to be swimming, and
Or does activity attract them?
Well, Greg, but I hate
Be
to
in the
say
middle
this.
of
What
them.
I'm about to say now is going to sound awful, okay? And I don't like to say things that bother people, but also where there's crowds, there's
a chance that you won't be their choice.
There's a lot of selection.
Good point, Rick.
There's a lot of selection.
There's a chance that they'll get distracted. But if you're the only one there, guess what?
Yeah.
Don't get on the edges.
You see someone
You're
who's
the only
maybe
target. Yeah.
You see
Make
if
it hard to reach. Get in the middle of everybody.
And also go near those people that if a shark gets one of them, he's got plenty to eat.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay. But
Hawaii, I think the tiger shark's the most.
That's
the one in Hawaii.
Well, best I recall, when I was there was one side of the island that you could that wasn't an issue, and one that you didn't want to get in.
Right. Just listen back to local information.
Yeah, I don't know that the tiger sharks have a map and know that, but for some reason there was. And I may be wrong. It was a long time ago.
Right.
It was 14 years ago.
Right.
I think you were just hoping where you were at.
And if you don't feel good about a place, and your wife and children keep begging, just say something like, well, it just feels disrespectful to start swimming right here where that happened. Because, these people, it's probably hard for people to see people out here after their loved one got eaten.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything that would terrify the kids not to want to be in that part. So be sure you keep it crowded, not crowded like people all over you, but this seems like everybody seems to be getting out of this pretty safe. No one's taking us off to a remote place. Listen to the locals. And just proceed with caution. Don't do anything. Don't get in water that you seem to be the first person who ever discovered it.
Right.
Now I know that's not true, but that remote feeling, I don't go near that. There's some trails for waterfalls. You'll be okay there.
Yeah.
Hey, let me give you a heads up. If you're in Maui, even that trail that goes to the waterfall saw a wild pig warning.
Really? Oh no. So you told us who not to look for. Who do you look for? Is it the old man, the old local drinking coffee sitting there?
No, because he'll be a daredevil.
Okay.
Look for people that seems like they make money when people aren't eaten or injured.
Okay.
Okay. They make money when guests have a great experience.
The waiter?
Not I'm the legend of the island. Talk to that guy that seems a gopher on the Love Boat.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, the name of the book is The Traveler's Summit, and of course, this is the sequel to The Traveler's Gift. Andy Andrews is the author. He has authored many New York Times best-selling books, including The Noticer, and I just mentioned The Traveler's Gift. To mention a few, Dave Ramsey refers to him as a life whisperer. No pressure there.
Yeah.
Andy Andrews, welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, I'm thrilled to be here, but let me say before you say anything else about the book, I just realized while you were doing, talking about the Casper mattresses, I just realized why, through the years when I have come to your show, afterwards, my friends have, some of them said, why did you say that? And I'm like, I don't know why I said it, but now I know. I was sitting here listening to you, and I realized for an ADD person, This studio is a nightmare.
Oh, yeah.
I got two guys here, a guy in front of me with a spinning wheel behind him, 2 screens here, and an audience behind me. I'm like,
You don't even know where to go.
Yeah.
You know,
You're in the round.
Look, and you are a sick man.
Yes.
I mean, you need therapy, and if you're not getting it, double it.
No, but you do.
Only because I'm a man.
Right. Yes.
Andy, tell us, are
believe
you
that?
okay? You said you hurt your neck.
Yeah.
Andy, come on, you're killing
fell
us with
off a
this.
stage.
You
He fell off a stage.
What? Oh, I've seen you up there too. You were moving around.
Yeah, and
Right,
when I missed my footing, my knee caught the edge and turned me in the air, so I hit kind of on my head. And
Is
so-
there a video of this?
Yeah.
I was just
Really?
kind of curious.
there is.
Can we look
Next
at
time
it?
I come, I'll bring it.
Is it on YouTube? Can we find it?
Because here's what we're fighting right now, and we fight this a lot. And our flaws are out there, warts and all. We're fighting right now what we should do, and that is to show you compassion. And then what we want to do, and that's laugh at you.
I don't
You know,
I mean,
you realize the first
if
thing
you
we
love
went
me,
to.
you'll laugh at me.
Right? Yeah.
Where's the video?
Yeah,
That's the first thing we went
Next
to.
time I come, I'll bring
Were
it.
you?
It's pretty brutal.
Were you
It's kind of a,
finishing?
kind
Yeah,
of thing.
where was it in the presentation?
Yeah, were you at the end,
36
walking off?
minutes in.
36.
Oh, my
You remember it
goodness.
vividly, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Oh wow.
So did they get?
Wow.
Did you finish?
I finished. Yeah, I did.
Finish right then, or did you get back up and say, "Now let me get"? Now, where was I?
I did kind of get back up and say, "Where was I?" You
Mm-hmm.
know, but it was. Yeah, I'll bring you the video next time.
Oh,
Did you know immediately I'm hurt?
Yeah.
I'm like, as a man, hey, I'm down and I'm bad hurt.
Yeah, but it's like
like
the
really
Super
bad.
Did you
Bowl.
know you were hurt immediately?
Yeah, but it's the Super Bowl.
You gotta
I
finish.
got 4,000 people around.
You
me.
got to finish it.
Oh my gosh.
You know,
Well, and here's the problem, because I've seen you speak, and you and I have spoke together at places. I don't think either one of us really know where we were. You'd have to have notes
That's
to do
right.
that.
That's right.
You know what I
But
mean?
there's only two. There's 2 things on a rider of my contract: Dasani water and white tape around the edge of the stage.
Yeah, that's in there
and
now.
that wasn't there.
Uh-oh.
So.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
Now I'm uncomfortable.
Yeah, well, yeah, not as uncomfortable as if you take a head dive off the stage.
Thank you, Andy.
How far did you fall?
It was like 4 feet.
Oh, wow. But you did end up on your heads where you got hurt.
Yeah.
And now your neck's hurt.
Yeah, really bad. I mean, it
You gotta
was-
have
it was
surgery,
it was
right?
Back and forth for like 2 years, and I would go and get people to work on it, and go and get things done, and go to this person,
Uphill
get
climb.
shots there, and blah 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 blah. And finally, about a year ago, I couldn't push it back, and so it just kept on getting.
Oh, not when pain management, when you're chasing it and you can't catch it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
and
the worst.
So it has been. I mean, I can't play ping pong. I can't cast a fishing rod. I can't
that's
pull a
is a-
bow.
that
and
both
I got
of those-
teenage boys.
Oh, y'all are at the prime of the time where now you don't have to babysit them. You can actually hunt and fish together and have fun. Here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us today. TheManChurch.com, out they go again this week. Over to Rootville, Georgia. Carrollton, Georgia, home of West Georgia University. Rich Wingo there for that big low country boil for Rootville Road Baptist Church. And let me tell you, they put together a big one. Wingo will be speaking Friday night there, men. I'll be there via video, and themanchurch.com be giving you some opportunities to plug into equipping after you've been challenged by Mr. Wingo. If you listen to us down around Tampa, Florida way, coming up, we'll be sending Wingo out also again this Sunday down to Webster, Florida, First Baptist Church, their next man church. Wingo will be there on Sunday. Find both of those and information there at themanchurch.com. All right, so Nikki Haley You remember she and Don Lemon, have been going at it, and this is a video we've had for. I think we had it Monday. We didn't do it, so we can do it today. But anyway, you remember her talking about every politician over 75 should be required to take a mental competency test, and she talks about that what Don Lemon said. And if you remember, Don Lemon, has he recovered for this? Is he back now on CNN?
He got reprogrammed.
Has he been reprogrammed and brought back?
They took him off. He saw his error of his ways. And
so
he's back.
Nikki Haley's still mad about it. So here she is.
When I launched my campaign, I said every politician over 75 years old should be required to take a mental competency test. Have you seen D.C. lately? We should start with Joe Biden, and we shouldn't stop there. Now, Don Lemon didn't seem to like that too much. He claimed, I'm not in my prime, in which I responded, hold my beer. I'm 51. That's younger than Don Lemon. It's also younger than Hunter Biden, and it's 30 years younger than Joe Biden.
That's her speaking at CPAC.
My beer.
That was CPAC. Was that this past weekend?
Yeah, I guess so.
Her delivery wasn't good on Hold My Beer.
Well, it was.
It's a little weak.
Trump had a lot to say.
You
about
can't
that,
read the line "Hold my beer." You got to say.
You got to say it.
Yeah, you can't read it,
and that's fine.
Well, Greg, I'm one of the fellas.
Yeah, I mix it up.
Yeah, right.
I like Nikki.
No,
I can't stand
y'all don't speak ill of her.
I can't stand.
I have nothing. It's just the male female thing. That's all. It's just a little fun.
Tread lightly.
Hold my beer. Hold my beer. Well, that was scary.
That was not good. Yeah. Plus, when you say "hold my beer," that's when you're about to do something stupid.
That's
right?
a good point.
Correct.
Yeah. Hold my beer is I'm about to do something dumb. Not
I think she's using it in the context.
I got something
hold
to
my
say.
beer. Watch what I'm about to do.
Yeah,
She was, but she misused it.
But it usually means I'm about to try to jump that ramp.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to jump this bushes from the balcony.
Y'all watch this.
You know it.
Yeah, Greg's a little bit mad about the cultural appropriation that she just
I'm
did.
kind of mad about that.
That's Greg's
She's
culture.
appropriated Greg.
That's extremely offensive.
She's misusing redneck terminology.
That's right.
I'll tell you what. How dare you do that?
Was she gonna wear hoop earrings next?
Yeah, it was. I've never, back in the old days, I never said that and it led to anything positive.
No.
So there you go. And plus, it really had to be something important for me to ever use that phrase.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
You didn't want to overuse
I ain't
it.
trusted nobody with that.
Whoa, easy.
If you overused it, you were one of those guys that had a permanent limp.
Yeah, no question. All right, so more on the ongoing COVID. It's just like everybody. So videos 7A and B there, Mr. Adler. So now, we were talking about how different organizations, the Energy Department being the latest, have come out and said, well, Bubba, we told you, oh boy, we told you.
It's a double header.
It is. Yeah. We told you that
Watch closely.
That you're not allowed. You could not, don't you dare, you xenophobe, saying that this was a leak at the Wuhan lab in China. Of course, now people more and more are coming about saying, well, it looks like it was a leak there at the Wuhan lab that has the name right there on the sign. But anyway, so we have Biden, first of all. He was going to speak to the press, but then when he heard the questions on the origin of COVID-19 and whether China will be held accountable for what appears to be them not being secure enough. And again, I don't think anybody here believe they did it on purpose. I don't. I think it was an accident, and I think it was irresponsible. And they showed.
I don't think there's evidence yet that it was done on purpose. So I'm going to say no with what we know right now.
Yeah. So anyway, we do want. So Biden was going to be asked if this continues, this narrative continues to be confirmed that it did come out of that lab, and that means they were not secure. Let's say that's the best case scenario. They just didn't have the security. Of course, it might be that since some of our representatives
inspected it 3 years earlier and came back with that report.
And said that. Yeah. But anyway, so here we go. He turns on a dime and just says, no, I'm not going to go down that road. All right, here he comes. He's coming out.
He's wearing that suit out.
Yeah. Now he's coming out to address the press, and then
On COVID, Oregon, we all kind of
See there? No,
He's like, I don't
I ain't
deal with
doing
that.
COVID questions. Now, keep in mind, we kind of want these answered by our leaders who destroyed our economy and told us we weren't allowed to say certain things, and now it's turning out maybe we weren't as outlandish as they declared. But keep in mind, you can't really trust a political party that said that the president, Trump, when he wanted to shut down travel from China, that it made him a xenophobe, but then they turned around and said we need to shut our borders because we don't need this coming in. It's crazy inconsistent. Well, now FBI Director Christopher, is it Wray?
Yes.
Is saying that that they are now assessing this as well, and then he's going to double down on the likely potential of a lab incident. Here we go.
As you note, Brett, the FBI has for quite some time now assessed that the origins of the pandemic are most likely a potential lab incident in Wuhan.
Well, the FBI had said that earlier.
Yeah. So why
they
did
were
we
the
act
first ones out?
Why did we act like they didn't say that? Though, why are we pretending that didn't happen now?
Yeah, what are we going to do about it?
Yeah, what are we going to do about it? And then
Well,
the
what
Energy
can you
Department
do
has
about
agreed with the FBI.
Yeah.
And now, I don't think anybody would say the FBI has not been a friend of the administration.
Well,
or even the Democratic Party lately. It's not like they have some axe to grind. They're just telling the truth, it sounds like.
I know, as crazy as this sounds, there's 9 different U.S. agencies that are investigating or have investigated this.
9.
We've had the Energy and the FBI come out and say most likely it was a leak from the lab. We had, I think, 4 others come out and say that it most likely was natural, and we had 2 that is undecided.
Right.
So something like that. I don't know what the exact numbers were, but it's ballpark figures. You've got them all over the road.
But to your point, when you mentioned this, if we would have stayed, okay, I'm going to give credit, would have stayed with the conspiracy theorist narrative, which was out there for a while, we would now have to include in that the FBI and the Energy Department.
Right.
That they're conspiracy theorists.
Yes, that's
correct.
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe it's not. Maybe because maybe as we look at it with just logic, as we've said 1,000 times, that's a possibility. And I'm not suggesting that the Chinese did it on purpose, but to suggest that you are not allowed to say that a lab in Wuhan that was doing this research that 3 years prior we've been told by our own investigators it doesn't look secure enough, that then a virus would leak from a lab that is doing research on viruses and doing gain of function, that a virus that went out to the world that looked like it had been part of the gain of function research because it was several moves down the road than a normal virus that was novel, then it's not outlandish to say it came from that lab.
No. You know,
I mean,
again, I'm somewhat
what's difficult
shocked.
about that?
I'm somewhat shocked that we have 9 different agencies doing investigations. I mean, that they have staffs that big to do that, the money spent on it. I mean, we have the FBI, which in their name says Federal Bureau of Investigation. Shouldn't they be the ones investigating all of it and then giving that information to everybody? I mean, it just seems weird to me. Seems like we got, duplication of services here.
Bubba, if our founders walked back in and saw the size of our central government right now, they would have a conniption.
Yeah.
And those of you that are around the country don't know what conniption is, it's not good.
It's a fit.
It's a fit. It's having a.
It's sometimes said conniption fit.
Yeah.
Together.
Yeah.
I found this clip from February. I think we might even play it on the show, but Karine Jean-Pierre is asked about it, and she's like, well, I'm not going to speak on that story or confirm it because the president cares so much about figuring this out, and so I'm not going to comment on that, but we're working to figure it out. But there's no follow-up. There's zero follow-up from that administration about this.
All right, phone calls wrapping up the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
And so anyway, it's one of those things. We're dealing with it. And
Well, I'm so sorry,
surgery.
buddy.
But let
when
me
you having
tell you
surgery?
this.
When?
August 3rd.
Okay.
August 3rd. And so, but I'll tell you this, I went to a bunch of different neurosurgeons, and it would frighten you, the varying opinions.
Oh, wow.
When you're looking at one MRI and two vertebrae are messed up on the left side with bone spurs in the nerve root, it would frighten you, the varying opinions. And here's what I have figured out about neurosurgeons, ladies and gentlemen, is if you took all the neurosurgeons in America and lined them up end to end, one of them, we don't know which one it would be the best in America. And one of them, we don't know which one that would be the worst in America. And one of them, we don't know which one this would be right slap in the middle. So what that means is that 50% of the neurosurgeons in America are below average in their knowledge of medicine and practice.
If you play the numbers, yes, that is correct.
I'll tell you one thing.
Wow, Andy.
Now you got me noticing that.
Makes me want to travel.
Wow, so don't be. So get a second opinion and a third one.
Fourth, fifth, sixth,
seventh.
Seventh.
Oh, good.
So it's a perfect number. Maybe
are they
this is
going to
it.
fuse? Are they going to cadaver bone? How are they going to do this?
Bubba always goes to the cadaver, doesn't he?
Well,
like
that's you just like talking about
Standard.
Well, I have to study it.
That
Makes
the
me
pig
nervous.
valve.
Somebody's that fired up about dead people. You know.
I know it really.
I
does.
almost borrowed a ligament
person?
for a knee. Yeah, so I told him I want an 18-year-old that could really
But
jump.
you just
though.
couldn't lean into the shovel.
I just
Right.
no,
I
I couldn't
guess.
do it.
Couldn't make it happen. So we're having August 3rd. This is the seventh opinion, which is a perfect number. Maybe this is the one.
It's the most conservative approach, and I really like the guy. And
Well, there are people across this audience that are. I mean, they powerful prayer.
We got a lot of
warriors.
prayer warriors.
I
We really, really
appreciate
So
do.
we know where to focus that right now. To August 3rd.
I would appreciate August 3rd. My wife would probably appreciate it from now till August.
Right,
3rd.
I start to say that's a rough injury on your family, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is. It just is, and I
And
know
travel,
that.
you travel a lot, and traveling can be so miserable anyway. Even if your neck's not bothering you.
Andy, as soon as they get done praying for me next Friday, I'm gonna flip them to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I appreciate
We
it.
got them next week.
Let's quit talking
week
about it
after.
because it's like now my neck's starting to hurt.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Is that like when we talked about hearts in here that we all couldn't breathe?
Yeah.
I mean, we were all
Golly,
gasping
when I
for
heard
air
that the
last
other
week.
day,
I was diagnosed with a mental heart attack.
I'll bet.
You know how you just like you're talking about. You know, that's the reason why mine's got to be right because
I know. That's why. I mean, they can't leave him and say, "Well, you know, at some point you'll suffer a minor heart." I mean, you're going, "Is this minor? Is this major? What is this?"
Yeah.
Let's put a pipe in there, whatever it is.
All right, so we'll all be with you on that. Let's not bog down there.
No.
I mean
Appreciate it.
it's out
Very
there,
much.
it's done, and now we know what to do. When we come back, I want you to unpack the Traveler Summit for us.
Okay. Love
And
to.
and then we don't want to give it all away because we want people to actually read it. But
Right.
but we want to talk. we kind of want to talk about because this show we'll go now. Then what happened?
And then what happened?
I know. I've
And
got
then what happened?
got you guys reading the end of more books.
Oh yeah. Well, people. Won't, if I go see a movie, people stop listening till they've seen it.
I would read more books if they had a summary page right at the end.
I went to Titanic. They told me the boat sank. I'm like, well, thanks for ruining the movie.
Andy Andrews is with us. All the information in show notes, by the way.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes to the top. Phone trail, baby. Here we go. 866. We be big. Speedy's lining up the calls. Let's hear from you, America. Dial it up and let's go. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. What a combination. If you're looking for maximum termite protection, hey, baby, they're the ones. Also, if you're like me and you have carpenter bees that are going nuts on any kind of wood structure you have, They've got a great treatment for carpenter bees that is fantastic as well. I just had that done at the barn, and it's a game changer. Also, if you're dealing with ants, spiders, fleas, ticks, rodents, termites, nesting wasps, roaches, any other bugs or critters, they're the ones to call. They do the best work. We love them. You will too. Get a free evaluation of your home. Hey, contractors, they'll even do new home construction. Go to cookspest.com. That's cookspest.com for a free and very thorough inspection and evaluation of your home or business. And then you can sing with us. Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cooks Pest Country. Bubba, as phones are coming in, Clam Lincoln.
You know, the kickoff hour talked about it, Rick. A man found a 214-year-old clam. It's been alive since 1809, so they named it Clam Lincoln after the former president who was born the same year. How about that?
You want Greg to weigh in on that? How they know it was first born in 18 whatever?
You know, I get you can count rings or whatever they're doing, but come on.
Yeah,
there's no way to really.
Apparently, they can.
You realize how long that is?
They can age these things. They say these type of clams. It's an ocean quaghog, Quahog.
So we counting all those little wrinkles? Is that what we do?
Said they can live more than 200 years.
Oh,
that's a long. That's a long time.
Man, and that's a long 200 years for a clam. What you do? Burrow up in the sand, and there you are.
You just lay at the bottom of the.
That's what you do for 200-something years.
They say they're important to.
Not a lot of variety.
Filter things out. So
folks like to eat them. I wonder if they're like anything else. If they're real old like that, probably not very good.
Is the pearl that they find? Are those the type that have the pearl in it? Because they're filtering the water. Is that different? Is that
I think
oysters
oyster
or
clams are different. I think it's oysters.
Well,
that have
oysters
do pearls.
Have the pearl.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
What's the difference in an oyster and a clam? They look the same to me.
I think the shell looks a little different.
Hold on, before you ride off.
The oysters,
clams, and mollusks and mussels, they can all technically make pearls.
Huh.
Okay. So that's just the sediment they're filtering out builds up and makes that, right?
That's right.
The minerals.
Yes. And but generally, only saltwater clams and freshwater mussels are used to commercially grow cultured gem grade pearls.
Where are your mussels? Where are your mussels? I've eaten them.
Somebody ate them when we went to lunch one day.
I don't know that I know the difference in all of them.
There's not
now them little river mussels we used to get when we was kids and open up and go brim fishing with.
Yeah.
Those I don't think nobody eats those, right?
But I like.
But the clam, if you think about it, the pearl is the trash. It's what it's filtering out of the water, and you know it forms together. And that's wild.
If I don't like oysters all
One
that
man's
much.
garbage is another man's pearl.
I prefer a baked oyster. I don't like a raw oyster because
that's me.
Really, a raw oyster. I've really come to the conclusion everybody's just drinking. Everybody's just eating crackers with sauce on it.
Yeah.
And there's somebody said, "Hey, throw a little slime on there with it." You don't really taste it. You're really eating the hot sauce and the cracker.
You know what's at play here? People think they're sharp.
Being sharp.
They think that, hey, look at me, just raw. You're right, baked with a jalapeno and all that. Those are really good.
Now I'll tell you this: you won't feel real sharp if one makes you sick. I had that happen.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
and
you
it wasn't
be
worth
careful
it.
Yeah, I don't
want
to risk something.
You
like
got to
that.
have it the right months, right? Is that the ones you have to eat at the ends of a certain that? I get confused.
I got so many things in life that I can't get around. Being a food daredevil, if somebody says, "Now look, if you get some bad ones," I'm like, "Well, let's just not eat a food that would go that way."
But yeah, there's nobody that goes, "Man, I just love the way raw oyster tastes. I just love it." I mean, it's the sauce is what you taste in the cracker.
But a mussel and a clam, it gets real similar.
Yeah.
You know, it's
the actual pearl itself is when a little tiny piece of debris gets stuck in the
little grain of sand,
and then they cover it with their own covering.
Hey, can I tell you all this?
So it's basically a clam spitball.
It is, yes. It's with a tiny piece of grain of sand on the inside.
Hey, can I tell all y'all something, guys, just to motivate you a little bit? Just remember that all pearls start out just a little grain of sand.
That's right, Rick.
All of us can be pearls.
That's it, Mickey Moto.
Mm-hmm. With about 100 years and a good polisher.
Right. Let's go to Alan. Alan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Guys, I know y'all like deep fake technology. Well, there's a band, Limp Bizkit. I know y'all probably do not approve their music in any way, but they have a new song called Out of Style. In their music video, they use deep fake, and it's all the presidents of the countries like Biden, Trudeau, Putin, they're all their
I
fake.
bet that's funny.
That is funny.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. What's the name of the song?
It's Out of Style. If y'all
Out of Style.
Out of style.
Go to YouTube. I bet you can pop it.
Yeah,
right
if somebody ran up to me today and said, "You're not going to believe this, Limp Bizkit will never record another song," it would impact me zero.
Rick, you love Limp Bizkit.
I do not. He was correct.
You love breaking stuff.
Greg, he was correct on that assessment.
Oh, that's great. They got Putin doing a beer bong. Wow.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
Zelensky and
That's funny.
young, what's his name, Kim Jong-un and Biden and everything. But Out of Style is an appropriate song title for Limp Bizkit, that's for sure.
Oh,
Zinger!
Zingy! I'm here all week. By the way, the Babylon Bee Zelensky humor owns me, and I mean they are having a blast with that, and I know that it's not the. The other day they had that Zelensky walked in and Biden just gave him the key to the Treasury. And
cut out the middleman.
Right. And the stuff they also do incredible humor involving dads. It's almost they're having so much fun with the rise of female pilots. They're really having a blast with that. If you've been missing those.
Mm-hmm.
Panic erupts on Delta flight as captain of all female crew announces that everything's just fine.
That's
awful.
Female pilot hoping that check engine light will just go out eventually. All right, here we go. Let's go to Bobby in Sweet Home, Alabama. Bobby, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Happy Tuesday, guys.
Thank
It's
you.
Bobby.
Hey, Bobby.
Hey, it's a story about oysters. I've worked in medical sales for years, and I'm not going to name the doctor or even the town that this happened in, but I had a doctor tell a horror story about raw oysters. They had some people come in. Of course, it's close to a town that has a lake, but they ate the guy ate 6 dozen oysters, got sick, had to go to the hospital, and they couldn't intubate him.
Did I not get it in there?
No, you had. I touch it.
I wanted to hear that.
I was
we ain't
trying
got
to
nothing
get-
else about it.
If you wanted to time out, why did you wait? Why
Well, I was trying to follow the story.
hear about
too.
it. If it got to
I get confused sometimes doing that.
Adam, go ahead. Adam.
Hey, I was just going to say, don't get that clam around Bubba because he'll eat it like he did that lobster.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
People are concerned about Abraham. They really are. Because if he sees Bubba's coming, Larry the Lobster's family says, "Do not go in that restaurant."
So you didn't give a timeout and let him do a repeat.
Let's go to Brad in Alabama. Brad, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
I was going to tell you, when I was a lot younger and dumber, we were down in Eufaula and camping out. And
So
about
many
a
stories
5-foot
start that
alligator
way.
Come up.
Yeah.
And about a 5-foot alligator come up. Everybody started running. I'm from Oxford, Alabama, so I said I can take that thing. And it whooped my butt, man, when I jumped on its back.
Picture it.
Couldn't get it. Girl, how many stories start? When I was young and dumb and down in Eufaula.
Yeah, camping out.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a great day. Check out rickandbubba.com for all the info concerning the show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.